Welcome to your deep dive. Today, we're going to be cracking open this collection of messages
Oh, cool.
from an entity called TOBIAS,
Okay.
delivered between 1999 and 2000.
All right.
It's like a spiritual snapshot right at the brink of the new millennium.
I like that.
We're going to explore his unique take on humanity's purpose,
Okay.
the idea of New Earth, and this intriguing group he calls Shaumbra.
It's a fascinating material, really. We'll be unpacking some complex concepts like a split in Earth's consciousness,
Whoa.
the withdrawal of spiritual guides, and the awakening of something called the Christ seed.
Okay, before we journey too far into the metaphysical, let's start with the basics.
Okay.
Who is TOBIAS, and what's the deal with channeling?
Right, grounding is important. The messages claim Tobias is an entity channeling through a human named Jeffrey Hopp,
Okay.
who he refers to as Kuldra.
Interesting.
Tobias says he lived on Earth ages ago and now works with a group called the Crimson Council. But what really grabbed me is the deep emotion he expresses, this reverence for humanity that comes through so strongly.
Yeah, it's not the typical detached ethereal vibe you sometimes get with channeled material.
Exactly. There's a warmth, a real sense of connection that makes you lean in and listen.
So let's talk about this measurement of December 13th, 1999.
Okay.
TOBIAS makes it sound like a cosmic turning point.
It's central to his whole cosmology.
Really?
He describes this date as a shift in Earth's consciousness, literally splitting it into two distinct energies,
Okay.
old Earth and new Earth.
Two Earths.
Yeah.
Is this like a parallel universe situation?
It's more metaphorical,
Okay.
representing a divergence in how we're experiencing reality and connecting to our spiritual selves.
Uh-huh.
Those on the New Earth path are integrating their true self, their divine essence, and shaping a new era.
Oh, so
It's not about a physical separation, but a shift in consciousness.
So those on the old Earth path are what's stuck in the old ways.
Not necessarily stuck, but perhaps continuing on a path that emphasizes external structures, beliefs, and authorities.
Okay.
The New Earth path is about turning inward, accessing that inner divinity Tobias talks so much about.
Okay, I'm starting to see the contrast.
Yeah.
But here's where it gets really intriguing.
Okay.
TOBIAS mentions this departure of guides around mid-1999.
Right.
Why would spiritual guides abandon us, especially during such a massive shift?
It seems counterintuitive, right?
Yeah.
You'd think we'd need them more during times of change.
Yeah.
But Tobias suggests this withdrawal was a deliberate act of tough love, a cosmic push to help lightworkers connect with their own inner divinity.
Okay.
By removing that external support system,
Yeah.
the true self has the space to emerge.
It's like we've been relying on spiritual crutches for so long, and now it's time to walk on our own.
Precisely. It's about spiritual self-reliance.
I like that.
And this leads us to another fascinating piece of the puzzle,
Okay.
the Christ seed.
This one really caught my attention, too. How does TOBIAS's concept of the Christ seed differ from other spiritual traditions?
That's the key question.
Yeah.
Lots of traditions talk about inner divinity, a spark of the divine within us.
Right.
But Tobias is specific about this Christ seed awakening around the energetic shift of 1999-2000.
Uh-huh.
It's not about religion or any specific figure,
Right.
but about tapping into a universal energy of love and enlightenment that he associates with the Christ consciousness.
Okay.
He suggests this awakening is a gradual process that transforms us from the inside out.
So it's like we all have this incredible potential within us, just waiting for the right conditions to sprout.
And Tobias believes those conditions arrived at the turn of the millennium, triggering this awakening for a specific group of people he calls Shaumbra, the pioneers of this new Earth.
The Shaumbra. Okay, I have to admit that word still sounds kind of mysterious.
Yeah.
Who are they and what makes them different?
He describes Shaumbra as a group of light workers,
Okay.
souls who chose to stay on Earth after fulfilling their previous soul contracts. Wow. They felt a pull to be here during this transition, to anchor the new energy and help others navigate this shift.
So they're not just spiritually advanced, they're specifically drawn to this moment in time.
Exactly. They're the ones who said, sign me up for round 2. I want to be part of this grand experiment.
Wow.
They're the trailblazers, paving the way for others to integrate their divinity and experience new Earth.
That makes me think about all the people drawn to alternative spirituality and personal growth around the year 2000.
Yeah.
Was that all part of this Shaumbra energy, according to TOBIAS?
He certainly suggests there was a mass awakening happening around that time, a surge in people feeling this call to connect with their true selves and create a new way of being.
But here's where things get really interesting and maybe a little confusing.
Okay.
Tobias talks about the importance of doing and no thing.
Right.
Isn't that a contradiction?
It does sound like one.
How can doing nothing be the key to spiritual growth?
I think the key here is the word doing.
Okay.
Tobias isn't saying to become inactive or indifferent. He's talking about surrendering the ego's need to control to force things.
Yeah.
It's about trusting that deeper intelligence, that divine flow, to guide the process.
So it's more about aligning ourselves with that flow rather than trying to swim upstream against it.
Exactly. Imagine you've spent years building a complex puzzle, meticulously searching for each piece.
Okay.
Tobias suggests that in this new energy, the puzzle starts to complete itself.
Bro.
Our intent, combined with our awakened divinity, becomes this magnetic force that draws the missing pieces into place.
Okay, now that's an image I can grasp.
Yeah.
It's like those magic eye pictures where you have to relax your focus to see the hidden image emerge.
I love that analogy. It's about letting go of that tight grip on how we think things should unfold and allowing a bigger picture to reveal itself.
But Tobias also talks about the departure of guides.
Right.
If we're supposed to surrender control, shouldn't we have more guidance, not less?
He addresses that directly. He suggests that for Shaumbra, the traditional guides have stepped back to make room for a new kind of support. Runners.
Runners.
These are angelic beings who assist in practical ways, responding to our intentions and needs.
So it's not that we're completely on our own. We have a different kind of spiritual support system.
Right. Think of runners as more like stage managers.
Okay.
They're not giving you lines to recite or telling you where to stand, but they're making sure the set is in place, the lighting is right, and all the elements are working together seamlessly.
That's a great way to visualize it.
Yeah.
But if we're not getting specific directions from guides anymore, how do we know we're on the right track?
Tobias emphasizes the importance of trusting our inner compass. He suggests that as we connect with our true selves, our intuition becomes more refined, more reliable. It's about tuning into that gut feeling, that inner knowing that guides us towards what's truly aligned with our soul's purpose.
But what about those times when we're feeling lost or confused?
Right.
Can we ask our runners for help?
He suggests that we can absolutely communicate with them, express your needs, your intentions, your desires, and trust that they're working behind the scenes to orchestrate the necessary support.
It's like having a direct line to the cosmic support team.
Yeah.
That's reassuring, especially during times of transition and uncertainty.
And while our traditional guides may have stepped back, Tobias reminds us that we're never truly alone.
Right.
We have a vast network of loving beings surrounding us. Departed loved ones, angelic guides, ascended masters.
Yeah.
They may not be operating in the same way as before, but their love and support are always available.
It's like a cosmic safety net.
Exactly.
But with all this talk about surrender and trusting the flow, it's easy to get caught up in the abstract.
Yeah.
How does Tobias suggest we actually access this new spiritual energy in a tangible way?
He talks about shifting our creative focus.
Okay.
Instead of creating solely through the mind or the heart, he emphasizes creating through the oneness of our being.
Oneness? That sounds a bit esoteric. Can you break that down for me?
It's about recognizing that our true power doesn't lie solely in our thoughts or emotions, but in the integration of our whole selves. Mind, body, and spirit.
Okay.
When we align with this integrated state, we tap into a deeper wellspring of creativity and manifestation.
So it's not about compartmentalizing ourselves, but about harnessing the synergy of all our aspects.
Precisely, Tobias suggests this shift allows us to experience both sides of the veil, the physical and spiritual realms, more fully opening us up to a wider spectrum of possibilities.
It's almost like our perception expands. We start to see the world through a different lens.
He even hints that we might begin perceiving the world in entirely new ways.
Really?
Hearing rocks speak, understanding the language of nature.
Wow, now that would be an experience.
Yeah.
But how do we cultivate this sense of oneness? Is there a specific meditation or technique?
Tobias doesn't prescribe a formula, but he points to a fundamental shift in perspective, releasing judgment. He suggests that judgment creates separation, blocking our ability to experience the interconnectedness of all things.
It's more about cultivating a sense of acceptance, of seeing ourselves and others with compassion and understanding.
Exactly. And it's also about releasing attachment to outcomes, allowing the universe to unfold in its own perfect timing.
Okay.
It's about surrendering to the mystery of the journey.
It sounds like we have to release a lot of old patterns and beliefs to truly embrace this new way of being.
Tobias acknowledges that this transition can be challenging, even disorienting at times.
Right.
But he reminds us that the veil is thinning, making it easier to connect with our true selves and with spirit.
So we're not just imagining this shift, it's actually happening on a cosmic level.
He suggests that we're living in a time of unprecedented spiritual opportunity. Old paradigms are crumbling, making way for a new era of consciousness and connection.
Wow.
It's like witnessing the birth of a new world.
That's exciting. But he also mentions that this transition can be turbulent, right?
He acknowledges that the dismantling of the old can bring up fear, resistance, even chaos.
Yeah.
He encourages us to observe these shifts with discernment, recognizing them as part of a larger process of transformation.
So it's about learning to ride the waves with grace and resilience.
And he emphasizes that we have a crucial role to play in this global shift.
Okay.
As light workers, we are the beacons, illuminating the path for others and helping to anchor this new energy on Earth.
It's a big responsibility, but also incredibly empowering.
TOBIAS reminds us that we're not alone in this endeavor. We have the support of the universe, the guidance of our inner wisdom, and the companionship of countless others who are also awakening. It's like we're all in this together, co-creating a brighter future.
It's a beautiful vision, but I have to admit, it can feel overwhelming at times.
Yeah.
What are some practical steps we can take to embody this message and navigate this transition gracefully?
You know, it's interesting how TOBIAS frames this whole shift. He's not just saying things are changing. He's suggesting there's an entirely different operating system for this new Earth reality.
Right.
And one of the most radical tools in this new toolkit is this idea of doing and no thing.
It still feels counterintuitive to me, like, shouldn't we be actively working towards enlightenment, making things happen?
Yeah.
How can doing nothing possibly lead to spiritual growth?
I think the key here is the word doing. TOBIAS isn't saying to become inactive or indifferent.
Right.
He's talking about surrendering the ego's need to control, to force things.
Okay.
It's about trusting that deeper intelligence, that divine flow, to guide the process.
So it's more about aligning ourselves with that flow rather than trying to swim upstream against it.
Exactly. Imagine you spent years building a complex puzzle, meticulously searching for each piece.
Okay.
TOBIAS suggests that in this new energy, the puzzle starts to complete itself.
Whoa.
Our intent, combined with our awakened divinity, becomes this magnetic force that draws the missing pieces into place.
Okay, now that's an image I can grasp. It's like those magic eye pictures where you have to relax your focus to see the hidden image emerge.
I love that analogy. It's about letting go of that tight grip on how we think things should unfold and allowing a bigger picture to reveal itself.
But TOBIAS also talks about the departure of guides. If we're supposed to surrender control, shouldn't we have more guidance, not less?
He addresses that directly. He suggests that for Shaumbra, the traditional guides have stepped back to make room for a new kind of support. Runners. These are angelic beings who assist in practical ways responding to our intentions and needs.
So it's not that we're completely on our own. We have a different kind of spiritual support system.
Right. Think of runners as more like stage managers. They're not giving you lines to recite or telling you where to stand, but they're making sure the set is in place, the lighting is right, and all the elements are working together seamlessly.
That's a great way to visualize it. But if we're not getting specific directions from guides anymore, how do we know we're on the right track?
TOBIAS emphasizes the importance of trusting our inner compass. He suggests that as we connect with our true selves, our intuition becomes more refined, more reliable. It's about tuning into that gut feeling, that inner knowing that guides us towards what's truly aligned with our soul's purpose.
But what about those times when we're feeling lost or confused? Can we ask our runners for help?
He suggests that we can absolutely communicate with them, express your needs, your intentions, your desires, and trust that they're working behind the scenes to orchestrate the necessary support.
It's like having a direct line to the cosmic support team that's reassuring, especially during times of transition and uncertainty.
And while our traditional guides may have stepped back, TOBIAS reminds us that we're never truly alone. We have a vast network of loving beings surrounding us. Departed loved ones, angelic guides, ascended masters. They may not be operating in the same way as before, but their love and support are always available.
It's like a cosmic safety net. But with all this talk about surrender and trusting the flow, it's easy to get caught up in the abstract. How does TOBIAS suggest we actually access this new spiritual energy in a tangible way?
He talks about shifting our creative focus. Instead of creating solely through the mind or the heart, he emphasizes creating through the oneness of our being.
Oneness. That sounds a bit esoteric. Can you break that down for me?
It's about recognizing that our true power doesn't lie solely in our thoughts or emotions, but in the integration of our whole selves, mind, body, and spirit. When we align with this integrated state, We tap into a deeper wellspring of creativity and manifestation.
So it's not about compartmentalizing ourselves, but about harnessing the synergy of all our aspects.
Precisely, Tobias suggests this shift allows us to experience both sides of the veil, the physical and spiritual realms, more fully opening us up to a wider spectrum of possibilities.
It's almost like our perception expands. We start to see the world through a different lens.
He even hints that we might begin perceiving the world in entirely new ways, hearing rocks speak, understanding the language of nature.
Wow, now that would be an experience. But how do we cultivate this sense of oneness? Is there a specific meditation or technique?
Tobias doesn't prescribe a formula, but he points to a fundamental shift in perspective, releasing judgment. He suggests that judgment creates separation, blocking our ability to experience the interconnectedness of all things.
So it's more about cultivating a sense of acceptance, of seeing ourselves and others with compassion and understanding?
Exactly, and it's also about releasing attachment to outcomes, allowing the universe to unfold in its own perfect timing. It's about surrendering to the mystery of the journey.
It sounds like we have to release a lot of old patterns and beliefs to truly embrace this new way of being.
Tobias acknowledges that this transition can be challenging, even disorienting at times, but he reminds us that the veil is thinning, making it easier to connect with our true selves and with spirit.
So we're not just imagining this shift, it's actually happening on a cosmic level.
He suggests that we're living in a time of unprecedented spiritual opportunity. Old paradigms are crumbling, making way for a new era of consciousness and connection. It's like witnessing the birth of a new world.
That's exciting. But he also mentions that this transition can be turbulent, right?
He acknowledges that the dismantling of the old can bring up fear resistance, even chaos. He encourages us to observe these shifts with discernment, recognizing them as part of a larger process of transformation.
So it's about learning to ride the waves with grace and resilience.
And he emphasizes that we have a crucial role to play in this global shift. As lightworkers, we are the beacons illuminating the path for others and helping to anchor this new energy on Earth.
It's a big responsibility, but also incredibly empowering.
Tobias reminds us that we're not alone in this endeavor. We have the support of the universe, the guidance of our inner wisdom, and the companionship of countless others who are also awakening. It's like we're all in this together, co-creating a brighter future.
It's a beautiful vision, but I have to admit, it can feel overwhelming at times. What are some practical steps we can take to embody this message and navigate this transition gracefully? Okay, so we've talked about this big shift in consciousness, this move towards a new Earth, and the idea of doing a no thing as a way to navigate that shift.
Right.
But I'm still curious about this term, Shaumbra. Tobias uses it almost like a code word. But what does it really mean to be a Shaumbra?
It's more than just a label. Tobias describes Shaumbra as a specific group of souls, those who chose to stay on Earth after fulfilling their previous soul contracts. They felt a deep pull to be here during this time of transition to help birth this new Earth.
So they're not just spiritually advanced, they're specifically drawn to this moment in history. It's like they signed up for a cosmic mission.
Exactly, and it's not an easy mission. Tobias acknowledges the challenges and even the suffering that often come with being a Shaumbra.
Oh, wow.
They're the ones pushing the boundaries of consciousness, often feeling like outsiders or misfits.
That resonates with me. I've always felt a bit different, like I don't quite fit into the mainstream way of thinking.
That's a common experience for Shaumbra. They're often the trailblazers, the ones questioning the status quo and seeking a deeper truth.
But why would they choose to stay in a realm of duality and challenge when they could return to a state of blissful unity, it seems like, choosing the hard path?
Tobias suggests they felt a sense of responsibility, a deep love for humanity, and a desire to be part of this unprecedented transformation. It's like they couldn't bear to miss this grand show.
So they're the ones in the front row seats, taking it all in the good and the bad. But what makes their experience unique? What sets them apart from other lightworkers or spiritual seekers?
Tobias describes Shaumbra as going through a particularly intense process of integration. They're shedding old skins, releasing limiting beliefs, and confronting their shadow selves in a profound way. He even mentions these dark angels that we talked about earlier, entities representing the shadow side of our guides who have also departed.
It's like they're facing a cosmic mirror, reflecting back all the unresolved parts of themselves.
Exactly, and it's not always pretty, but Tobias suggests that this deep dive into the shadow is essential for Shaumbra to fully embrace their wholeness.
So it's not just about ascending to a higher vibration. It's about integrating all aspects of ourselves, even the dark and messy bits.
It's about radical self-acceptance, and it's not something they do alone. Tobias emphasizes the importance of community for Shaumbra, finding others who understand this journey and can offer support.
It's like a tribe of spiritual warriors banding together to face the unknown.
He also encourages them to tap into their creativity to express their unique gifts in the world. They're not just here to transform themselves, but to inspire and uplift others.
So it's about sharing their light, letting their freak flags fly.
Exactly, and it's not just about spiritual pursuits. Tobias emphasizes that Shaumbra are meant to bring this new energy into all areas of life, work relationships, finances. It's about living in alignment with their soul's purpose no matter what they're doing.
It's like bringing heaven to earth, infusing everyday life with that higher vibration. But that sounds like a tall order. How do they even begin to do that?
Tobias offers some guidance encouraging Shaumbra to trust their intuition, to make choices that feel expansive and joyful.
Okay.
It's about moving away from fear-based decisions and aligning with what truly lights them up.
It's like they're becoming their own inner compass. But what about the inevitable challenges and setbacks that come with any journey? How does Tobias suggest Shaumbra deal with those?
He reminds them that they're not alone. They have the support of the universe, their own inner wisdom, and this vast network of other light workers who are also on this path.
Yeah.
It's about remembering they have a cosmic safety net.
It's like having a spiritual backup team ready to jump in when things get rough.
And perhaps most importantly, Tobias encourages Shaumbra to have compassion for themselves. This journey isn't about perfection, it's about growth and evolution.
Right.
It's about embracing the messiness and imperfections along the way.
So it's not about beating ourselves up when we fall short, but about learning from those experiences and continuing to move forward.
Exactly. He reminds them that they are loved unconditionally, that their efforts are valued, and that they are making a difference just by being who they are.
That's a powerful message. It's easy to get caught up in self-doubt and feeling like we're not doing enough.
Tobias reminds us that simply by choosing this path, by showing up authentically, we're already contributing to the shift. Our presence matters.
It's like each Shaumbra is a tiny spark, and together they create this brilliant illumination.
And this illumination isn't just for Shaumbra, it benefits everyone. Tobias suggests that as they anchor this new energy, it creates a ripple effect that impacts the entire planet.
So even those who aren't consciously aware of this shift are still being touched by it.
He says we're all connected, and as Shaumbra raise their vibration, it helps to elevate consciousness for all beings.
It's like we're all in this cosmic dance together, even if we're not all following the same steps.
And what's beautiful is that you don't have to identify as Shaumbra to benefit from this energy or to contribute to the shift. It's about embracing those qualities of self-love, compassion, authenticity, and courage, no matter what path we're on.
It's about recognizing our own divinity and expressing that in our own unique way.
Exactly. And that brings us back to the heart of Tobias's message. We are all creators. We are all divine beings having a human experience. We have the power to shape our reality, to choose love over fear, and to co-create a world that reflects our highest potential.
That's an inspiring message. What stands out to you most from this exploration of Tobias's work?
What resonates with me is the emphasis on personal empowerment. Tobias reminds us that we're not just along for the ride. We have a choice in how we experience this shift. And even though his messages were delivered over 2 decades ago, they feel incredibly relevant today. We're still grappling with these same questions about our purpose, our potential, and our role in this evolving world.
It's like his message is a timeless reminder to trust ourselves, to embrace our power, and to step boldly into the unknown.
And whether or not we resonate with the specific terminology or cosmology, there's a universal truth at the heart of Tobias's teachings. We are all capable of creating a more beautiful and loving world, starting with ourselves.
That's a message I can definitely get behind. This deep dive has been a fascinating journey into the world of Tobias and the concept of Shaumbra.
And remember, this is just a starting point. If you're intrigued, explore Tobias's work further and see what speaks to you.
Exactly. Trust your own inner guidance. Explore different perspectives and keep diving into the mysteries of your own being. Until next time, keep shining your light.
Hey everyone, welcome to this deep dive.
Okay, here we go.
Today we're exploring some channeled messages.
Right.
These messages are from an entity named Tobias.
Interesting.
It's to a group known as the Crimson Circle.
Okay. Yeah.
These messages were received between 2000 and 2001. And they offer some pretty mind-bending insights into our potential as creators.
Right, I'm ready.
So buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride.
I'm excited.
So what's fascinating about Tobias is he addresses this group as human angels.
Human angels?
And he's guiding them to embrace their own divinity and become creators in a new energy.
I like that. I like that.
He doesn't beat around the bush.
No.
He dives right into the heart of the matter.
Right into it.
He talks about those tough times we all face.
Yeah.
You know, the challenges, the struggles.
Yeah.
He suggests they're not random,
Yeah.
but actually valuable lessons in empathy.
Huh, interesting.
It's like these challenges are shaping us into teachers for others.
Like refining us.
Yeah, refining us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is a pretty cool way to look at it.
It is.
It totally reframes our perspective on hardship.
It does, yeah.
You know, it suggests our struggles aren't punishments,
Uh-huh.
but rather profound opportunities for growth.
I like that.
I'm going to quote Tobias here.
Okay, let's hear it.
He says, "What you have learned gives you the empathy and understanding of processes that are not necessarily yours, but the processes that you will encounter in working with others."
That's deep.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, we're learning empathy through our challenges to eventually help others.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
It does.
But how does this whole creator idea come into play?
Yeah. How does that fit in?
Tobias reminds the listener
Okay.
of their past as creators in a previous circle of existence.
Okay. So like a previous creation.
Yeah, like a previous creation.
Right.
Reaching a point where new understandings were needed.
Yeah.
Understandings that existed outside that first circle.
I see.
And according to Tobias, that's why we chose to enter this new circle, to gain those missing pieces.
To complete it.
Yes, to complete it.
I like
Whoa, hold on.
What?
So we're not just learning to be creators.
Oh.
We're actually remembering our inherent creative power
Okay.
from a previous existence.
Right. Remembering.
That's huge.
That is a big concept.
It's like we have this incredible power within us just waiting to be unlocked.
Just waiting.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
It is. It is.
So what does it really mean?
Yeah. What does it mean?
To become a creator in this new energy?
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, Tobias provides some pretty intriguing insights into that process.
Lay it on me.
Okay, I'm ready to lay it on you.
Okay.
So first, he highlights the need to shift from pushing and judging to accepting things as they are.
Okay, acceptance.
Yes, acceptance. He encourages us to observe life from a detached perspective.
Like an observer.
Yeah, like an observer.
Almost like watching a play unfold.
Oh, a play.
Right.
Yeah, like we're in the audience.
Yes, like we're in the audience.
Gotcha.
So instead of getting caught up in all the drama,
Yeah, all the drama.
we step back and observe.
Be the observer.
Be the observer.
Yeah.
It's like becoming the conscious creators of our own reality show.
I love that.
In a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
Precisely.
And to illustrate this, Tobias shares the story of Orion.
Orion.
Yeah, Orion.
Okay.
He was terrified of letting go of control.
Okay.
So he was paddling upstream,
Okay.
afraid of being swept downstream
Towards
a waterfall.
Oh, no.
But when he finally exhausted himself,
Okay.
he released the paddles
Be let go.
and let the river carry him.
Wow.
And guess what?
What happened?
Instead of being destroyed, he reached new and amazing lands.
Oh, wow.
I love that story. I do. I do too.
Because it speaks to that fear we often have of letting go and trusting the flow of life.
It is scary.
It is scary.
Yeah.
We grip our paddles so tightly.
We do.
Afraid of what might happen.
Yeah. What if?
If we surrender.
Or what ifs? Yeah.
Right, the what ifs.
Yeah.
But what if those what ifs are actually leading us to something even better?
Right. What if they are?
That's the point Tobias is driving at.
Yeah.
Letting go can feel scary,
It can.
but it's often the key to unlocking our creative potential.
Oh, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how does this tie into our creative power?
So how does letting go?
Right. How does letting go
Yeah.
tie into our creative power?
Yeah. How are they related?
So Tobias emphasizes that we already possess all the tools
Okay.
we need within us.
We have the tools.
Yeah, we have the tools.
Okay.
But we must release old beliefs to recognize them.
We're blinded.
It's like those hidden picture puzzles
Woo!
where once you shift your perspective,
See if you finally see it.
you suddenly see what was always there.
It was there the whole time.
It was there the whole time.
Wow.
It's like we're blinded by our own limited perspectives,
Yeah.
clinging to beliefs that no longer serve us.
Right. Gotta let go.
We need to let go of that old baggage
Yeah.
to tap into our full potential.
Totally.
Right.
Absolutely.
And speaking of potential,
Okay.
Tobias introduces this concept of the divine moment.
The divine moment.
Have you ever had one of those moments where everything just clicks into place?
Yeah.
Where you feel totally aligned with yourself and the universe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's like Everything makes sense.
Everything makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like time stands still.
Oh, okay.
And you're filled with a sense of peace and knowing.
Yeah, and knowing.
That's exactly what Tobias describes as
Right.
the divine moment.
Interesting.
The moment when your inner divinity merges with your human self.
Wow. It's a moment of truth.
Oneness.
Where everything aligns.
Yeah.
In perfect harmony.
Everything aligns.
Okay, that sounds incredible.
Does.
But how do we access this divine moment?
Yeah, how do we get there?
Is it something we can create?
Okay.
Or does it just happen spontaneously?
Yeah, is it random?
So this is where things get really interesting.
Okay.
Tobias argues
Yeah.
that we've been unknowingly creating our future
Okay.
by projecting thoughts based on past memories.
Our thoughts based on the past.
It's like we're stuck in a loop, constantly recreating variations of what we already know.
So we're limited.
Yeah, we're limited by our past.
Right.
So we're essentially trapped
We are trapped.
in our own past,
Yeah.
limiting our creative potential by rehashing the same old patterns.
Same old patterns, yeah.
It's like our minds are on autopilot,
Autopilot.
replaying familiar scenarios instead of writing a new script.
Not a new script.
You got it.
So to illustrate this,
Okay.
he tells a story of Aaron the sailor.
Aaron the Saint.
Yeah. So in a past life,
Okay.
Aaron meticulously planned his voyages.
Okay.
Charting every course and battling the elements.
Battling the elements.
Yeah.
Wow.
He returned home with treasures.
Okay, treasure.
But felt unfulfilled.
Unfulfilled.
So in his next life,
okay, next life.
he set sail without charts.
No charts.
Or a compass.
Wow, no compass.
Allowing the winds and currents to guide him.
Oh, wow.
And this led him to unimaginably beautiful and wondrous lands.
Wow, that's beautiful.
That's such a powerful metaphor.
It is.
For surrendering to the unknown and trusting a higher guidance.
Right, trusting, surrendering.
Yeah, it's like that saying,
Where is it?
life is a journey, not a destination.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
Right.
Indeed.
Shade.
By letting go of the need to control,
Yeah.
by embracing the present moment,
The present moment.
and accepting things as they are.
We open ourselves to a whole new level
of
of creative possibility.
I like that.
So how do we actually put this into practice?
Yeah, that's the question.
How do we break free from this loop of recreating the past and start creating a future that truly aligns with our soul's desires?
Right. How do we do
So Tobias encourages us to create in broad strokes, trusting that our divine self will handle the details.
Okay.
It's about setting an intention
Okay.
without getting bogged down
In the how.
in the how.
Right, not the how.
Right, not the how.
Yeah.
We release
Look at that.
control
Release control.
and allow grace to work its magic.
I like that.
It's like planting a seed
okay.
and trusting that it will grow into a beautiful flower without us having to micromanage every step of the process.
Yeah, let it go.
Right, let it go.
Beautiful.
Exactly. And speaking of manifestation, Tobias uses a beautiful metaphor to describe our spiritual soul and its connection to our creative power.
Right.
He talks about the crystal rose,
The crystal
a
rose.
symbol of our spiritual essence.
Oh, wow.
And the fruit of this rose is passion,
Passion.
which he describes as the fuel
The fuel.
for creation.
Okay.
So by reconnecting with our passion, we're essentially reconnecting with our soul's purpose
I like that.
and igniting our creative fire.
Reigniting.
Yeah, reigniting it.
Like it was dormant.
It's like we're tapping into a source of energy that's been dormant within us, waiting to be rekindled.
Yeah, waiting.
That's beautifully put.
Thank you.
Tobias emphasizes
Yeah.
that this isn't the fleeting, ego-driven kind of passion,
Okay, not the fleeting kind.
but something much deeper and more profound
Yeah.
that emanates from our spiritual core.
Our spiritual core. It's the passion that fuels our creative expression. You know, it drives us to make a difference in the world. Tobias really urges us to receive the fruit of the rose, to tap into that energy, and experience a renewed sense of purpose.
That's a beautiful image, the crystal rose and its fruit being this powerful passion. This is all so inspiring. It really feels like we're getting a glimpse into our true potential as creators.
It is powerful, isn't it?
It is. But let's be real, for a second, life isn't always sunshine and roses, right? It throws us curveballs, you know, those unexpected challenges that don't quite fit into our plans.
Oh, absolutely. Life can be unpredictable.
Yeah. So how do we handle those moments that seem to derail us, you know, throw us off track?
Well, that's where Tobias's next lesson comes in. He says, dance with what comes to your door.
Dance with what comes to your door.
Instead of resisting or trying to control the outcome,
Right.
he encourages us to embrace the unknown and dance with the energies that present themselves.
I love that analogy of dancing. It suggests a sense of lightness and adaptability, like a willingness to move with the rhythm of life instead of trying to force it to follow our beat.
Exactly. It's about surrendering to the flow, trusting that there's a higher intelligence orchestrating the dance.
So we don't need to have all the answers all the time.
We don't. We just need to trust the process.
Trust the process. Okay, I can get behind that. But how do we actually do that? Surrender to this higher guidance.
Well, Tobias talks about stepping into divine will, a state of being where solutions come from a place beyond our limited ego-driven desires.
Divine will. Okay, That sounds like a pretty big shift in perspective.
Yeah.
So how do we know when we're acting from our ego versus divine will?
It's about learning to discern between those two voices. The voice of the ego is often rooted in fear and scarcity.
Right. The ego wants to control everything, keep us safe.
Exactly. While the voice of divine will speaks in whispers of intuition, love, and expansion. It's that inner knowing that guides us toward our highest good.
So it's about learning to trust our gut feelings, to listen to that inner wisdom that's always there.
You got it. Tobias encourages us to release the limitations of free will and surrender to this higher guidance.
Surrender. That word can be a little scary for some people. It implies giving up control, which goes against everything we've been taught.
I understand that. But Tobias emphasizes that surrendering to divine will isn't about becoming powerless or being controlled by some external force.
Okay, so it's not about giving up our personal power.
Not at all. It's about aligning with a greater power, a power that flows through us and supports us on our journey.
So it's more about aligning with the flow of our soul's journey.
Precisely. And trusting that we're being guided toward our highest potential.
It's like we're becoming co-creators with the universe.
Exactly. We're allowing our individual desires to harmonize with a greater plan.
I like that. That takes the pressure off trying to control everything.
It does. And speaking of letting go of control, Tobias offers a suggestion that might seem a little counterintuitive at first.
Oh, I'm intrigued. Lay it on me.
He says, instead of giving credit to external forces, give thanks to yourself for the good things in your life.
Wait, give thanks to ourselves. Shouldn't we be expressing gratitude to a higher power or to the people who have helped us?
It's not about taking all the credit or being arrogant. It's about recognizing and honoring our own inherent worth and creative capacity.
So it's a way of acknowledging our own role in creating our reality.
Precisely. It's about shifting from a victim mentality to one of empowerment.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's not about denying the influence of others or a higher power, but recognizing that we're not just passive recipients of good fortune, we're active participants in creating our experiences.
Exactly. And this ties back to the idea of remembering our past as creators. We're not becoming something new. We're reclaiming what we've always been. Powerful creative beings capable of shaping our reality.
That's a powerful realization, and it makes me wonder what other incredible truths we've forgotten about ourselves. What other aspects of our being are waiting to be rediscovered?
That's the beauty of this journey, isn't it? It's an ongoing process of uncovering our true nature and stepping into our full potential.
I'm ready to dive deeper. So what's next on our exploration of Tobias's teachings?
Well, Tobias offers some pretty mind-blowing perspectives on a topic that often generates a lot of curiosity and sometimes even fear: aliens.
Aliens. Okay, this should be good. What does he say about them? Are we talking close encounters of the third kind? Are we going to be abducted and probed?
Tobias suggests that the beings we perceive as aliens are actually aspects of our own past selves coming forward to resolve old conflicts.
Whoa, hold on. Our past selves.
Wow.
Are you saying that those little green men with big eyes are actually just us from a different timeline? Like we're meeting fragments of ourselves from different points in our soul's journey?
That's one way to interpret it. And it could explain those intense otherworldly dreams some people experience, where they encounter beings that feel both familiar and strangely alien.
So it's like we're encountering different versions of ourselves from different points in time.
You could say that Tobias emphasizes that we shouldn't give our power away to these entities, because ultimately we hold the key to our own evolution.
So instead of fearing them or seeing them as having power over us, we can view them as parts of ourselves that we're integrating on the path to wholeness.
Exactly. Like
Wow.
we're gathering up all the pieces of our soul's puzzle.
Okay. That's a pretty wild concept.
Okay.
But it also kind of makes sense in a weird way. Like we're not just dealing with our personal stuff, but also with the collective karma of humanity.
You're getting it.
Yeah.
And to further illuminate this process of integration, Tobias delves into a profound exploration of our relationship with our fathers, both biological and spiritual.
Okay, I'm curious. How do our fathers fit into this whole picture of becoming creators? It seems like we've taken a sharp turn from aliens to father figures.
It might seem like a jump,
Oh.
but it's actually a very profound connection. Tobias starts by acknowledging that many of us carry wounds and unresolved issues related to our fathers, which can block us from fully embracing our own power.
That makes sense. Our early relationships, especially with our parents, shape our beliefs about ourselves and the world. And those unresolved issues with our fathers can play out in all sorts of ways in our lives. Impacting our relationships, our career choices, our sense of self-worth.
Exactly. They can create a lot of inner conflict and make it difficult to step into our own authority.
So it's not just about our personal relationship with our dad, it's about healing those deeper wounds that are rooted in the collective masculine energy.
Tobias goes on to explain that when we left the kingdom, that state of oneness we talked about earlier, we needed a male-oriented strength to embark on our journey. This male energy represented by our fathers played a crucial role in our soul's evolution.
So this male energy provided us with the structure and support we needed to navigate the denser realms of existence.
Exactly. But as with all things, there's a duality. This male energy, while providing structure and discipline, also had a shadow side.
Okay, what was the shadow side?
Tobias explains that it was associated with warrior energy and a tendency toward intellect over heart. It's like the classic archetype of the stern disciplinarian father who prioritizes logic and reason over emotions and intuition. And this imbalance, this overemphasis on the masculine, created a type of ancestral karma that we carry within our DNA.
Ancestral karma. So we're not only dealing with our own personal karma, but also the unresolved patterns and wounds passed down through our lineage. It's like we're carrying the weight of our ancestors on our shoulders.
That's the idea. And Tobias suggests that healing this ancestral karma is essential for us to fully step into our divine power.
So we're being called to heal not only our own wounds, but the wounds of our lineage. And by doing so, we're opening the way for a more balanced and harmonious expression of both masculine and feminine energies within ourselves.
Beautifully put.
Yeah.
And as we heal this ancestral wound, Tobias suggests we open ourselves to a new understanding of our relationship with spirit.
So by healing our relationship with our earthly fathers, we also heal our relationship with our divine father. It's like we're coming full circle, returning to a state of wholeness and integration.
You could say that. It's about recognizing the divine masculine within ourselves and within the universe.
Okay, that's powerful. So how do we actually begin to heal this ancestral wound and cultivate a new relationship with spirit?
Tobias suggests we start with something very simple yet profound. The breath.
The breath. That seems so simple. How can something as basic as breathing connect us with the divine?
Tobias suggests that conscious breathing can help us connect with and integrate our divinity. It's like the breath becomes a bridge between our human and divine selves.
It's like we're breathing in the essence of spirit, allowing it to fill every cell of our being.
Exactly. It's about surrendering to the present moment, to the flow of life force that animates us, and allowing our divinity to emerge organically.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And as we cultivate this new relationship with spirit, are we doing it alone? Or do we have some help from the other side?
We're not alone. Remember those invited guests we talked about earlier? The souls who haven't yet incarnated on Earth.
Oh, right. I was wondering when they'd make another appearance. So are they like our cheerleaders from the sidelines, offering support and encouragement as we navigate this human experience?
You could say that Tobias describes them as souls who haven't yet taken physical form. They're observing us, learning from our experiences, and eagerly awaiting their turn to embark on a human journey.
So in a way, we're the pioneers paving the way for these new souls to come in and experience life on Earth.
Exactly. We're showing them the ropes, demonstrating how to navigate the challenges and triumphs of human existence.
And what's really cool is Tobias suggests that these souls will actually become our students, seeking guidance and support as they navigate the complexities of being human.
Wow, that's a pretty humbling thought. It implies that our struggles aren't in vain, but serve a greater purpose in the evolution of consciousness.
It is a beautiful reminder that we're all interconnected, playing our unique roles in the grand tapestry of creation. This is all so mind-blowing. It feels like we're being given a glimpse into a whole new reality. A reality where we're not just passive observers, but active participants in shaping our destiny. But Tobias has painted a pretty rosy picture of this new energy and our potential as creators. Are there any challenges or pitfalls we should be aware of? It can't all be smooth sailing, right?
Tobias doesn't shy away from the difficulties. He acknowledges that this transition can be tumultuous, even painful at times. He describes the process of releasing old patterns and beliefs as feeling like we're crashing with the waves.
That makes sense. It's like we're shedding old layers of ourselves, breaking free from the limitations that have kept us small. But that process can be messy, chaotic, and sometimes even painful. So how do we navigate those rough patches? How do we stay afloat amidst the chaos and uncertainty?
That's where a newfound understanding of divine will comes into play. Tobias assures us that as we embrace our divinity, we'll develop a capacity to wave hop, moving gracefully from one experience to the next without getting swept under.
Wave hop. I love that. It's like developing a spiritual agility, a resilience that allows us to adapt and flow with the ever-changing currents of life. We learn to ride the waves instead of being tossed around by them.
Precisely. And he emphasizes that this transition won't just impact our spiritual lives, but will also transform our everyday experiences. Our work will feel more fulfilling, our relationships more harmonious, and our bodies more vibrant.
It sounds like we're evolving into a more integrated, joyful, and empowered version of ourselves. It's not just about spiritual enlightenment, it's about living a more fulfilling and meaningful life in the here and now.
That's the essence of what Tobias is conveying. He's inviting us to step into a new paradigm of being one where we recognize our inherent divinity and become conscious creators of our reality.
This has been an incredible deep dive so far. I feel like my mind has been stretched in all sorts of new directions. It's like a whole new world is opening up, filled with magic and wonder.
It's been my pleasure to explore these ideas with you, and I must say your enthusiasm is contagious.
Well, I can't help but feel excited by these possibilities. It's like we've been handed a map to navigate this new energy with all its potential pitfalls and incredible possibilities, and I'm ready to embark on the adventure.
Speaking of a new world, there's one final point that Tobias emphasizes that I think is particularly relevant for you.
Oh, I'm all ears.
He encourages us to release any attachment to specific timelines or expectations about how this transition will unfold. He specifically mentions the year 2012, which was a focal point for many prophecies and predictions.
Yes. The supposed end of the Mayan calendar and a time of great transformation.
Tobias suggests that this shift is happening much faster than anticipated, and that we shouldn't wait for a specific date or event to embrace our divine power. He reminds us that the power to create is always available to us in the present moment.
That's such an empowering reminder. It's easy to get caught up in future projections and lose sight of the magic that's unfolding right now.
Exactly. And this brings us to the crux of what Tobias is conveying. The time to step into our creator selves is now.
It feels like we're being called to awaken to our true potential, not as some far-off event, but as an ongoing process of unfolding. Like, we're being nudged to step into our power right here, right now.
It's a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
These channeled messages are like an invitation, to explore our inner landscapes, those hidden realms within us where the creator resides.
Right.
It's not about seeking those answers outside ourselves,
Right.
but about remembering who we truly are, powerful beings capable of shaping our reality.
And you know what strikes me is how personal these messages feel.
Oh, yeah.
Tobias isn't just laying out some grand philosophical theory.
Right.
He's speaking directly to the listener's heart.
Yes.
Acknowledging their struggles and celebrating their potential.
Exactly, like he's saying, hey, I know what you're going through.
I know what you're going through.
And I'm here to remind you of your inherent power and brilliance.
It's like a warm embrace.
Yeah.
A gentle reminder that we're not alone on this journey.
We're not alone, no.
And that reminder is so important, especially when we're facing challenges.
Oh, absolutely.
Feeling lost or discouraged.
It's so easy to get caught up in the dramas of life and forget our true nature,
Yeah.
But Tobias gently guides us back to that place of remembering.
Right.
Reminding us that we're not victims of circumstance.
Right.
But conscious creators of our reality.
This whole idea of releasing control, trusting divine will,
Yeah.
and embracing the unexpected.
Right.
It's a radical shift in perspective, isn't it?
It is a radical shift. It takes a lot of courage
It does.
to let go of our old ways of thinking and being
Right.
and step into the unknown with faith and an open heart.
Yeah. And the rewards, as Tobias suggests,
Oh, yeah.
are immense.
They are. Imagine a life
I'll try to.
where you're no longer at the mercy of external forces,
Right.
but a conscious co-creator of your experiences, your relationships, your reality.
A life where work feels like play,
Yes.
relationships are harmonious,
Yes.
and your body vibrates with health and vitality.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
It sounds almost too good to be true. But what if it's not?
What if it's not?
What if we've simply forgotten our true nature as divine beings?
That could be it. Perhaps we've been conditioned to believe, that life has to be a struggle,
Right.
that joy and fulfillment are reserved for select few,
Only a few. Yeah.
or that we have to earn our worthiness.
We have to earn it.
But Tobias is challenging those beliefs.
He is.
He's saying that these experiences are available to all of us,
Right.
that they're our birthright as divine beings.
It's not about striving or proving ourselves. It's about remembering who we truly are.
Exactly. And he's not talking about some far-off future utopia.
Right.
He's saying the time to step into this power is now.
It is now.
That the divine moment is always available to us right here, right now.
Wow. That's powerful.
It is. We don't have to wait for some special occasion or external event,
Yeah.
We can choose to access this state of grace in any moment.
That's such an empowering thought.
It is.
You don't need permission or special qualifications.
Mm.
The power to create is within us, waiting to be unleashed.
Waiting to be unleashed.
And it's not just about creating tangible things in the world, like
Right.
art or music or businesses.
No, it's much bigger than that.
It's about creating the life we desire, the relationships we yearn for, the
Yeah.
experiences that light up our soul.
Yes, and aligning our energy with those desires.
Right.
And trusting that the universe will conspire to support us.
This deep dive has truly been a journey of discovery.
It has.
I feel inspired and ready to embrace the magic of creation.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And remember, you don't have to do it alone.
Right.
You have your own inner wisdom to guide you, and you have a whole community of fellow creators walking this path alongside you.
That's a comforting thought. It's like we're all in this together,
Yes, we are.
supporting each other as we remember our true nature as creators.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And perhaps as you delve deeper into these teachings, you'll discover that Tobias is more than just a voice from the past. He's a reflection of your own inner wisdom, guiding you back home to yourself.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Thank you for sharing this incredible journey with me.
It's been my pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the power to create is always within you. Trust your intuition. Embrace the unknown and go make some magic.
All right, so we're diving into the Ascension series.
Yeah.
You guys have given us a lot to unpack here.
I do.
A lot of big concepts.
Lots to talk about.
So, Christ consciousness, the language of I mean, where do we even begin with all of this?
Well, this Ascension series really takes a pretty unique approach to, ascension. I mean, it's not about, spaceships and floating off into some ethereal realm or whatever.
Right.
It's about embodying your divinity, like right here, right now, in this physical world.
I like that.
Yeah.
No one-way ticket to another dimension needed.
Nope.
Let's just start right here.
Right here, right now.
But, okay, the text mentions something about a seed of Christ consciousness being planted on Earth like 2,500 years ago.
Right.
Why then? What was
Yeah.
so special about that moment in time?
That's the big question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the text, it suggests that, there were these specific energetic conditions that had to be just right for this seed to take root.
Yeah.
And you think about it, I mean, there were attempts in like Atlantis and Lemuria to, merge with the divine and all that.
Right.
But their approach was very technology-based.
Interesting.
Yeah. And this seed of Christ consciousness, it needed something a little different.
Yeah.
It needed, it needed more of an internal shift.
So it's not about plugging into some like cosmic mainframe.
Wow.
It's more about true divinity is about an inner transformation.
Exactly. It's not about the external tools.
Okay.
It's about an inner opening. And this seed, it needed some, some serious caretakers.
Okay.
And that's where this idea of Shaumbra comes in. So think of Shaumbra as like this group of souls who are, dedicated to nurturing this seed.
Okay.
And they've been, reincarnating over and over for the past 2,000 years.
Wait, hold on. Are they saying that I, like the listener, could be a Shaumbra?
Well, it's possible.
Wow.
It's a fascinating thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, do you feel drawn to spiritual growth?
They do.
Do you feel like you have this responsibility to help, humanity evolve?
Sometimes, yeah.
Those are some of the, classic hallmarks of a Shaumbra.
Okay. I'm definitely going to have to like ponder on that one for a little bit.
For sure.
But here's where things get really interesting.
Yeah.
The text is saying that we've already ascended.
Right.
And I always thought ascension was like this big event, like a crossing over.
Uh-huh.
But it sounds like it's more of a shift.
Yeah, you got it. It's not about dying or, leaving your body behind.
Right.
It's about moving to this higher vibrational state while still being present in in the physical world.
Okay.
And according to these teachings, we've already made that shift.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, mind blown.
Right.
So if we've already ascended, then what's next? What are we supposed to do with this new higher vibration?
That's the big question.
Yeah.
Right. What do we do now? The text mentions this thing called new energy. Any chance you could like shed some light on what that even means for us?
Yeah.
So the new energy, it's like stepping into a brand new world almost
Okay.
with its own set of rules.
Okay.
Or maybe no rules.
Oh, okay.
That might be a better way to put it.
I see.
Because the old patterns, the old assumptions, even our, old spiritual practices, they might not work the same way anymore in this new energy.
Got it. Okay, so give me an example, because
Sure.
I'm starting to feel a little lost here.
Yeah.
What kind of challenges come with operating in this new energy?
So imagine, trying to explain this whole new energy thing to someone who's still stuck in the old way of thinking.
Okay, yeah.
It's almost like you're speaking different languages.
Right.
And
Right.
it's not just communication. It's even our spiritual practices, like meditation.
Okay. Yeah.
The ones we always thought were, essential. We might need to kind of reevaluate those.
So ditch the meditation cushion and the incense.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
It's more about, trusting your intuition
Okay.
and finding what resonates with you now in this new energy. The text even hints at a shifting perception of time and space.
Time and space are changing.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're getting really trippy.
It is.
Yeah.
But think of it this way. Time and space, as we know them,
Yeah.
they're really just constructs of that old energy.
Good.
And as you, ascend and you move into this new energy, those constructs start to kind of dissolve.
Okay.
And you experience reality in a much more fluid, multi-dimensional way.
Whoa. Okay, that's a lot to take in. Is there anything in these teachings that can help us kind of like ground this wild new reality? Because I feel like I need a map for this uncharted territory.
Yeah, for sure. The text actually introduces something called the language of awe.
The language of awe.
Yeah, and it's basically a way of tapping into your own inner wisdom.
Okay.
It's like having a direct line to your divinity.
Yeah. Wait, so I can just like talk to my divinity? How does that even work?
Well, it's not about hearing voices or seeing visions.
Okay.
Think of it more as like a feeling, a deep intuitive knowing in your being.
Okay.
Like, those aha moments, right?
Yeah.
When like sudden clarity just washes over you.
Yeah.
That's the language of
Interesting. Okay. So how do I learn this new language?
Well, Tobias, who, is the voice of these teachings, he actually gives you a challenge.
Okay. Lay it on me.
He says to practice using the language of for 30 days.
Okay.
Just 30 days. And see what shifts you experience.
All right. That's a challenge I'm willing to accept. What else can help me kind of navigate this new energy world?
Well, there's this concept of releasing agenda that's pretty central to the teaching.
Releasing agenda. But how can I get anything done without goals and plans?
It's not about like abandoning practical matters,
Okay.
It's about letting go of those really tightly held outcomes.
Oh,
The ones that are based on ego and duality.
right.
Those are the agendas that can actually block the flow of divine will.
So it's like surrendering to a bigger plan, letting go of that need to control everything.
Exactly. And when you release those agendas, you open yourself up to possibilities that you couldn't have even imagined. Things start to flow in ways that, you couldn't have planned for.
Okay. That sounds amazing, but also kind of terrifying.
It can be.
Humans like to feel in control.
Yeah, we do.
What happens when we surrender to this higher flow?
That's the challenge, right? Is learning to trust that you're being guided,
Yeah.
even when you don't have all the answers.
Okay. I'm taking a deep breath and trying to embrace the unknown.
Yeah.
I'm curious about, there's this story in the text about these 7 farmers. What's the significance of that?
Well, it's a pretty powerful analogy for the shift into this new energy. So imagine the 7 farmers as like different aspects of yourself, all working together towards a common goal.
Okay, so it's like an internal team. Each part of us has a role to play.
Exactly. And the story talks about, a move from this centralized processing system to like these individual high-tech machines.
Okay.
Each farmer becomes empowered, capable of, producing abundance on their own.
Interesting. So it's like we're all like becoming individually empowered creators.
Precisely. And they implement this just-in-time production model.
Okay.
No need to, stockpile resources anymore.
Okay.
Abundance just flows exactly when and where it's needed.
That's a powerful shift. I'm starting to see how all of these like seemingly disparate ideas are all connected to this bigger picture of ascension. But speaking of abundance, the text also mentions these 5 divine senses that work alongside our human senses. What are those, and how can we use those to enhance our experience of this new reality?
These divine senses are amazing, right? They
Yeah.
really take our perception to like a whole new level. So the first one is imagination. And it's not just child's play, you
Right.
know? It's raw creative power.
Okay.
It's the ability to dream and envision possibilities that don't even exist yet.
So imagination is like the seed of all creation.
Exactly. And then you pair that with compassion, which is the second divine sense. It's that
Yeah.
feeling of interconnectedness with all beings.
Okay.
It's the ability to see the divine spark in absolutely everything.
So compassion is like the glue that holds everything together. I'm starting to see how these senses like work together.
Yeah.
What's next?
The third divine sense is focus.
Okay.
And that's where we take that raw creative power of imagination and we direct it, you know.
Okay.
And it allows us to manifest our desires, our visions into reality.
So focus is like the bridge between dreaming and doing. Okay,
Right.
what are the last 2?
All right, so we can't just dream and focus, right? We have
Uh-huh.
to take action. That's where expression comes in.
Okay.
It's the act of actually bringing those other divine senses into the physical world, you know, expressing our unique gifts and talents.
So expression is how we share our light with the world.
Exactly. And then the final divine sense is awareness.
Okay.
And awareness is, it's kind of like the overseer, the wise observer,
Okay.
that encompasses all of the other divine senses. It's the knowingness of who you truly are.
So awareness is like the conductor of the orchestra, bringing all these divine senses into harmony.
Beautiful analogy.
Thanks.
Okay.
The key takeaway here is that these divine senses aren't separate from us. They're already within us, just waiting to be cultivated.
That's right.
So how do we actually cultivate these divine senses? Do we need to go on some special retreat?
It's a lot simpler than that.
Okay, good.
It starts with awareness.
Okay,
Just simply notice how those senses are already operating in your life.
got it.
Where do you experience these bursts of imagination? What triggers those feelings of deep compassion? How do you focus your energy? What are your unique forms of expression?
Okay.
And how aware are you of your own thoughts and feelings and actions?
So it's about being mindful, present, paying attention.
Exactly. And remember, this is a journey, not a race.
Okay.
So be patient with yourself and, enjoy the process of discovery.
Great advice. The text also delves into some pretty mind-bending concepts like duality, the void, and this new energy that we keep talking about. I'm ready to kind of dive into those, but maybe we should take a pause here, let our listeners process what we've covered so far. What stands out to you?
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Take a moment and just reflect. What resonates most deeply with you? What piques your curiosity? And just hold on to those insights as we delve deeper into the Ascension series.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So are we ready to jump back in?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay. So let's tackle those big concepts like duality, the void, and this new energy.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. So the text kind of explains duality as these two opposing forces, like light and dark,
Yeah.
and they create energy through their friction.
So it's like a cosmic battery.
Yeah, kinda.
Like the more those opposites clash, the more energy is generated.
Exactly. But there's a twist.
Oh, okay.
The total amount of energy, it stays the same. It's just being transformed and redistributed.
So it's not about creating more energy. It's about like how that energy is being used.
That's it.
Okay. And how does this new energy, how does that change the game? We're not just stuck in this like push and pull of opposites anymore.
That's right. As you ascend, you move beyond that old game of duality.
Okay.
But that leads us to another intriguing concept, the void of ascension.
Okay, void sounds a bit ominous. Like what happens in this void? Do we just disappear?
It's not really about emptiness or nothingness. Think of it more like, a caterpillar in a cocoon.
Okay.
From the outside, it looks like nothing's happening. But inside, there's this radical transformation taking place.
So it's not about disappearing. It's about like becoming something new.
Yes. The void of ascension is it's a necessary stage of letting go of your old identity. All those old patterns, old beliefs, they gotta dissolve to make space for the new.
That makes sense. You can't build something new on a foundation that's crumbling.
Right.
But this void, it sounds like it could be a pretty unsettling experience.
It can be. It can be. And the text talks about, the tendency to want to rush through the void.
Okay.
To try to fill the space too quickly. But the real magic happens when you allow yourself to just be with the discomfort, the uncertainty.
So instead of trying to escape the void, we need to lean into it.
Exactly. It's in those moments of surrender that the real transformation happens.
Okay. That's a powerful image.
Yep.
Surrendering to the void, allowing the old to dissolve.
Yeah.
But here's a question that's been on my mind. If we've already ascended, why does the world still seem so stuck in duality? Wars, conflict, suffering, it's all still happening.
Right. That's the paradox, isn't it?
Yeah.
Individual ascension doesn't just magically transform the entire world overnight.
Right.
It's more like a ripple effect.
Okay.
Each individual who embodies their divinity, they add to the collective light.
Yeah.
And that gradually shifts the overall energy.
So it's not about trying to force change on others. It's about being the change we want to see in the world.
Exactly. Your own inner transformation. It has a ripple effect.
Yeah.
And it inspires others to wink into their own divinity.
I love that. Okay, so we've talked about duality, the void, this new energy, but there's also this intriguing mention of this fruit of the rose in the text. What's that all about?
The fruit of the rose, such a beautiful symbol, right?
Yeah.
It represents the unrealized solution, the potential for our highest good that's always been within us.
So it's like a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered.
Exactly. And the key to unlocking it is, you guessed it, releasing agenda and trusting in divine will.
It's not about figuring it all out with our minds. It's about surrendering to something bigger.
Precisely. It's about tapping into your intuition, your divine senses, and allowing yourself to be guided.
Okay, I'm sensing a theme here. Surrender, trust, flow. It's a whole new way of being, isn't it?
It is, and it's a beautiful way of being, full of possibility, joy, and abundance.
Speaking of possibility, the text also hints at a new understanding of love.
Right.
Can you tell me more about that? It sounds like it challenges everything we thought we knew about love.
It does, doesn't it? In the old energy, love was often about seeking completion outside of ourselves, finding the one to make us whole.
But in this new energy, that's not the case.
No, in this new energy, you recognize that you are already whole and complete within yourself.
That changes everything. So it's not about finding another half to complete us.
Not at all. It's about loving yourself fully and unconditionally.
Okay.
And from that place of wholeness, you can experience a love with others that's deeper, more fulfilling, and more authentic than anything you've ever known.
Wow, that is a game changer. So how do we cultivate this new understanding of love?
By releasing the old patterns, the neediness, the codependency, the conditional love. It's about coming to the table whole, with no agenda other than to share your love freely.
That sounds both liberating and challenging.
It is, but it's also the most rewarding journey you can undertake.
Okay, challenge accepted. Before we move on, I'm curious to know what's resonating most with you, the listener, so far. What sparks your curiosity? Hold on to those insights as we continue to explore these powerful teachings.
Yes, and we'll dive into some more practical aspects of this new energy reality next, including the intriguing concept of the 7 seals.
Okay, so we've explored some really profound concepts here.
We have
Duality, the void, a whole new understanding of love.
Yeah.
But how does all of this actually translate into, our everyday lives? The text mentions that ascension, it affects all areas of our lives.
Right.
Relationships, career, health, finances. I mean, it's like a complete overhaul.
It is. It's a total transformation.
Yeah.
And as you shift into this new energy, you really do start to see changes in everything.
Wow.
So let's start with relationships. The text suggests that relationships are evolving, that the old rules, they don't really apply anymore.
So what are the new rules? What does a new energy relationship even look like?
Well, in the old energy, we often approach relationships from a place of need.
Right.
Looking for someone to complete us.
Yeah.
But when you recognize your own wholeness, that dynamic shifts dramatically.
So it's not about needing someone else to make us happy.
Exactly. You bring your own happiness to the table.
Okay.
And in the new energy, relationships are, they're based on mutual respect, shared values, and a deep soul connection.
That sounds beautiful. But what about those of us who are, already in relationships that started in the old energy?
Yeah.
Can those relationships survive this shift?
It depends.
Okay.
If both partners are committed to growth and transformation, then yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The relationship can evolve and become even more fulfilling.
Okay.
But if one partner's, kind of clinging to the old ways, it can create a lot of friction.
So it's like trying to force two puzzle pieces together that don't fit. Eventually something's got to give.
Exactly.
Right?
And sometimes, those relationships, they just run their course. Yep. But the text also talks about, changes in career and purpose.
Okay.
So it's not just our, personal lives that are being transformed by this new energy.
Okay, so our jobs might change too. Is everyone going to quit their day jobs and become like energy healers or something?
Not necessarily. It's not about specific professions. You know?
Yeah.
It's about aligning your work with your soul's purpose.
Okay.
In the old energy, we often viewed work as a means to an end.
Right.
Just a way to pay the bills.
Yeah.
But in the new energy, work becomes an expression of your passions, your values.
Okay.
Something that brings you joy and allows you to, to make a meaningful contribution.
So it's not just about what we do, it's about why we do it.
Exactly.
Finding that deeper meaning and purpose in our work.
That's it. And the text also highlights, changes in health and well-being. Well, this is where things get really interesting.
Okay, this is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Can ascension actually improve our physical health?
It can.
Right.
As you raise your vibration, you become, more attuned to your body's natural healing abilities. It's like tuning a musical instrument. When everything is in harmony, you'd experience greater health and vitality.
I love that analogy.
Yeah.
So the more aligned we are with our divinity, the healthier we become.
Yes.
But the text, it takes it a step further. It suggests that we can actually communicate with our bodies, with our cells.
Right.
How does that even work?
Well, it's about cultivating a deep awareness of your physical sensations and listening to the messages that your body is sending you.
Okay.
Instead of seeing your body as separate from you, it becomes like a partner in your ascension journey.
Wow. So it's like becoming best friends with our bodies.
Yeah, exactly.
Learning to listen to their wisdom and support them in their healing process.
Precisely. And when you create that harmonious relationship with your body, you really do unlock a whole new level of health and well-being.
This is also fascinating. But what about the financial aspect of ascension? The text didn't really go into a lot of detail about money.
Well, that's because abundance in the new energy, it goes far beyond material wealth.
So it's not about becoming a millionaire.
Not necessarily. It's about experiencing abundance in all areas of your life: love, joy, creativity, purpose, health, and yes, even financial resources.
Okay, that's a much broader perspective. So how do we cultivate this new energy abundance? Is there a secret formula?
Well, it starts with releasing those limiting beliefs about money.
Okay.
Those old scarcity programs that we've been running for so long.
Easier said than done, but I'm willing to try.
Yeah.
So we've talked about all these amazing benefits of ascension, but the text also hints at, some potential challenges we might encounter along the way. What are some of the bumps in the road that we should be prepared for?
Right. Well, the text mentions the possibility of physical symptoms like aches and pains, fatigue.
Okay.
Remember, this is a total transformation. It's not always going to be, easy or comfortable.
So ascension isn't just rainbows and butterflies.
Not always.
Okay, good to know.
You're literally rewiring your entire system.
Wow.
And it can create some temporary discomfort. The text also emphasizes the importance of, releasing the past.
Okay.
Including past lives and old identities that no longer serve you.
That makes sense. We can't really move forward if we're still dragging all that baggage behind us.
Right.
But how do I know what to release? What if I'm not even aware of what's holding me back?
Well, the text suggests, turning to your inner guidance for clarity.
Okay.
Pay attention to your dreams.
Okay.
They often hold clues to those, subconscious patterns that are keeping you stuck.
Okay. Start a dream journal to my to-do list. What else can we do to like navigate these challenges?
Well, the text highlights the importance of self-care,
Okay.
nurturing your physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. That's essential during this transformation.
So getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, taking time for ourselves.
Exactly. It's also about, connecting with your inner self
Okay.
through, practices like journaling, spending time in nature, finding your tribe of like-minded souls.
It sounds like self-care is not a luxury, but a necessity on this ascension journey.
Absolutely. And remember, you're not alone on this path.
Okay.
You have the support of the unseen realms,
Okay.
angels, guides, ascended masters. They're all here to assist you.
That's so reassuring. I'm feeling a lot more confident and excited about this journey now. But what's next for Shaumbra? What's our role in all of this?
Right. Well, the text suggests that Shaumbra are the pioneers of this new energy,
Yeah.
paving the way for a new era of consciousness.
Okay.
You're being called to step into your roles as teachers and guides,
Yeah.
helping others to awaken to their own divinity.
Wow, that's both an incredible honor and a huge responsibility.
It is. But it's also an incredibly exciting time to be alive.
Mm.
The world is undergoing a profound shift, and you're at the forefront of it all.
I'm ready to embrace this new chapter. Thanks for taking this deep dive with me. This has been an eye-opening experience.
It was my pleasure. Now I turn it over to you, the listener.
Yeah.
What resonates most deeply with you? What are you inspired to explore further? And most importantly, how will you start living these teachings in your everyday life?
Those are powerful questions, and ones that we encourage you to contemplate as you continue your own ascension journey. Until next time, keep shining your light and embracing the magic of this new energy reality. All right, let's dive in. We're exploring something a little different this time, some pretty unique material. It's a collection of channeled messages from a spiritual entity named TOBIAS back in the early 2000s. Now, I know channeled messages might sound a bit out there for some of you, but trust me, these messages get into some really fascinating concepts, like the nature of God, the illusion of power, and something called new energy, which is supposedly changing, well, the very fabric of reality as we know it. So to help us break it all down, we've got our expert here with us. Let's start with the basics. Who are these Shaumbra that TOBIAS keeps talking to?
Well, from what the messages say, Shaumbra is a group of souls that chose to go through a kind of spiritual ascension process. They're essentially moving from what's called like an old energy reality to a new energy one. It's about integrating their own divinity, really becoming who they truly are.
That's pretty intense. Sounds like they're pioneers forging this new path, So this new energy reality, is it something anyone can tap into?
That's what's so interesting. TOBIAS makes it sound like new energy isn't just for a select few. It's like a shift happening globally, a shift in consciousness. And with it comes a whole different set of physics, different paradigms. Things like, well, manifestation, synchronicity, those multidimensional experiences that would become more common.
It's funny you should say that. Have you ever had one of those moments where it feels like, I don't know, the rules of reality are bending a little bit, like a series of coincidences just too perfect to be random? That's kind of what we're talking about here, right?
Absolutely. Those synchronicities, yeah, those could be a sign you're aligning with new energy. And as we get deeper into these messages, TOBIAS gives a lot of guidance on how to actually navigate this shift and embrace this new way of being.
So let's get into that. As you've been studying these messages, what are some of the recurring themes that really jump out at you?
Well, one of the big ones is this idea of letting go of old paradigms. TOBIAS talks a lot about mass consciousness and how it can be like, I don't know, a limiting agreement, keeping us stuck in these old ways of thinking and being.
Right. It's like we're all swimming in this sea of collective beliefs and assumptions. It can be tough to break free, for sure.
Exactly. And he uses this analogy of a rubber membrane, always kind of pushing you back into familiar patterns. But the key, he says, is to move beyond the mind, beyond thinking and into feeling.
So feeling is the key. How does that work?
Now, TOBIAS keeps emphasizing how we've been conditioned to lead with our heads. But the true path to empowerment, it lies in connecting with our hearts, our intuition, our gut feelings, that kind of thing.
It's funny, right? Because we often associate power with control, with being in charge, But TOBIAS is saying true power comes from somewhere completely different.
He's very clear about that, yeah. He says power, as we traditionally understand it, is an illusion. True empowerment comes from recognizing and accepting our own inherent divinity. It's not about trying to control everything outside of us. It's about aligning with who we are at our core.
So the power is already within us. We just got to remember it.
That's the essence of it. Tobias actually tells this story about a man named Joe. He tries every method out there to reach enlightenment. Workshops, books, you name it. But in the end, he realizes all he had to do was ask for it. Just acknowledge his own inherent divinity. That was it.
It's like we're searching for something we already have, you know? I think that's a really important point, folks, something to think about.
Yeah.
What are you looking for that you might already possess?
Exactly. And this idea of remembering who we truly are, it connects to another really key concept that Tobias introduces. The expanded now.
Okay, now I'm intrigued. What is the expanded now?
Well, think of it as a core principle in new energy physics. It's the idea that within this present moment, we can access all aspects of our being, all our experiences, all possibilities.
So it's not just being present in this moment, but recognizing like the vastness of it, the potential that exists right here, right now.
Exactly. You got it. Imagine a lake. The surface, that's our limited perception of the now moment.
Yeah.
But deep down, that's where the fullness of our being is. All those potentialities just waiting to be explored.
That's a really powerful image. And it sounds like this concept has some, well, pretty profound implications for how we understand reality and our place in it. Now, earlier you mentioned a surprise guest in these messages, someone with a, let's say, a shocking perspective. Should we reveal the mystery?
I think it's time.
All right, who is it?
It's a blend of Moses and Muhammad, appearing as a unified energy.
Wow, that's unexpected. What kind of message do they bring?
They offer, you could say, a new energy perspective on the 10 Commandments, reframing them as 10 commitments.
Commitments. How is that different?
Right. Instead of rules imposed from outside, they're choices we make from within. It's very much in line with what we've been talking about, embracing our divinity, living authentically, tapping into that expanded now. They even suggest that in this new energy reality, old religious doctrines, they're just not necessary anymore.
That's a pretty radical statement. And I have a feeling there's a lot more to unpack there. We've covered a lot of ground already, and there's so much more to explore. When we come back, we'll delve deeper into these messages. We'll talk about Gaia's farewell and those mysterious 7 seals, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the Tobias material. Last time we left off with a pretty big reveal. Moses and Muhammad appearing as this unified energy, offering a new perspective on spirituality in this new energy reality.
It was definitely a mind bender. Makes you wonder if old religious doctrines aren't needed anymore. What takes their place? How do we navigate this new landscape?
It's a great question, and Tobias touches on it a lot in these messages. He doesn't really offer a set of rules or dogmas, Instead, he points us inward, towards our own, you could say, inherent wisdom and divinity.
So it's about trusting our own inner guidance rather than looking to outside authorities.
Exactly. Tobias really emphasizes that we are not separate from the divine. We're not broken beings needing fixing. We're already whole, already divine. The whole journey is about remembering and embodying that truth.
It's a powerful message, but I imagine it's not always easy to actually access that inner knowing. What are some of the challenges we might face as we try to embody our, as Tobias puts it, God selves?
One of the biggest obstacles Tobias talks about is our tendency to get stuck in old patterns, especially those rooted in what he calls duality consciousness.
This idea of duality keeps coming up. Can you explain a bit more about what Tobias means by that?
He's talking about how we tend to see the world, well, in terms of opposites, good and bad, right and wrong, us versus them. This kind of thinking, it creates separation, right? And it really limits our ability to experience that wholeness we were talking about.
So how do we break free from this duality trap?
Tobias offers a few key practices. One of the most fundamental is, well, breathing. He talks about the power of conscious breathing to really bring us into the present moment, connecting us with our bodies and feelings.
I think a lot of us underestimate the power of something as simple as breathing.
It's true. I mean, we do it all the time, but how often are we really aware of it? Tobias suggests that simply by bringing our attention to our breath, we can create this space, a space of stillness within ourselves. And from there, we can start to access a deeper level of awareness.
Like hitting the pause button on all that mental chatter and just being present.
Precisely. And another practice he talks about is allowing ourselves to feel. We're so often told to suppress our emotions, to fear them. But Tobias reminds us that our feelings, they're the language of our soul. It's the gateway to intuition, to creativity.
It's funny, right? Because we often think of spirituality as transcending emotions, being above it all. But Tobias is saying our emotions are an integral part of the spiritual experience.
Absolutely. It's not about denying or suppressing them. It's about allowing ourselves to really feel them fully, without judgment, without resistance.
Mm.
He even says that the path to enlightenment, well, it's paved with tears. Not because suffering is necessary, but because through those tears, through feeling those emotions, we can release those old patterns and open ourselves up to new possibilities.
So it's about embracing that full spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, the joy and the sorrow.
Exactly. It's about moving beyond duality and into a state of wholeness, recognizing that we're not just these individual souls, but part of something much bigger, this interconnected web of consciousness.
It's a beautiful vision. I have to admit, it can feel a bit daunting at times. How do we actually start living from this place of wholeness, of unity? What does that look like in our everyday lives?
Well, Tobias talks about expressing our divinity in everything we do, bringing our creativity, our joy, our unique gifts and talents out into the world. It's
Yeah.
about aligning our actions with our soul's purpose, our divine plan.
So it's not about meditating on a mountaintop, but bringing that spiritual awareness into our relationships, our work, our passions.
Exactly. Infusing every part of our lives with that divine essence.
Okay, starting to see how this all comes together. But another question, how do we reconcile this idea of embracing our divinity with all the challenges, the suffering that exists in the world?
That's a question that comes up a lot.
Yeah.
And Tobias addresses it directly. He acknowledges the darkness, the challenges for sure, but he says our role isn't to get caught up in the drama, the fear. Instead of trying to fix the world, we're here to be beacons of light.
So shifting our focus from problem solving to just being a presence of love and light.
I like that, yeah. It's about holding a higher vibration and trusting that our presence, our consciousness, can make a difference. And he reminds us we're not alone in this. We have the support of our spiritual team, our guides, everyone who's walking this path of awakening.
It's a beautiful message, but I have to admit, it's a bit challenging to grasp sometimes. How do we actually make that shift from feeling overwhelmed by the world's problems to being a beacon of light?
Tobias offers a few practical things to try. He talks about staying grounded in our bodies, connecting with nature, practicing self-care, and focusing on what we want to create rather than what we want to avoid.
So consciously choosing to align with joy, with love, with the things that lift us up.
Exactly. Remembering that we have the power to choose our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions. And by making those choices consciously, we can create a ripple effect. This ripple effect of positivity that touches the lives of everyone around us.
As we're talking, this whole concept of new energy jobs that Tobias talks about, it's starting to make a lot more sense now.
It's a fascinating concept, isn't it?
It's about moving beyond those traditional work structures and finding ways to express our gifts and talents in service to something greater.
Precisely. And what's so interesting is Tobias doesn't give a step-by-step guide to finding these new energy jobs. He just encourages us to trust our intuition, follow our passions, and be open to new possibilities.
So it's less about searching for a job and more about creating a life aligned with our soul's purpose.
That's it. And he suggests that these new energy jobs, they often emerge organically,
Yeah.
as we align with our true selves and allow that creativity to flow.
It's almost like the jobs will find us when we're ready.
That's a beautiful way to put it. It's about trusting the unfolding and knowing that when we're living authentically, the universe will support us in creating a life that's both meaningful and fulfilling.
It's also fascinating. We've covered so much in this deep dive, and there's still more to explore. We'll delve into some of the deeper concepts in the Tobias material next time, including Gaia's farewell and those mysterious 7 seals. Welcome back to our deep dive. We're in the home stretch now, exploring the Tobias material. And this journey, man, it's been full of twists and turns. We've talked about the expanded now, new energy jobs, the idea that we're all, divine beings. As we get into these later messages from Tobias, anything in particular that stood out to you?
One thing that really struck me was how much Tobias emphasizes accepting our wholeness. He really challenges this idea that we need to constantly strive for perfection or try to get rid of those quote-unquote negative parts of ourselves.
That's interesting. So instead of rejecting the parts we don't like, he's saying we should embrace them.
Exactly. He even encourages us to integrate what he calls the shadow self, to see that even those aspects we judge or hide, well, they could serve a purpose on our journey.
I think a lot of us are taught to believe we need to be perfect, to present this flawless image to the world. But Tobias is saying true authenticity comes from accepting all of who we are, the good and the bad.
Absolutely. He suggests that by trying to deny or suppress parts of ourselves, We just create more inner conflict.
So how do we actually go about integrating those shadow parts? Does Tobias give any advice on that?
He says, start by simply becoming aware of the aspects you tend to reject or judge. And he reminds us to be gentle with ourselves. It's not about beating yourself up. It's about bringing those parts into the light with awareness and compassion.
I'm noticing a pattern here. It seems like so much of what Tobias teaches is about moving beyond judgment of ourselves and others.
Yeah, you're right. And that connects to another big theme in these later messages, responsibility. Tobias talks about Shaumbra stepping into their roles as, well, conscious creators, as caretakers of the earth.
It's like we're being called to step up and own our creative power, not just for ourselves, but for the planet.
I like that, yeah. It's recognizing that we're not separate from the world around us, our thoughts, feelings, actions. It all has an impact.
But with everything going on in the world, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, to feel powerless, How can we as individuals actually make a difference?
Tobias says to start by focusing on our own inner transformation. As we embody our divinity, as we heal and integrate those shadow selves, will we naturally radiate a higher vibration, a frequency of love and light. And that, he says, can have a ripple effect on the world around us.
So it's not about forcing change out of fear or urgency. It's about being a presence of light, a beacon of hope.
Exactly. Trusting that our presence, our consciousness, it can make a difference. And remembering that we're not alone. We have the support of our spiritual team, our guides, everyone who's on this path.
Powerful stuff. It's like he's saying the best way to change the world is to change ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the Tobias material, what would you say is the most important takeaway for our listeners?
If I had to boil it down to one message, it would be this.
Mm-hmm.
You are not separate from the divine. You are already whole, complete, perfect, right here, right now. The journey is about remembering that, embracing your divinity, and letting it shine through everything you do.
It's a beautiful message. Like he's inviting us to come home to ourselves, to embrace who we truly are, and to trust that everything we need is already within us. This deep dive has been quite a journey, exploring some pretty, unconventional ideas. And I hope you, our listener, are leaving with a sense of wonder, a sense of possibility, maybe even some new questions to explore. As Tobias would say, if you are God also, what will you create? We want to hear from you. Share your thoughts online. Let's keep this conversation going. Until next time, keep diving deep. Welcome to the Deep Dive. I'm so excited about the materials you sent over, spanning from 2003 to 2004. A lot of Tobias material.
Yes.
And really focused on new energy and personal transformation and all those paradigm shifts that we're seeing happening.
Right.
So we're going to be exploring teachings from Tobias, an entity channeled by Geoff Remarked.
Yes.
And he was speaking to a group called Shaumbra, those on the path of spiritual awakening.
Yes. And it's remarkable how relevant these teachings still are.
I know.
After all this time.
It feels very timely.
It does, and particularly as you're exploring these themes in your life right now.
Absolutely. One of the things that really stands out in Tobias's message is this bold statement, you are God also.
Yes.
And what really strikes me is that he's not talking about some distant, all-powerful deity as we traditionally think of God.
He's dismantling that concept.
Yes.
He's encouraging a completely different perspective.
Yes.
He suggests that God is a reflection of human consciousness itself evolving over time. And what's even more fascinating, he mentions that the concept of God didn't even exist in Atlantis.
Wow.
It's a relatively recent development in human consciousness.
That's a real paradigm shift.
It is.
So if we are God also, where do we even begin to grasp that? How do we integrate such a profound idea?
Well, that's where the expanding understanding of self comes in.
Okay.
Tobias guides us through this cyclical process of awakening, processing, releasing, and integrating, and finally stepping into new energy.
Okay.
You can imagine it as this continuous expansion of your identity, even while you're here on Earth.
And he uses the analogy that, we're letting go of so much.
Yes.
Jobs, relationships, old ideas about health, even to make room for this new divine way of living to emerge.
It's like clearing space.
Yes.
For this new reality to take root within us.
Exactly. And as you can imagine, letting go can be challenging.
It can be. And Tobias points out that Shaumbra and really all of humanity carry a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
He even suggests that we've forgotten how to truly live.
Yeah. And that brings us to the cornerstone of this new energy, and that's compassion.
Compassion, yes.
This is the first principle.
It is.
For a reason.
It is.
But it's not just about being compassionate towards others.
Tobias emphasizes compassion for ourselves, for all choices.
Yeah.
And journeys, even in situations of conflict or war.
Right.
He challenges us to honor the choices of others without trying to change them.
That's hard.
It's about releasing that deeply ingrained need to fix or heal others.
It is. We're so used to that.
We are.
That's our, modus operandi.
Absolutely.
So instead, we're learning to hold a safe, compassionate space for them to find their own balance. It's a profound shift in perspective.
It is, especially when you consider how deeply ingrained that idea of fixing others is within us.
Right. And also releasing that victim mentality.
Yes, absolutely.
Because TOBIAS even says nobody is choosing the suffering except for you.
That's right.
So that's a powerful statement. That really encourages us to recognize our own agency in this.
Yeah.
That we have more power than we give ourselves credit for.
Absolutely.
So how does this shift in perspective, this emphasis on compassion, tie into this larger picture of new energy? How does it affect our understanding of the world around us?
Well, TOBIAS challenges another fundamental duality.
Okay.
The traditional view of good and bad.
Okay.
And even reframes our perception of darkness, which he refers to as OH energy.
Okay.
Now, this isn't evil, but a loving aspect of ourselves that has been carrying the burden of our unprocessed pain.
Wow.
It's taken on the weight of what we haven't faced.
This reminds me of the story he tells about his wife, Anna.
Yes.
Who struggled for years battling against her own darkness. Instead of integrating this part of herself, she fought against it.
That's right.
Which led to challenges in her relationships and within herself.
It's a powerful illustration of what happens when we resist our own wholeness, isn't it?
Yeah.
We end up fighting a part of ourselves that's ultimately there to help us heal and evolve.
Right. And speaking of wholeness, TOBIAS introduces a fascinating perspective on imagination.
Yes.
He doesn't see it as mere fantasy, but as a creative force in this new energy, a gateway to potentials waiting to be manifested.
That's right.
And he outlines a process about imagine the desired outcome. Without getting bogged down in the details.
Yes.
Just breathe life into the essence of it.
Yes.
And then allow it to unfold naturally.
And he really encourages playfulness and exploration.
Yeah.
His humor really shines through when he says the difference between imagination and delusion is
I love that.
not much.
Not much.
Yeah.
He's got a point.
He does?
It's about accessing that childlike sense of wonder and possibility, isn't it?
It is.
We're being invited to explore without those rigid limitations we often place upon ourselves.
Absolutely.
So, interesting stuff.
It is.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Sounds good. So it seems we're really experiencing a profound shift in perspective here. Letting go of these old paradigms around God, good and bad, even our perceived limitations.
Right.
And tapping into this creative force of imagination within us.
Yes.
So where does this all lead?
Well, TOBIAS points toward the new Earth, which he describes not as a physical place, but an energetic reality being created right now.
Wow.
It's almost like a framework's already been built, and now it's up to us to fill it in.
This raises an important question for you.
Okay.
If everything is possible in new energy, what do you choose to create? TOBIAS observed that Shaumbra have forgotten how to live.
Right.
So that prompts us to reflect, are we truly embracing life in each moment?
It's a good question to ponder.
It is.
And he even challenges us to reconsider things that, we might normally shy away from. Like he uses the example of unemployment.
Right.
Not suggesting that we all quit our jobs.
Right.
But to think outside those boxes of limitation and step into a reality of effortless abundance.
It's about shifting those deeply ingrained beliefs.
Yeah.
And opening ourselves to the unknown. And this ties into another fascinating historical perspective that TOBIAS shares.
Okay.
He reminds us that the concept of God as we know it didn't even exist in Atlantis.
Wow.
Religion as we understand it is only about 6,000 years old.
Really?
He even talks about his journey to Israel,
Okay.
a place so deeply rooted in old energy beliefs,
Yeah.
with the intention to seed a new understanding of what God truly is, a reflection of our evolving human consciousness.
So it's almost as if we're witnessing the birth of a new God on Earth.
You could say that.
Not separate from us,
Right.
but a reflection of our own expanding awareness.
Exactly. And that brings us to another key point in this material,
Okay.
the integration of AH and OH energies,
Okay.
or as we might say, light and dark. TOBIAS challenges us to see beyond that traditional view of darkness as something evil or to be feared.
Right.
Instead, he presents darkness as another loving aspect of ourselves
Okay.
that has taken on the burden of our pain, the parts of ourselves we haven't fully embraced. So it's about recognizing and integrating all parts of ourselves,
Yeah.
even the ones we might have judged or rejected in the past.
Right.
And in doing so, we create a safe space within for healing and wholeness.
Mm-hmm.
This idea of safety is crucial in Tobias's teachings.
Okay.
He emphasizes feeling safe within ourselves to allow new energy to flow through us.
Yeah.
He even describes our bodies as safe spaces for healing. He talks about energy balancing, where we simply sit with another person in compassion, holding space for their healing without trying to fix them.
It's powerful.
There's a profound power in simply being present with another person,
Right.
offering a safe space for their own journey.
And he encourages us to be gentle with ourselves during this process
Yeah.
of transformation.
He acknowledges that there are going to be ups and downs,
Mm-hmm.
and he reminds us to breathe, to be present, and to embrace the beautiful messiness of life.
It's about trusting the process, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Trusting ourselves, trusting our journey, trusting that divine guidance that's always available to us, even when we don't realize it's there.
And that trust leads us to another fascinating aspect of new energy.
Okay.
Downloading information directly from spirit.
It's like accessing this universal library of wisdom that's
Yes.
always available to us.
It is.
We just have to learn how to tap into it.
Tobias encourages us to trust our intuition,
Mm-hmm.
to listen to that inner knowing, to let go of the need to figure everything out with our minds.
Right.
It's about accessing a deeper wisdom that resides within each of us.
So it seems all these concepts are beautifully intertwined.
They are.
Recognizing our divinity, embracing compassion,
Mhm.
letting go of old paradigms, tapping into our imagination,
Yeah.
and trusting the journey.
It's a multifaceted approach to stepping into a new way of being.
It is.
And through it all, Tobias reminds us to breathe.
Yes.
It's such a simple yet profound practice.
Yeah.
The breath has the power to ground us, to center us, and to connect us to our divine essence.
Absolutely.
Have you noticed how just taking a conscious breath can shift your entire energy?
Absolutely. It's such a powerful tool.
It is.
So we've covered a lot of ground here,
We have.
and it's incredible how much wisdom is packed into these teachings.
It is.
So I'm curious what stands out to you from what we've explored so far.
Well, I'm particularly intrigued by the concept of the runner angels.
Oh, yeah.
Tobias describes them as beings who exist in service to us, constantly working to integrate the new energies we're creating.
Mm-hmm.
They're like subtle, unseen forces supporting us behind the scenes.
It's almost like there are cheerleaders.
They are.
Right.
He even suggests they can sit beside us
I love that.
in that safe space, ready to respond to our ever-changing consciousness.
You know, that image really makes me pause
Mm-hmm.
and just feel their presence.
It's a beautiful reminder that we're never truly alone on this journey, even when it feels challenging.
Right. It speaks to that interconnectedness of everything.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It does.
That we're all part of this vast, intricate web of energy and consciousness.
Mm.
And we have these incredible beings supporting us every step of the way.
Which leads us back to that question of purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Our mission as we awaken to our true nature.
Right.
Tobias doesn't lay out a specific path,
Right.
but he does offer some clues.
Yeah.
He mentions a group in the temples of Tien
Okay.
who committed to understanding the divine.
Okay.
He even suggests that those who are awakening now hold the base of experience, wisdom, and knowledge
Mm-hmm.
needed to guide others into this new energy.
Right.
And it's not about becoming gurus or spiritual authorities,
Right.
but embodying this new way of being and allowing that to ripple out into the world.
So it's about trusting the organic unfolding of our journey,
Yeah.
allowing ourselves to be guided by intuition and inner knowing,
Mm-hmm.
and to be open to the unexpected.
Absolutely. And Tobias even mentions a specific date.
The-
He does September 18th, 2007,
Okay.
describing it as a moving point of separation, a time when a new type of energy became available on Earth.
Wow.
And he cautioned against getting caught up in dramas or conspiracy theories,
Okay.
emphasizing that this is simply a natural evolution of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
He assured us that those who have done the inner work will understand.
Okay.
It's just a new energy you're moving into,
Mm-hmm.
a new chapter in the human story.
It's like we've been training for this moment,
You could say that.
right? Preparing ourselves to navigate this shift
Mhm.
with grace and awareness.
And with a sense of humor.
Yes.
Remember when he told that group to stop trying to figure everything out?
I love that.
And he challenged them to go an hour without analyzing or making sense of things?
It's a good reminder to loosen our grip on the need to control,
Absolutely.
to allow that divine guidance to flow through us,
Mm.
and to embrace the mystery of it all.
It's not always about having all the answers, is it?
It's not
Sometimes it's about being comfortable with the unknown.
right, and the answers will come
They will.
when we're ready to receive them,
Exactly.
often in ways we least expect.
Speaking of answers,
Yeah.
there's a whole section in this material dedicated to Q&A sessions with Shaumbra.
Oh, right.
And their questions are truly thought-provoking.
I bet.
They cover everything from relationships and finances
Yeah.
to health and even the role of organized religion in this new energy.
So Tobias never shies away from a challenging question.
He doesn't.
And his answers are always insightful, compassionate, and sometimes even a bit cheeky.
Mm-hmm.
He always encourages us to think for ourselves,
Yes.
to go within and to find our own truth.
One question that stood out to me was about a pandemic
Oh, wow.
that flu experts were expecting.
Okay.
And Tobias described the flu as a cleansing process, helping to release old energies.
Wow.
He even suggested that eventually we won't need those types of energy clearings anymore.
Yeah.
Because we'll be operating from a higher frequency. It's as if our bodies will naturally adapt to this new energy, becoming more resilient and self-healing.
And he emphasizes compassion during times of illness.
He does.
Whether it's our own illness or someone else's,
Absolutely.
it's about honoring the body's wisdom and supporting its natural healing abilities.
Another question that resonated with me was about the nature of the new Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Is it a physical place or a state of consciousness?
Right.
Tobias suggests it's both. He describes it as an energetic reality, already being inhabited by those who understand the true nature of compassion.
Okay.
And he even hints at the possibility of manifesting physical bodies on the new Earth,
Really?
even for the purpose of experiencing things like sexual intimacy and pleasure.
It's about expanding our understanding of what's possible,
It is.
challenging the limitations of our current reality.
Tobias always knows how to keep things interesting.
He does.
And it's important to remember he's encouraging us to embrace the full spectrum of human experience. He reminds us that we've denied ourselves so much
Right.
because of old programming and fear-based beliefs.
It's time to release those limitations and embrace the abundance that's available in new energy.
Absolutely.
It's about recognizing that we're worthy of receiving all the good that life has to offer.
Which brings us back to the power of imagination. Tobias emphasizes our ability to create our reality through our thoughts, beliefs, and intentions.
Right.
He encourages us to use our imagination to envision the life we desire, to feel the energy of it, and to breathe it into existence.
And he even suggests, playing with different potentials.
He does.
Like imagine yourself writing a book, starting a business, traveling to a new place.
It's about exploring those infinite possibilities that exist within us. We are powerful creators.
We are, and trusting that the universe will conspire to support our dreams, even if we don't know how it will all unfold.
It's about surrendering to the flow of life, allowing ourselves to be guided by a wisdom greater than our own.
Tobias reminds us we're not in this alone.
We're not.
We have the support of spirit, our runner angels, and each other. He encourages us to reach out, to connect, and to share our journeys with one another.
We're all in this together,
We are.
even when it feels like we're on our own individual paths.
And he reminds us that we're all teachers.
We are.
Even if we don't realize it, we're constantly sharing our energy and our wisdom with those around us.
Yes.
Simply by being ourselves.
And as we step into this new energy, our impact on the world will only continue to grow.
I agree.
So what does this all mean for you?
Yeah, what are you taking away from this deep dive into Tobias's teachings?
What resonates most deeply with you?
Well, for me, it's a powerful reminder to let go of those old stories, to embrace my divinity,
Yes.
and to create a life filled with compassion, joy, and abundance. It's an invitation to step into my power as a creator.
It is.
What about you?
It's a call to action, an invitation to step into our power as creators and to shape a new reality aligned with our highest truth.
Yes, and to remember, it's all about the journey.
It is.
The ups, the downs, the twists and turns. It's all part of the grand adventure of being human.
Absolutely. It's really remarkable how Tobias weaves together these complex spiritual concepts with practical advice and humor and a deep sense of compassion.
Yeah, his teachings aren't, your typical spiritual lectures.
No, they're not.
It's more like having a conversation with a wise, funny friend who gently nudges you to see the world in a new light.
And he doesn't shy away from those more challenging aspects of human experience either.
Right.
Remember when he addressed the abuse of power, both past and present?
Right. And he even talks about how the feminine energy has been suppressed and diminished.
Yes, it's a powerful reminder that we all have a role to play in creating a more balanced, and harmonious world.
Mm-hmm.
And that begins with healing the wounds within ourselves.
So Tobias talks about releasing those old burdens, letting go of the guilt and shame we may have carried for lifetimes.
It's about recognizing those patterns and choosing to step out of them.
Right, and he offers this beautiful message of hope,
He does.
reminding us that even the darkest experiences can be transformed into gifts of wisdom and understanding.
Everything we need is already within us, waiting to be discovered.
It's like we each have this inner treasure chest filled with jewels of divine wisdom,
I love that.
and all we need to do is open it up and allow that light to shine through.
And the keys, as Tobias suggests, are compassion, imagination, trust, and a willingness to embrace the unknown.
Ah, that's a good one, the unknown.
Speaking of the unknown, Tobias mentioned some Shaumbra were starting to see some unusual things with their physical eyes.
Oh, really?
He described seeing to people carrying gray energy, reptilian energy, even lizard energy.
It sounds a bit like science fiction.
It does.
But Tobias explained that this is actually a sign of our expanding awareness. As we open to those higher frequencies, we begin to perceive energies that were previously hidden from view.
He even mentioned the possibility of seeing beings from the new Earth,
Wow.
which he described as circles of colored lights, highly condensed energy forms.
So it's fascinating to consider that veil between dimensions may be thinning,
It is
allowing us glimpses into what lies beyond our current reality.
exciting and maybe a little unsettling at the same time.
I agree.
Tobias also emphasized the importance of feeling safe in our energy.
Right.
He observed that Shaumbra often feel unsafe, even in their own bodies, because they've been conditioned to fear their own thoughts, feelings, and intuitive abilities.
Absolutely.
Can you relate to that feeling of not feeling fully safe within yourself?
Absolutely. So many of us have absorbed those messages of fear and limitation. We've been taught to distrust our inner knowing.
Tobias encourages us to create a safe space within a space where we can be fully open, expressive, and authentic. It's about letting go of those old defenses and protections that no longer serve us.
Right. It's about recognizing that we're in a new energy now.
Yes,
And the old rules simply no longer apply.
absolutely. And this ties back into that core message of letting go. Tobias emphasized that we can't truly move into this new energy while clinging to the past.
Right.
He talked about releasing old beliefs patterns and even past lives.
And he said, when you let go, totally, when you allow that old aspect of yourself to die, when you allow the rebirth to take place within you, yes, then the old comes back to you in a whole new way. But without the pain, without the difficulties and the challenges, without the nightmarish aspects, the old comes back to you with the wisdom and the understanding and new energy.
It's a powerful image of transformation.
It really is.
It's like shedding an old skin, allowing a new, more radiant version of ourselves to emerge.
Yes. And in doing so, we're not only transforming ourselves,
Right.
but we're also contributing to the transformation of the world around us.
Remember when Tobias talked about the energy of the sun reflecting the energy that Shaumbra were releasing?
Yeah.
He described grand solar bursts as a result of that old energy being cleared out.
Wow. It speaks to that interconnectedness of all things.
It does.
Our individual transformations have a ripple effect on the entire planet.
And as we continue to raise our vibration, we contribute to a more loving, compassionate, and a harmonious world.
It's an inspiring thought.
It fills me with a sense of hope and purpose, reminding me that even though the world may seem chaotic at times, there's a powerful force of love and light working behind the scenes to guide us towards a brighter future. And we have a choice.
We do.
We can choose to align with that force, embrace this new energy, and become active participants in creating a world that reflects our highest aspirations.
And Tobias often reminds us that everything is coming to us in this new energy.
That's right.
So if everything is truly possible, what will you choose to create?
How will you use this new understanding of yourself and the universe to shape your reality? How will you embrace the full spectrum of human experience?
That's a good question for all of us to ponder.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the wisdom of Tobias.
Yes, thank you.
May his words inspire you to live a life filled with passion, purpose, and joy.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep expanding, and keep shining your light. All right, buckle up because today's deep dive is going to take us into some seriously fascinating territory. We're talking embodiment and energy. Not your typical self-help stuff, though. This stack material you've given me from the Crimson Circle, it mentions Atlantis and past lives, even a wall of fire.
It's definitely not your average afternoon reading. You know, what's caught my eye is how the Crimson Circle blends spirituality with practical advice. Plus, they're addressing a specific group, Shaumbra. They seem to be on a very unique spiritual path.
Ooh, a secret society. Tell me more.
Not exactly secret, but definitely distinct, from what I'm gathering. Shaumbra refers to a group of souls with a shared history and purpose. They have apparently incarnated at this specific time to help usher in a new era of consciousness on Earth.
So like a soul squad with a mission. But why now? What makes this time so special?
That's where it gets interesting. The Crimson Circle suggests we're on the brink of a major shift in human consciousness, and Shaumbra chose to be here for it, to help guide humanity through this transition. They're like the advance team, scouting out the new territory.
Okay, I'm intrigued. But hold on, if they're paving the way for a new era, what does that even mean for someone to be Shaumbra? Like, how would you know if you were one?
Well, they talk about this process of finding the rose within the picture as a metaphor for the Shaumbra journey. Imagine a super detailed picture, and hidden somewhere is a rose. Shaumbra are challenged to find that rose their inner beauty and purpose amidst all the complexities of life.
So it's not just about believing in a new era, it's about actually embodying it, living it out.
Precisely, and the Crimson Circle takes it even further. They suggest that before incarnating, Shaumbra actually planned their mission for this lifetime. Like they volunteer for this challenging but ultimately rewarding role.
Wow, that's dedication. But what about these old stories they mention? Are those part of the picture we need to look beyond?
It seems old stories are those limiting beliefs and patterns from past lives that no longer serve Shaumbra. It's like they're carrying around outdated maps for a new world. The Crimson Circle urges them to let go of those old narratives and embrace a fresh understanding of reality.
So hitting the reset button on your soul's programming. I like it. It makes me wonder about my own old stories and how they might be holding me back.
That's the invitation, isn't it? To examine those beliefs and see if they still align with who we are becoming. And this leads us to the idea of energy holding and energy movers, something that seems to be a core part of the Shaumbra experience.
Okay, yes, this is where it gets really interesting. Energy movers. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie. Break it down for us. What's the difference between holding and moving energy?
From what I understand, energy holding is something Shaumbra have been doing for lifetimes. Literally holding the energetic balance for the planet, like cosmic guardians, maintaining stability.
Wow, it's a pretty heavy responsibility. But now they're switching gears to become energy movers.
Exactly. It's a graduation of sorts. Energy movers implies a more active role in shaping the energy around them, not just holding it steady, but consciously influencing its flow and direction.
So they're like energy architects, designing the energetic blueprints for this new era.
That's a fantastic analogy. But here's the question. How do they actually do this energy moving? The Crimson Circle seems to have a pretty radical answer.
Okay, I'm on the edge of my seat. Lay it on us.
They emphasize the importance of embodiment, fully integrating one's spiritual energy into the physical body. And they don't hold back. They actually claim that true spiritual growth comes from embracing your humanness, not denying it.
Whoa, that's a refreshing take. So many spiritual teachings seem to be about transcending the physical world, but this is about finding the divine within the human experience.
Absolutely. The Crimson Circle even has this intriguing concept of the AH and the OH that relates to embodiment.
AH and the OH. I'm picturing a yoga class gone wrong. Seriously, though, what's that all about?
Think of A as that feeling of awe and vastness you experience when gazing at a star-filled sky. That's the spiritual energy. The expansiveness of your being is about grounding that awe-inspiring energy into your physical form, experiencing it in the everyday moments of being human.
So it's like bringing that cosmic wonder down to earth. So even washing the dishes can feel infused with that expansive energy. That's kind of mind-blowing.
And it's not just a mystical concept. The Crimson Circle gets very practical about embodiment. They talk about these 4 tie-ins that Shaumbra face on their path to fully integrating spiritual energy into their lives.
4 tie-ins. Okay, I'm all ears. Tell me more about these challenges.
The first one is distraction. They suggest that Shaumbra need to recognize distraction, not just as a nuisance, but as a sign they're out of alignment with their soul's purpose.
So if you're constantly getting sidetracked, it's like your soul is trying to get your attention, saying, hey, you're heading in the wrong direction.
Exactly. It's a call to realign with your true path, to tune in to what truly matters. The second tie-in is creation, and this is where things get really wild. They have a unique perspective on the nature of energy itself. Ready for this?
Hit me with it. I love a good mind-bending concept.
They claim that energy doesn't actually exist in its own right. It's more like a neutral potential that is activated and shaped by consciousness.
Wait, energy doesn't exist? That's like saying my morning coffee doesn't exist until I brew it. Help me understand this.
It is a radical idea. Imagine energy is like that blank canvas, and your consciousness is the artist. The canvas itself is neutral, but the artist, through their imagination and intention, brings it to life, creates something out of that potential.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. So our thoughts and beliefs are like the brushstrokes that shape this formless energy into reality.
You're getting it. And the Crimson Circle suggests you can consciously use this creative power by focusing on the feeling of your desired outcome, as if it's already real. That's how you start molding that neutral energy into your reality.
Okay, now that's powerful. But if energy is neutral, why is there so much negativity in the world? Wouldn't it be balanced?
That's where the third T-ion limitation comes in. They believe that fear and control actually restrict the flow of energy, like trying to force a square peg into a round hole. It creates resistance and blocks that natural abundance and flow that the universe has to offer.
So it's about learning to surrender and trust, rather than trying to micromanage every outcome. That's definitely a challenge for a control freak like me.
It is a challenge, but a rewarding one. They suggest that by releasing control, you open yourself up to greater possibilities and allow the universe to work its magic. And that brings us to the fourth, T-ion N, validation.
Okay, validation.
Yeah.
We all crave it, right?
Sure.
But how does that fit into this energy mover picture?
They suggest that Shaumbra, on their journey to embody their full potential, can fall into the trap of seeking validation from external sources. They need to remember that true validation comes from within, from connecting with their own inner knowing.
So it's about trusting your gut, your intuition, rather than needing others to tell you if you're on the right track.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that you already have all the answers within you, in that divine now they talk about, that state of pure presence and awareness, where you're connected to your inner truth.
The divine now. I like that. So these four tie-ins are really about the inner work of becoming an energy mover. But hold on, they're talking about humanity living in a state of hypnosis, created by limiting beliefs. What's that about? Does this mean we're all living in the Matrix?
That's a great question, and a perfect segue into the next part of our deep dive. Let's unpack what the Crimson Circle means by hypnosis and how it relates to this journey of becoming an energy mover. It's not quite the Matrix, but it's a thought-provoking idea. The Crimson Circle suggests that these limiting beliefs, the ones that create this hypnosis, they're often reinforced by societal structures, like religion, government, and even family.
Whoa. So it's not just our own minds creating these limitations, but a whole system designed to keep us thinking a certain way. That's a little unnerving, isn't it?
It can be, but the good news is the Crimson Circle also offers a way out. They say breaking free from this hypnosis. It's crucial for Shaumbra to truly step into their power.
Okay, but how do we actually do that? How do we break free from a system that's been in place for centuries, maybe even millennia? It's not like we can just unplug.
They introduced this concept of the aspect self, a part of the human psyche that actively works to maintain this hypnotic state. Think of it as an inner saboteur, always whispering doubts and fears, keeping you stuck in old patterns.
So it's not just about overcoming external pressures, but also this internal resistance to change.
Exactly, but there's hope. The Crimson Circle points to a figure called Saint Germain. He seems to play a key role in helping Shaumbra shatter those limiting beliefs.
Wait, Saint Germain, isn't he like an ascended master? The dude who supposedly discovered the secret to immortality.
That's the one. He's a legendary figure in spiritual circles, often associated with alchemy and transformation. And the Crimson Circle suggests he's actively supporting Shaumbra on their journey, helping them break free from the illusions that keep them trapped.
Now that's what I call divine intervention. So if we combine Saint Germain's guidance with this idea of energy as a neutral potential we can shape, does that mean we can actually transform energy, like turn negativity into something positive?
That's exactly where the Crimson Circle takes us next. They introduce this concept of energy transmutation, using the power of consciousness to transform energy from one form to another.
Whoa, that's like real-life alchemy, turning lead into gold. Tell me more. How does this transmutation thing actually work?
It gets pretty deep. They suggest it's a skill Shaumbra can master, this ability to take denser, negative energy and shift it into a higher vibration. Imagine it like taking a lump of coal and turning it into a diamond, just by changing its structure.
Okay, my mind is officially blown. But how is that even possible? Do they give any practical steps for doing this transmutation thing?
They talk about techniques like visualization, breath work, even using sound and color to shift energy. But the core principle seems to be about aligning with your true divine nature, that freedom of the soul they talk about.
So it's not just about techniques. but about fundamental shift in how you see yourself and your place in the universe.
Exactly. They suggest that when you embody your divine nature, that H energy we talked about, you become a more powerful conduit for transforming energy.
I'm starting to sense a theme here. It seems like this whole Shaumbra journey is about recognizing your own power as a creator, right? Not just managing energy, but actively shaping it. Almost like being a sculptor of reality.
You're right on the money. And that's what makes this material so compelling. It's not just about abstract spiritual concepts, but about how to apply those concepts to create tangible change in your life and the world around you.
This is giving me chills, but I have to ask, if everyone has the potential to be an energy mover, why is there so much emphasis on Shaumbra? Are they like the chosen ones?
That's a question that really resonated with me as I was diving into this material. It seems the Crimson Circle views Shaumbra as a group who chose to be at the forefront of this shift in consciousness. They're the ones who volunteered to go first, to clear the path, and to demonstrate what's possible.
So they're like the trailblazers, paving the way for others to follow.
Exactly. And their experiences, their challenges, and their triumphs serve as a guide for those who are awakening to their own potential as energy movers.
Okay, that makes sense. But honestly, this whole thing still sounds a bit overwhelming. Like, I get the theory, but how do you actually live this stuff? How do you go from understanding energy to actually being an energy mover in your everyday life?
That's where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
Right? The Crimson Circle doesn't just leave you with lofty ideas. They actually offer some very specific and practical advice for integrating these concepts into your daily life.
All right, I'm all ears. Give me the actionable steps.
Well, for starters, they talk about the importance of cultivating a deeper connection with your physical body. It's not just about thinking about energy, but about feeling it, experiencing it in your physical form.
So it's not about escaping from the body, but about fully inhabiting it.
Precisely. They emphasize the importance of practices like mindful movement, conscious breathing, and paying attention to your physical sensations.
So it's about becoming more present in your body, more attuned to its wisdom and its ability to process energy.
Exactly. It's like you're waking up to the fact that your body is not just a vehicle, but a finely tuned instrument for experiencing and interacting with energy.
Okay, I'm starting to see how that connects to the whole energy mover thing. But they also talk about grounding, right? What does that mean in this context?
Grounding is all about connecting with the Earth's energy, anchoring yourself in the present moment. It's like plugging into a source of stability and strength, allowing you to feel more centered and balanced.
So it's like having a strong foundation, so you don't get swept away by the more subtle energies.
Exactly. And they suggest simple yet powerful practices like spending time in nature, walking barefoot on the earth, or simply visualizing roots growing from your feet into the ground.
Okay, I can definitely get behind those ideas. Nature's my happy place anyway. But they also mention specific techniques for working with energy, right? Like visualization and breath work.
Absolutely. They believe that these techniques can help you consciously direct and shape your energy, to clear blockages, to amplify positive frequencies, and to manifest your desires.
This is starting to sound like a whole new skill set we need to develop, like learning to speak a new language, a language of energy and intention.
I love that analogy. Right? And they believe that as we become more fluent in this language, we can start to communicate with the universe in a whole new way.
This is all so fascinating. It's like they're offering a whole new toolbox for creating the life we want and contributing to a more conscious and harmonious world.
It's definitely empowering. But they also acknowledge that this journey is not without its challenges. They talk about a process of spiritual shedding, where you release old patterns, beliefs, even relationships that no longer serve you.
So it's like a cosmic detox. You're purging all the toxins that have been holding you back from fully embracing your true self.
Exactly. And that process can be messy and uncomfortable at times. They suggest that you might experience emotional upheaval, physical symptoms, even a sense of disorientation as you navigate this new territory.
It's like you're stepping off the familiar map and venturing into uncharted territory.
But they emphasize that these challenges are a necessary part of the process. Like growing pains, it's a sign that you're expanding and evolving, breaking free from the limitations of the old paradigm.
So it's not a sign that you're doing something wrong, but rather that you're on the right track.
Exactly. They encourage Shaumbra to embrace the challenges, to trust the process, and to know that they're not alone on this journey. They also highlight the importance of community, of connecting with other Shaumbra who are on the same path.
It's like having a tribe of fellow explorers, sharing their maps and navigating the uncharted territory together.
Precisely. And the Crimson Circle believes that this sense of community is essential for Shaumbra to fully embody their potential and fulfill their mission. They encourage them to gather together, share their experiences, and support each other through the ups and downs of this journey.
That's beautiful. So it's not just about personal transformation, but about creating a community that embodies these new energies, a collective force for change.
That seems to be their vision. And they suggest that as this community grows, it will create a ripple effect that transforms the consciousness of the entire planet.
It's almost like a snowball effect, gaining momentum as more and more people awaken to their true potential.
Exactly. And they believe that Shaumbra, with their heightened sensitivity and their willingness to embrace the challenges of this path, are playing a key role in creating that momentum.
This is also inspiring. It's like they're offering a roadmap to a brighter future, not just for ourselves, but for all of humanity.
It's definitely a message of hope. A reminder that we're not just passive victims of circumstance, but active creators of our reality.
But they also acknowledge that this journey won't be without its obstacles, right? There will be resistance from those who cling to the old paradigm, who fear change, and who try to maintain control.
You're absolutely right. They believe that the old paradigm will fight back, that the forces of fear and control will try to maintain their grip on power. It's like a cosmic dance between the forces of light and darkness, a battle for the future of humanity.
Okay, now that's a dramatic image. But they also believe that the forces of light are ultimately stronger, right? That love will ultimately prevail.
That seems to be their message, that Shaumbra are here to be beacons of light, to shine brightly and inspire others to awaken to their own potential.
That's a message I think we all need to hear right now. But before we get lost in those cosmic battles, let's bring it back down to Earth for a moment. They also talk about this mysterious wall of fire, right? What's that all about? It sounds a little intimidating, to be honest.
It does, doesn't it, from what I've gathered? The wall of fire is more of a metaphorical barrier than a literal one. It represents the fears, doubts, and limitations that keep us trapped in the old paradigm.
So it's like a final test, a threshold you have to cross to fully embrace your power as an energy mover.
That's a great way to put it. And they believe that Shaumbra, with their courage and determination, are the ones who are leading the way, showing others that it's possible to break through those limitations and step into a new reality.
This is all so much to process. We've covered so much ground already, from Shaumbra's journey to embodiment to energy transmutation to the wall of fire. I need a moment to catch my breath.
It's a lot to take in, isn't it? But it's all interconnected, all part of this grand tapestry of awakening and transformation that the Crimson Circle is weaving.
I'm ready for the next thread. What else is there to uncover in this deep dive?
Let's turn our attention to the most practical and potentially mind-blowing aspect of their teachings, their unique perspective on the nature of energy itself.
Okay, I'm ready to dive back into this idea of energy. It's one of those things we all kind of take for granted, like it just is, right? But the Crimson Circle seems to be suggesting there's a lot more to it than meets the eye.
Absolutely. They propose that energy is not some fixed, measurable thing like we often think of it. Instead, they say it's more like a neutral potential, a sea of possibilities that's waiting for consciousness to shape and direct it.
Wait a minute, are you saying energy doesn't actually exist? That's a pretty radical concept. It's like saying my Wi-Fi signal doesn't exist until I turn on my laptop.
It is mind-bending, isn't it? But think about it this way. Imagine energy as a vast ocean of potential. It's there, it's powerful, but it's formless and directionless until something acts upon it. That something, according to the Crimson Circle, is consciousness, our thoughts, beliefs, intentions. Those are the forces that shape and mold that raw potential into the reality we experience.
Okay, so it's like we're all swimming in this sea of energy, and our minds are like the currents that direct it. That's a pretty wild image.
It is. And the implications are huge. If we can learn to consciously direct our thoughts and beliefs, we can actually influence the flow of energy and create the reality we desire.
Right. I'm starting to get the theory, but how does this work in practice? Do they give any specific techniques for shaping this neutral potential into something tangible?
They do. They emphasize the power of imagination, of visualizing your desired outcomes as vividly and emotionally as possible. It's like creating a blueprint for your reality with your mind.
So, it's not just about thinking about what you want, but about feeling it, experiencing it as if it's already happening.
Exactly. And they believe that the more you can tap into those positive emotions, the joy, the gratitude, the excitement, the stronger your energetic signal becomes, and the faster your desires will manifest.
It's almost like you're sending out a powerful radio wave to the universe. And the stronger the signal, the clearer the reception.
I love that analogy. And they even suggest that gratitude plays a key role in amplifying those energetic signals. They encourage people to make gratitude a daily practice, to focus on the good things in their lives, even in the midst of challenges.
So it's like gratitude is the amplifier,
Yeah.
boosting the signal of our desires.
It definitely seems to play a key role. But they also acknowledge that it's not always easy to stay positive, especially when we're facing obstacles or setbacks.
Oh, absolutely. Life throws curveballs, and it's easy to get caught up in those negative thoughts and emotions.
They suggest that in those moments, it's crucial to remember that we have a choice. We can either dwell in those negative frequencies and allow them to drain our energy, or we can gently acknowledge them and then shift our focus back to the positive, back to those feelings that align with our desires.
So it's like we're the conductors of our own energetic orchestra, choosing which instruments to play and how loud to play them.
Exactly. It's about becoming aware of our energy, noticing how it fluctuates, and learning to consciously direct it towards the outcomes we want to create.
This is all so empowering. But what about the flip side? If we can use energy to create positive change, can we also inadvertently use it to create negative experiences?
That's a really important point. The Crimson Circle emphasizes that energy itself is neutral, but the way we use it can have positive or negative consequences. That's why they stress the importance of aligning our actions with our highest intentions, with our divine purpose.
So it's not just about the thoughts and feelings, but about how those translate into actions.
Exactly. It's about walking the talk, putting our energy where our mouth is.
This whole concept of being an energy mover really resonates with me. It feels like a call to step into a more conscious and responsible way of being in the world.
I feel the same way. It's a reminder that we're not just passive observers in this reality, but active participants, co-creators of our experience. And with that realization comes a sense of responsibility, an invitation to use our power wisely and compassionately.
This has been such an incredible journey, exploring the world of Shaumbra, embodiment, and energy. I feel like I've been given a whole new set of lenses through which to see the world.
It's definitely been a mind-expanding deep dive. And the most exciting part is that this feels like just the beginning. Who knows what other possibilities will unfold as we continue to explore our potential as conscious creators?
That's a great question to ponder. And as always, dear listener, we invite you to continue the exploration on your own. What resonates with you from what we've discussed? What new possibilities are you feeling called to explore? Remember, the journey of awakening is an individual one, but we're all in this together, co-creating a new reality. Until next time, keep shining your light. All right, so we're diving into these Crimson Circle channelings from back in 2005 and 2006, all about Shaumbra. Remember you were intrigued by this whole human angels concept.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, we're going to unpack all that and more.
Sounds good.
See what makes their spiritual journey so unique.
You know, what's really interesting about these channelings is how they describe Shaumbra.
Yeah?
It's not just like any other spiritual path.
Yeah.
They're like these pioneers of consciousness.
Okay.
And they even talk about this distinct crimson and gold energy they carry. It's like they're radiating something different almost, like
What do you mean? Like different?
how?
Expansive.
Expansive.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm curious about that because most spiritual teachings I've come across,
Right.
they're all about raising your vibration.
Yeah.
So what's the difference here?
Well, think of it this way.
Okay.
Vibration. That's like trying to move faster and higher, but you're still within a certain structure.
Oh.
But expansion.
That's about breaking free from that structure completely. So Shaumbra, they're stepping into this whole new energy paradigm,
Okay.
one that doesn't really play by the old rules anymore.
So it's less about climbing the spiritual ladder
Yeah.
and more about like creating a whole new ladder.
Exactly.
That's pretty radical.
Yeah, and what makes it even more interesting
Yeah.
is that Shaumbra, they're not exactly starting from scratch.
Right.
They're described as these ascended beings.
Ascended beings.
Yeah, who actually chose to come back to Earth,
Wow.
specifically to help humanity navigate this whole shift.
It's like they're coming from a place of already knowing.
Yes.
And now they're here to share that with us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's this great analogy that Tobias uses to explain this.
Okay.
He compares the human experience to building a car.
Okay. Building a car.
Yeah. So most of us, we start with the body and the mind.
Right.
Then we add feelings.
Okay.
And finally, spirit is kind of like the last piece that clicks into place.
Okay.
But Shaumbra, they started with spirit and worked their way down.
It's like building the car in reverse.
Exactly.
It completely changes the whole traditional spiritual journey.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And because of that unique starting point,
Yeah.
Shaumbra don't actually have to go through all those same steps of enlightenment that we do.
Oh, interesting.
They're already wired for something totally different.
Now, you mentioned Shaumbra face some unique challenges, especially this whole disconnecting from the field thing.
Yeah.
I know our listeners are familiar with the concept of the field itself, but what's important for them to know about disconnecting from it?
Well, what's crucial here is that this isn't just some abstract idea.
Right.
It has very real-life consequences for Shaumbra.
Okay.
The channelings say that this disconnection, it can show up as some pretty unexpected things.
Like what?
Like you might suddenly feel incredibly fatigued,
Oh, wow.
or your sleep patterns might totally change.
Oh.
And even your emotions you might feel all over the place.
So it's not just a metaphysical shift.
Yeah.
It's like a full body experience.
Yeah, like their whole energetic system is being rewired. Think about it. All those old connections, beliefs, even influences from past lives, they're suddenly fading away.
Oh, wow.
It's got to create some turbulence.
So what are they supposed to do about it?
Well, it's actually the opposite of what you might think.
Okay.
Instead of trying to fight it,
Right.
TOBIAS emphasizes surrendering to the process.
Okay.
Because resisting it, that only makes the discomfort worse. He even suggests like doing something different every single day for a month,
Really?
just to shake things up
Oh, wow.
and break those old patterns.
So it's like they're being asked to intentionally disrupt their routine, force themselves out of autopilot.
Exactly.
But this whole process of letting go, it's not just about discomfort, is it?
No, it's not.
It opens the door to something pretty remarkable.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Nost, yeah. This is where things get really exciting.
Yeah.
It's described as this like brilliant creative knowingness that makes manifesting your dreams almost effortless.
Hold on. Are you saying that we can manifest anything just by letting go?
Well, it's not about trying to control things or manipulate anything.
Okay.
It's about aligning with that inner knowing,
Right.
with that nos that already has the blueprint for what you desire. TOBIAS even talks about how the Crimson Circle Energy Company was established through Nost.
Really?
Yeah, everything just flowed so effortlessly,
Wow.
almost magically.
That's incredible.
It is.
So it's not just about visualizing what you want or
Right.
saying affirmations. It's about tapping into this much deeper level of knowing.
Yes.
A place where the answers already exist.
Exactly. And this is where Shaumbra, as they disconnect from the field
Yeah.
and embrace Nost,
Right.
they become such powerful teachers.
Teachers. Okay.
Yeah. Because they're not just talking about it.
Right.
They're actually living examples of what's possible.
Mm.
When you operate from that place of effortless creation.
Yeah. So we've got Shaumbra going through this intense process of disconnection.
Right.
And they're stepping into this incredible power of Nost.
Yeah.
But what are they actually teaching? What does it mean for them to be teachers of the new earth?
Well, the channelings highlight several key areas.
Okay.
Business energy relationships, and then just overall consciousness.
Okay.
And Shaumbra are called to bring their own unique perspectives to all of these areas
Interesting.
to help humanity navigate this shift into a new paradigm.
So it's not just about sitting on a mountaintop meditating. It's
Oh.
about bringing this new energy into the real world,
Exactly.
into everyday life.
And what's really fascinating
Yeah.
is that the channelings, they emphasize authenticity as the key to their teaching.
Authenticity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shaumbra are encouraged to just be themselves, to let go of that need to impress or conform to anything.
Oh, wow.
Their own lives actually become the teaching.
That's powerful.
It is.
It's not about preaching or pretending. It's about embodying the change you want to see.
Exactly.
Speaking of embodying change, there's this really fascinating bit about Santa Claus.
Ah, yes, Santa Claus.
Yeah.
More than just a jolly old elf.
Right.
He's an actual entity with a presence on both sides of the veil.
Wow.
And what makes him so remarkable
Yeah.
is his ability to manifest miracles
Okay. But
because of the collective energy and belief that's focused on him.
hold on, wait a minute. Are you saying Santa is real?
Well, according to these channelings,
Okay.
there's more to Santa than meets the eye.
Hmm.
And what I find so fascinating
Yeah.
is that his ability to manifest
Right.
is directly tied to the energy we project onto him as a collective.
It's like this giant cosmic mirror reflecting back the power of our own beliefs.
Exactly.
If Santa can manifest because we believe in him, what does that mean for what we can create when we truly believe in ourselves?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
And speaking of these ancient echoes, there's also this intriguing connection between Shaumbra and ancient civilization.
Oh, right. Like Atlantis and Alt?
Exactly. And this is where it gets really interesting for our listeners.
Yeah, because they've mentioned doing past life regressions, specifically focused on Atlantis.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, the channeling suggests that Shaumbra, they actually carry coding from these civilizations.
Like within their DNA?
Yeah, within their very DNA.
Wow.
Now, this coding, it can hold ancient wisdom,
Right.
but it can also cause blockages or even illnesses. So releasing these old codes,
Okay.
that could be a really powerful path to healing and freedom.
So it's like they're carrying echoes of the past within their very being.
Exactly. And what's interesting is that this whole process of clearing these codes,
Yeah.
it seems to mirror the larger shift that's happening in consciousness on Earth.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, as Shaumbra heal their own past,
Right.
they're actually contributing to the healing of humanity's collective past as well.
Yeah. Wow, they're like microcosms of the larger global transformation.
Precisely. And the journey doesn't stop there.
What do you mean?
Well, the channelings, they hint at this upcoming teacher series.
Teacher series.
Yeah, that delves even deeper into tools and experiences specifically for Shaumbra teachers.
Oh, wow.
And this is where we really start to see the practical application of all these concepts.
Okay, so we've got Shaumbra.
Right.
These human angels who are disconnecting from the field, embracing Gnosts,
Yeah,
and stepping into their roles as teachers.
exactly.
But how does that teaching actually manifest in their lives? What does it look like day to day?
That's a great question, and that's exactly what we're going to explore in part 2.
Cool.
We'll delve into specific examples of how Shaumbra are bringing these teachings into the world.
Awesome.
From energy work to relationships to business, we're going to cover it all.
All right, so buckle up, listeners. We're
Yeah.
just getting started on this journey.
We are.
We'll be back soon with part 2 of this deep dive
Sounds good.
to explore the practical side of Shaumbra's teachings.
Can't wait. Welcome back.
Yeah.
I'm curious, did you get a chance to think about what you might teach
Yeah.
if you were stepping into that Shaumbra role?
Oh, I got to giving it a lot of thought.
Yeah.
And, these channelings, they really spark so many ideas.
Oh, yeah.
They talk a lot about energy work,
Yeah.
healing,
Mm.
helping others on their own journeys.
Right.
But it seems like it goes beyond those traditional methods.
That's what's so intriguing about it.
Yeah.
It's all about aligning with that new energy paradigm we were talking about.
Right.
Tapping into Nost
Okay.
and that unique energy of Shaumbra.
Yeah, there's one channeling where TOBIAS talks about this Shaumbra Service Center.
Oh, yeah.
What's that all about?
Well, it's not like a physical place.
Okay.
It's more like an energetic space where people
Ah.
can go for answers and support.
So it's kind of like a spiritual help desk.
Yeah, you could say that.
But it's not about giving people the answers, is it?
No, it's not.
It's about helping them find their own way.
Exactly. TOBIAS really emphasizes empowering people to access their own inner knowing, their
Right.
own Nost.
Okay.
He even suggests that it goes beyond words.
Oh, what do you mean?
That Shaumbra teachers, they learn to listen on multiple levels, tuning into like the unspoken messages
Wow.
and the energy fields of others.
That's pretty deep.
It is.
It's almost like becoming an energetic detective,
Yeah.
sensing what's really going on beneath the surface.
Exactly.
But to do that effectively, wouldn't Shaumbra need to embody those changes themselves first?
Absolutely. Authenticity is like the cornerstone of all these teachings.
Okay.
And Adamus Saint Germain,
Yeah.
he sums it up beautifully.
What does he say?
He says, the greatest thing you could possibly teach them is through the example of your life, what you are doing on Earth right now to create what you choose.
So it's walking the talk,
Yeah.
not just talking the talk.
So,
And
yeah.
for Shaumbra, that means aligning with their own authentic path. Right.
Even if it means going against what society expects.
Right. And Saint Germain even uses himself as an example.
Does he?
Yeah. He says, I am authentic and you are becoming also. He encourages Shaumbra to make choices
No.
that really align with their soul's purpose.
Right.
And then just let go.
Okay.
Trust that the universe is co-creating with them.
It's a nice reminder to trust in our own power,
It is.
to step into that place of empowered creation.
Yeah. And this whole authenticity thing, it makes me wonder about how Shaumbra navigates relationships,
Yeah, like family dynamics.
especially family dynamics.
The channelings address that.
They do. And it can be a really tricky area.
Oh, how so?
Well, the energy of someone who's evolving as a Shaumbra,
Right.
it might not resonate with people who haven't embarked on a similar path.
Oh, I see.
There's even this kind of heartbreaking question from a listener
Oh, man.
whose wife left him
Wow.
and their children
Mm,
because she was so deeply immersed in Tobias's teachings. Oh, that's a really tough situation.
it is.
What does Tobias say about that?
Well, he explains that sometimes as Shaumbra evolve,
Yeah.
they almost become invisible to the people around them.
Invisible.
Yeah, because their energy is operating on a different frequency.
Oh, wow.
So people who aren't tuned into that,
Right.
they can't really connect in the same way.
That's like they're speaking different languages.
Yeah,
Their vibrations just aren't aligning anymore.
exactly. But that must be so painful
It must.
for everyone involved.
Yeah.
But Tobias emphasizes that it's not about blame.
Okay.
It's just like a natural consequence of this whole evolutionary process.
Hmm.
He also says that Shaumbra have the right to choose
Okay.
their level of engagement with family
Right.
to honor their own boundaries and energy.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes the most loving action is to step back, allow space for everyone to evolve
Exactly.
at their own pace.
And this whole idea of personal choice,
yeah.
it seems to extend to other areas of life too,
Like what?
like health and well-being.
Oh.
The channelings encourage trusting your body's innate wisdom, allowing it to heal and balance itself.
Okay.
Tobias even cautions against overusing supplements.
Oh.
Yeah, he says it kind of sends a message.
What kind of message?
Like the body can't handle things on its own.
Oh.
It's about reclaiming that innate healing power
right.
that we all have.
He even tells a listener who's struggling with cancer.
Does he?
Yeah. To make a conscious choice to heal.
To heal.
To live.
It's a powerful reminder that we have more agency
yeah.
than we often realize.
Right.
We can choose to align with health with vitality.
Okay. And that same principle,
Yeah.
it applies to finances too, right?
Absolutely, to abundance.
The channelings say that abundance is Shaumbra's birthright?
Mm.
That lack and limitation are just illusions?
Yeah, old paradigms that don't serve us anymore.
But that's a big shift in perspective.
It is.
Especially with all the societal conditioning
Yeah.
around money and hard work.
Yeah, Tobias actually talks about beliefs
Yeah.
as nails.
Nails.
Yeah, that are hammered into the house of the soul,
The house of the soul.
blocking the natural flow of abundance.
So it's about pulling out those nails,
Yeah,
releasing those limiting beliefs.
exactly.
But how do you actually do that?
Mm.
How do you shift from that scarcity mindset to one of abundance?
Well, it starts with trusting
Trusting what?
that the universe will provide,
Okay.
that your needs will be met.
Right.
It's about aligning with your soul's purpose, allowing yourself to receive.
It's about trusting the process, just like with disconnecting from the field.
It is.
It's about surrender, allowing something greater to work through you. Speaking of something greater, there's that idea that Shaumbra aren't just individuals.
Right.
They're part of this collective Shaumbra being.
Yes. It's almost like a spiritual hive mind.
Oh, wow.
This network of consciousness
Okay.
that connects them to each other and to a higher realm of guidance. Tobias says that this Shaumbra being,
Yeah.
it's a really powerful force.
Wow.
This source of energy and inspiration that they can always tap into.
So even when they're facing challenges or feeling alone,
Yeah,
they're actually connected to this vast network of support.
exactly. They have a whole team of Shaumbra,
Wow.
both here on Earth and in the non-physical realms, cheering them on and celebrating their victories.
That's incredibly reassuring.
It is.
And as they step into their roles as teachers and stewards,
Yeah.
they carry this collective energy with them.
Yeah, amplifying their impact,
Right.
radiating their light outward.
It's a beautiful image.
It is in this collective energy.
Yeah.
It isn't limited to just Shaumbra.
Okay.
The channelings say they're part of this even larger network
Oh, wow.
of angelic beings, guides, and masters who are supporting humanity.
During this time of transition?
Exactly. It's like a cosmic support system. This whole team of light beings working behind the scenes
Wow.
to help us navigate this shift.
But there's one key relationship we haven't touched on yet.
Oh, what's that?
Shaumbra and the Earth itself.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Gaia.
Yeah.
The channelings repeatedly emphasize that Shaumbra's journey is deeply intertwined with Gaia's own evolution.
Oh.
They're partners in this grand transformation.
So it's like a dance.
It is.
But I imagine this dance isn't always smooth and effortless.
No, it's not.
As Gaia goes through her own changes,
Right.
Shaumbra must really feel the impact.
They do. It's a time of great intensity with everything being shaken up. Shaumbra are right in the thick of it,
Yeah.
feeling those energetic fluctuations,
Oy.
processing them,
Wow.
transmuting them through their own being.
So it's a really demanding role
It is.
and incredibly meaningful.
Yes. They're at the forefront of this shift,
Hmm.
helping to birth a more harmonious reality.
And their partnership with Gaia,
Yeah.
it extends beyond just the physical level.
It does.
They're working on energetic levels as well, to clear old patterns, heal wounds,
Right.
raise the vibration of the planet.
It's like they're weaving this new tapestry of light, this web of consciousness,
Yeah.
connecting all beings,
Mm.
supporting the emergence of a new paradigm.
And this brings us back to that question from earlier.
Oh, yeah.
What would you teach
Mm.
if you were stepping into that Shaumbra role?
It's a question that encourages us to really look within,
Yeah.
to discover our own unique gifts and our passions.
We all have a role to play,
We do.
a light to shine, a message to share.
Exactly. And as we align with our own authenticity, our own Nast,
Right.
and that collective energy of Shaumbra and Gaia,
Yeah.
we become such powerful forces for change,
Wow.
co-creating a world that reflects our highest vision.
We'll continue this deep dive in part 3,
We will.
where we'll explore even more of the nuances of Shaumbra's journey
Mm.
and the practical implications of their teachings.
Okay.
And in the meantime, keep
Yeah.
pondering that question.
What is your unique contribution to the new Earth?
It's a good one.
Welcome back to our deep dive into the world of Shaumbra.
Yeah.
We've explored so much already.
They have.
From their unique energy to all those challenges they face
Right.
as they disconnect from the field and step into their roles as teachers. And as we kind of wrap up this exploration,
Yeah.
I'm really struck by how Shaumbra's journey, it's about so much more than just personal growth.
It is.
It's so intertwined with this massive shift in consciousness
Right.
affecting humanity and the Earth itself.
It's a big one.
It really is like a cosmic dance.
It is a dance.
With Shaumbra and Gaia moving together. And each step creates these ripples
Yeah.
that touch every aspect of existence.
It's true.
As we delve into these final layers of the channelings,
Okay.
there are some really fascinating details
Oh, yeah. Like what?
about the nature of this dance.
I'm listening.
One that comes to mind is this concept of destiny seeds.
Destiny seeds. Yeah. Tobias uses this term to describe
Right.
these pre-programmed events or experiences that are woven into our lives,
Okay.
often stemming from past life choices or agreements.
So it's kind of like having these pre-written chapters in our life story.
Yeah, exactly.
But we have the power to choose if we want to live them out or not.
Exactly. He explains that destiny seeds can manifest in different ways,
Okay.
like as challenges or illnesses or even sudden energy shifts.
Wow.
But we actually have the agency to decide whether to activate them or not.
That's interesting.
He even leads an exercise during one channeling.
Does he?
Yeah, guiding Shaumbra to deactivate those seeds that no longer serve them.
So they're basically saying,
Yeah.
okay, past me might have signed up for this, but present me as choosing a different path.
Exactly. It's like taking back control. It's
Yeah.
a powerful reminder that we're not bound by fate.
Right.
We have the power to create our own reality.
I like that.
And you know, this whole theme of empowerment,
Yeah.
it's so central to the Shaumbra journey.
It really is.
It's about releasing that need to suffer,
Okay.
stepping out of victim consciousness, and embracing the joy, the ease, and the abundance that
Right.
are their birthright.
Yeah. There's a quote from Tobias that I think really highlights this.
Oh, what is it?
He says, "You are not who you think you are. You are part of the Crimson Council. You're here on Earth right now as a human teacher to help answer the calls from the millions and millions of humans who need help every day."
Wow, that's powerful.
It is.
It's a reminder that Shaumbra are here with a purpose,
Mhm.
this divine mission to support humanity.
And this is where understanding Gnost becomes even more crucial.
Oh, yeah. Why is that?
Well, remember, it's that force that makes manifesting almost effortless.
Right.
It aligns us with our soul's purpose.
It's about trusting that inner knowing, letting go of the need to control everything.
Tobias says it's not just about material desires, though.
Oh?
It's about creating a reality that reflects our highest vision.
Our highest vision for ourselves and for the world.
Exactly. He calls it bringing heaven to earth.
Hmm.
And he talks about this crystalline realm,
Like a crystalline realm.
yeah, that exists within each of us.
Okay.
And it's where all creative energy is born.
I love that imagery.
It is beautiful.
So it's like tapping into our own inner wellspring of creativity.
Exactly. And this crystalline realm, this
Yeah.
source of Gnost,
Right.
it's within everyone.
Mm.
It's not just limited to Shaumbra.
Right. It's about remembering that we're not separate from the divine,
Mhm.
that we all have this incredible power to create.
And Shaumbra,
Yeah.
they're like living reminders of what's possible
Yeah.
when we tap into that power.
It's inspiring.
It really is. And, you know, they're paving the way for a whole new reality.
Oh, what's that?
What Tobias calls the new Earth.
The new Earth.
Yeah, he describes it as this place where duality is transcended.
Wow.
Limitations are lifted and abundance flows freely.
Mm.
And it's being co-created by Shaumbra.
Okay.
And really, everyone who's aligned with love and expansion.
So it's not some far-off utopia.
No,
It's something we're creating right now.
He even says that as Shaumbra embodies the new energy,
Yeah.
they're literally creating energetic pathways,
Wow.
bridges between the old Earth and the new one.
Hmm.
It's being woven into being.
Wow.
One thought, one action, one choice at a time.
And speaking of choice,
Mhm.
throughout these channelings,
Mm.
the importance of choice is emphasized over and over again.
It is a constant reminder that we have the power to choose
Right.
our reality,
Mm.
our experiences, our level of engagement with the world.
Nothing is predetermined.
Oh,
We have the free will to create our own destiny.
and that choice extends to everything,
Everything.
even choosing to be here, choosing to be a Shaumbra.
Tobias suggests it was a conscious decision
Yeah.
made by each soul before incarnating.
It's like they knew it would be challenging,
Yeah.
but also incredibly rewarding,
Mhm.
and they willingly signed up for it.
It's a big commitment.
It is.
You know, as we wrap up this deep dive, I feel a real sense of awe for those who've chosen this path.
Me too.
It's not easy.
No.
It takes a lot of courage and dedication.
It requires facing your shadows,
Yeah.
releasing those old patterns,
Right.
stepping outside of your comfort zone.
Stepping into the unknown.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the rewards are immense.
They are.
As Shaumbra embodies the new energy,
Yeah.
they become these beacons of light,
Mm-hmm.
guiding humanity towards a brighter future.
They really are the pioneers,
Yeah, the trailblazers.
paving the way for a new era of peace and harmony and abundance for all.
And their journey inspires us all
It does.
to awaken to our own potential,
Right.
embrace our own Nost,
Mm.
and co-create a world that reflects our highest vision of love and possibility.
So as we conclude,
Yeah.
I want to leave you with this question, listener.
Okay.
What choice will you make today? What step will you take to align with your soul's purpose
Right.
and contribute to the birthing of this new earth?
The answers lie within you.
They do.
Trust your intuition.
Yeah.
Embrace your Nost
Right.
and step boldly into the grand adventure that awaits.
We'll be back soon with another deep dive
We will.
into the mysteries and marvels of the universe.
Can't wait.
But until then, may your journey be filled with joy, ease, and wonder.
And not. Hey, everyone, and welcome to this deep dive. You know, you've been wanting to learn more about this whole Nost thing that this Tobias guy talks about and how it relates to like this quantum leap he keeps mentioning.
Right, right.
And luckily for us, we have a whole bunch of his talks transcribed
Yeah.
from way back in 2006, 2007.
Okay.
It's a series he called the Teacher Series.
Interesting.
I've got to be honest with you, this stuff gets a little out there.
Yeah.
So I asked our expert here to help us wade through it all.
Oh, happy to help. I think Tobias definitely saw this time as like a turning point.
Oh, for sure.
And one of the first things that really stood out to me was his take on energy,
Okay.
especially in like spiritual settings.
Yeah, he talks about this shift from feeding
Yeah.
to something else.
Right.
It's a little vague, though.
It is. It's a little cryptic.
Like, what does he even mean by feeding in the first place?
Well, it's like he's saying that, back in the day, people went to spiritual gatherings to kind of like, recharge their batteries by absorbing energy from others.
Oh, so it was an external thing.
Exactly. It was all external.
Gotcha. So like plugging into a cosmic power outlet,
Uh-huh. I like that.
but that's not how it works anymore.
Not anymore. It's like we're all becoming our own power sources now.
Okay.
He describes this new dynamic where instead of looking outside ourselves,
Yeah.
we're tapping into like this wellspring of energy within.
Interesting. So that kind of brings us to Nost,
Yeah.
which is the term that you're really curious about.
Yes.
Tobias uses it all the time,
All the time.
but it's almost like he dances around a direct definition.
Right. You can't just Google it.
No?
It's not a concept you can easily define.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of a rigid definition, think of Nost as your inner compass, your direct line to a deeper knowing. It's less about thinking and more about feeling your way to what feels truly aligned.
So less head, more heart. He even compares it to angel speak, which sounds pretty out there even for me.
He's trying to get across that Nost is beyond words and intellect.
Okay.
Like, have you ever had a gut feeling so strong
Sure.
that it felt like a message from somewhere else?
Yeah.
That's the kind of knowing he's talking about.
Okay.
It's about direct experience, pure intuition.
So no textbook on NOS then.
Uh-huh. Not really. No?
It's more about tapping into something that's already inside of us.
Exactly.
Which is interesting because this whole collection of talks is called the Teacher Series.
Right.
Does Tobias ever talk about how NOS relates to actually becoming a teacher
Oh, absolutely.
in this new energy paradigm?
He believed that when you tap into Nost, you become like this effortless guide for others.
Okay.
As if your own wisdom becomes a beacon, naturally attracting people who resonate with your unique frequency.
But that makes me think about how he talks about NOS leading to simplification.
Yes.
Like clearing out the clutter in our lives to make room for something more.
Exactly. He talks about streamlining your life.
Okay.
Freeing up energy and time so you can focus on your passions.
So because they're not caught up in the old patterns anymore,
Right.
they can then help guide others out of those same patterns.
Yes, it's like a ripple effect.
It's like this chain reaction of positive change.
Yes.
And speaking of interesting concepts, you mentioned wanting to explore this standard technology idea.
Oh, yes. Standard technology.
What is Tobias's take on that?
It's basically this incredibly potent energy that we can learn to harness.
Okay.
And he uses this example of a single healthy cell acting as a standard for all the others.
Okay.
It's like that healthy cell just radiates its energy outward, and it influences all the others to become healthy as well.
So instead of focusing on what's wrong,
Right?
we focus on what's already working and let that ripple outwards.
Exactly. And he doesn't limit it to the physical body either.
Really?
He suggests it works for consciousness as well.
So like feeling content in this moment?
Yeah.
And letting that become the standard for my overall experience.
That's a great way to put it.
It's about shifting my focus to what I want to experience.
Yes.
And letting that become my new baseline, my new standard.
Exactly.
Now we're living in some pretty interesting times,
We are.
to say the least.
Say the least.
Would Tobias say that we can use NOS to tap into this standard technology
Okay.
as a way to navigate all this chaos?
That's a fantastic question, and it brings us to something Tobias emphasizes a lot.
What's that?
He believed that one of the simplest but most powerful ways to access Nost is through regular sabbaticals or moments of solitude.
Okay, so basically hitting the pause button on the craziness
Exactly.
to reconnect with myself.
Yes, these periods of disconnecting allow you to tune back into your inner world, to hear your own wisdom,
Okay.
and reconnect with that Nost energy.
It's like giving myself the space to remember who I am at my core.
Right.
You know, without all the noise and distractions.
Exactly. And from that place of quiet,
Yeah.
we can access that Nost energy.
Yeah.
And maybe even start applying this standard technology.
To create something new.
Exactly.
It's a lot to unpack here.
It is.
And I feel like we're just scratching the surface.
Yeah, we've got Nost, we've got standard technology, this idea of simplification, the importance of self-connection.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but you've already grasped some of the key concepts that Tobias presents.
That's good to hear.
And these are really powerful tools for navigating these times as you continue to explore these talks.
Bye.
Pay attention to how these concepts resonate with your own experiences.
Great advice. We've laid some groundwork here,
We have.
but there's so much more to uncover.
There is.
We'll continue this thread in part 2 of our deep dive
Awesome.
and explore some of the more practical applications of NOS
Can't wait.
in our daily lives.
Looking forward to it in the meantime.
Yeah.
Pay attention to any aha moments or insights that come up as you reflect on what we've discussed so far.
Sounds good.
Welcome back. It's great to be continuing this exploration with you. You know, one of the things that really stands out to me about Tobias's teachings is how practical they can be.
Totally. I agree. It's inspiring to talk about all this NOS stuff and standard technology.
Right.
But I'm definitely curious to see how we can actually apply these concepts in our everyday lives.
Well, one of the most compelling examples Tobias gives is in the area of health.
Okay.
Remember how we talked about standard technology? He suggests that even a single healthy cell in your body can act as a template for all the others. If you can really focus on the health and vibrancy of that one cell, its energy can actually influence the rest.
Interesting. So it's not about obsessing over every little ache and pain.
Right.
It's more about tuning into what's already working
Yeah.
and amplifying that.
That's a great way to put it. Tobias was really challenging that old way of thinking.
What do you mean?
You know, that hyper-focus on disease and what's out of balance?
Yeah.
Instead, he encourages us to tap into the incredible wisdom and healing power that our bodies already have.
So instead of fighting against illness,
Right.
we're aligning with wellness.
Exactly, and this is where Gnost comes in.
Okay.
Tobias suggests that Gnost allows us to access that deep inner knowing, the innate wisdom of our bodies, to facilitate healing and regeneration.
That makes me think about how we sometimes try to force things to happen. Try to fix things ourselves.
Yeah.
When maybe the best approach is to just get out of the way and let the body do what it knows how to do.
He uses this analogy of a self-adjusting mechanism,
Okay.
which I love. He's basically saying that even if we make what we perceive as a wrong decision, our bodies have this incredible ability to course correct and find their way back to equilibrium.
Wow, that's actually really reassuring.
It is.
It takes some of the pressure off, right?
Well-
It's like we don't need to have all the answers or try to control everything.
You got it.
We can trust our own inner intelligence to guide us.
And that's trust, that surrender.
Mm.
That's a key part of working with Gnost.
Okay.
Tobias really emphasizes letting go of that need to control
Yeah,
and allowing the energy to flow through us without resistance.
I can see how that could be challenging, though,
It can be.
especially in a world that's constantly telling us we need to be in control.
Oh, absolutely. But Tobias reminds us that true power comes from letting go, from surrendering to something bigger than our limited minds.
Which brings us back to standard technology,
Oh,
right?
it does.
Because it's not just about our individual healing.
Right.
It's about the impact we have on the collective.
You're so on point. Tobias believed that when we embody a standard of peace,
Okay.
clarity, and groundedness, that energy radiates outward and influences those around us. It's not just about feeling better ourselves.
Right.
It's about becoming a beacon of light, a template for a new way of being in the world.
That's a powerful image. So it's not just about individual transformation,
No.
but like a collective shift in consciousness.
Exactly. Tobias envisioned a world where individuals empowered by Gnost could collectively shift the consciousness of humanity,
Oh.
ushering in this new era of peace, abundance, and creative expression.
It's a pretty bold vision.
It is.
It definitely connects back to that idea of a quantum leap he talks about.
Oh, definitely. And while the specifics of this quantum leap might be a bit mysterious,
Yeah.
Tobias offers some really interesting clues about how we can prepare for it.
Like what?
He talks a lot about simplification,
Okay.
about letting go of anything that doesn't serve us, anything that weighs us down.
So like getting rid of the excess baggage.
Exactly.
And didn't he also suggest taking those sabbaticals,
Yes.
those periods of solitude,
Absolutely.
as a way to reconnect with ourselves and tap into that Gnost energy?
He saw these periods of disconnecting from the external world as essential for tuning into our inner guidance,
All right.
like hitting the reset button on our consciousness and realigning with our true nature.
It makes sense when we create that space.
Right.
We can finally hear the whispers of our own wisdom
Yeah.
without all the noise and distractions of everyday life.
And from that place of inner alignment,
Yeah.
we can engage with the world in a more powerful and effective way.
Which leads to another point that Tobias makes.
What's up?
The idea that we don't always have to struggle or force things to happen.
Right.
He encourages us to tap into that effortless flow of Gnost and allow creation and manifestation to unfold more organically.
I love that it's such a radical shift from how we're often conditioned to approach life, you know?
Right.
All that striving and pushing and trying to control everything.
It really is so much of what he talks about challenges those deeply ingrained beliefs.
It does.
It's almost like he's saying, hey, trust yourself. Trust the process you are capable of creating incredible things. But it doesn't have to be a constant uphill battle.
And that message is so important, especially with all the uncertainty and challenges we face in the world today.
Totally. It's easy to get swept up in all the fear and drama.
It is.
But Tobias reminds us that we have the power to choose our experience.
We do.
We can choose to focus on the chaos.
Right?
Or we can choose to align with a higher vision, a vision of peace, abundance, and joy.
It's about remembering who we truly are. Remember that powerful statement Tobias offers.
Oh,
You are divine. You are sovereign. That's all you have to remember. Everything else is rather insignificant.
that's such a beautiful reminder.
It is.
And it feels like it applies to everything we've been talking about, not standard technology. This idea of simplification and the importance of self-connection.
Yes.
It's all about remembering our inherent power and stepping into that truth.
Exactly. And as we continue to explore these talks, I encourage you to keep that statement in mind.
Okay.
Let it be your anchor, your guiding light.
I like that. Speaking of continuing to explore, in part 3, we're going to delve into another one of Tobias's key concepts.
Oh,
The
yes.
idea of no compromise.
No compromise. It's a really bold statement.
It is.
And one that challenges us to step fully into our power and authenticity.
It feels especially relevant in a world that often encourages us to shrink ourselves.
Right.
To conform and to settle for less than what we truly desire.
I agree. And in part 3, we'll explore how embracing this principle of no compromise can empower us to live more authentically, more joyfully, and in alignment with our soul's purpose.
I'm really looking forward to that conversation.
Me too.
Welcome back. We've covered a lot of ground with NOST and standard technology and that whole quantum leap thing. But there's one concept Tobias keeps coming back to that I'm really curious to unpack. No compromise. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Why does it seem so important to him?
He's not just talking about, making tough choices or anything.
Not
No
yet.
compromise is about like this much deeper shift. In consciousness, it's like he's saying, stop negotiating with your own greatness.
So it's not about saying no to that extra slice of cake. No, it's bigger than that.
Way bigger. He's challenging us to look at all the areas of our lives where we've kind of dimmed our own light, where we've settled for less than what truly lights us up. It could be our relationships, our work, our creative pursuits, or even our relationship with ourselves.
He talks about this hide-and-seek game humans play.
Yes.
Like, we're almost afraid to let our true selves shine.
Exactly. It's like we try to fit in to make ourselves smaller so we don't stand out too much. Tobias saw that as a form of compromise,
Interesting.
a denial of our own magnificence.
So how do we break free from that? How do we step into this no-compromise reality? It sounds kind of intimidating.
Well, Tobias actually offers a really simple suggestion. Start by making choices.
Okay.
But not just any choices. Make choices that are aligned with your heart, your passions, the things that make you come alive.
So taking action.
Yes, taking action, even if it's a small thing.
I remember him talking about taking yourself out to dinner.
Yeah.
Not as a treat, but as like a practice in self-love.
Yes.
And acceptance.
It's about getting comfortable with being in your own company, fully embracing your own presence.
It's about carving out time to truly get to know myself.
Exactly.
To appreciate my own company and to honor my own desires.
And it reminds us that self-love isn't selfish.
Right.
It's essential.
And when we love and accept ourselves fully,
yeah.
it becomes so much easier to extend that love and compassion to others.
Beautifully said. And as we step into this no compromise energy, we become a living example for others.
Oh.
We show them that it's possible to live a life that's true to themselves, a life that's filled with joy and fulfillment.
And wouldn't that tie back into standard technology in a way?
Absolutely, because we become the standard for others to follow.
Yeah, we're raising the bar, setting a new standard for what's possible.
Exactly. And as more and more people embrace this no compromise principle, we collectively shift the vibration of the planet. It's like we're contributing to that quantum leap Tobias was talking about.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what are some key takeaways for our listeners?
Well, for me, one of the most important takeaways is that we always have a choice.
Okay.
We can choose to stay comfortable, to play it safe, to keep compromising, or we can choose to step fully into our power, embrace our authentic selves, and live a life that reflects our soul's purpose.
It feels like that choice is at the heart of Tobias's message.
It is.
It's a choice to recognize our inherent worthiness, to stop hiding, and to create a life that truly reflects who we are.
Beautifully said. As you continue exploring this material on your own, ask yourself, where am I compromising in my life? What would it look like to live with no compromise? And what choices can I make today to move closer to that reality?
Those are great questions. And remember that powerful statement from Tobias. You are divine. You are sovereign. That's all you have to remember. Everything else is rather insignificant.
It's a beautiful reminder that we already have everything we need to create the life we desire.
It's been an incredible journey diving into these teachings with you.
It has.
Thank you for being such an insightful guide through this material.
Oh, the pleasure was all mine. Keep exploring, keep asking questions, and trust your own inner knowing.
I will.
It'll always guide you in the right direction.
And one final thought for our listeners, as you continue your exploration, Tobias suggests that we all have a home in another realm, a place we can retreat to when things get tough here.
Interesting.
He doesn't give any specifics, but he invites us to explore this idea.
Okay.
to imagine what our home in another realm might be like.
What a beautiful invitation. It's a reminder that we are multidimensional beings
Yes.
with connections and resources that extend far beyond our physical reality.
Until our next deep dive, keep exploring, keep expanding, and keep embracing the infinite possibilities that reside within you.
And don't forget to have some fun along the way.
Absolutely. Laughter makes everything better. We'll catch you next time.
Okay, so picture this. You're 8 years old.
Okay.
Your name is Sam, and you're trying so hard to stay awake while you're doing your homework. But, and here's the thing, you're not just any kid. You're super sensitive to energies, and you're picking up on things that most people don't.
Yeah.
In fact, you might even be like a bridge between the human and the divine.
Wow.
And that is just one of the amazing things that we'll be exploring
Yeah?
in this deep dive
Right.
into Quantum Leap, which is a collection of channeled messages you shared from way back in 2007 and 2008.
It's quite a while ago. Yeah.
And these messages are all about personal transformation, the massive shift in consciousness that's happening here on Earth, and then this special group called Shaumbra, who are playing a key role in all of it.
You know, what's so interesting about Shaumbra is that they come from such diverse backgrounds, different beliefs,
Yeah.
even different lifetimes, where they might have even been in conflict with each other.
It's like they're this incredibly diverse group that's been brought together for this higher purpose.
Exactly.
It makes you wonder, like, what kind of challenges and opportunities come from that kind of diversity?
It's certainly not easy to come together with people that you might have had conflicts with in past lives.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of forgiveness and a real willingness to let go of old patterns and old resentments. But the beauty of it is that this diversity, it really brings such a richness of perspectives and experiences to the mission. And it allows them to approach the shifting consciousness from so many angles and connect with a much wider range of people.
It's almost like their past conflicts become like a strength in a way, or a way to bridge divides.
Exactly.
And create something new. Now, the messages also talk a lot about this struggle between what they call our little human and our big soul.
Right.
Can you kind of unpack that for me a little bit?
Yes.
Like, what exactly do those terms mean, and how do they kind of show up in our everyday lives?
Well, you can think of the little human as that voice in your head that's, always worried about survival. Basic things, food, shelter, safety. But it's also the voice that chases after happiness, but often in a very conditional way.
Oh, like that never-ending "I'll be happy when"
Yeah.
story we tell ourselves.
Exactly. Always focused on what's lacking, what needs to be fixed in order to finally achieve this lasting happiness.
Right.
And it keeps us stuck in this cycle of seeking validation from outside and chasing these fleeting pleasures. The big soul, on the other hand, it has a completely different perspective. It's not driven by fear or lack, but by this deep desire for expansion, expression, and fulfilling its unique purpose.
So it's less about seeking happiness and more about aligning with our true nature and expressing our gifts, our unique gifts.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that. True fulfillment comes from connecting with our soul's purpose and contributing to something larger than ourselves.
Okay, so we've got this diverse group of Shaumbra coming together, and we've all got this inner battle going on between our limited selves and our expansive souls. And all of this is happening against the backdrop of this massive consciousness shift that the messages refer to as moving from old energy to new energy. Can you kind of paint me a picture of what this shift actually looks like, how it's kind of playing out in the world?
It's almost like Terra Lodi. The entire planet is going through this major upgrade. A shift from these outdated ways of being to a more expansive, conscious way of living. And, the quantum leap messages were delivered right when this shift was gaining momentum.
Yeah.
And they describe how it's impacting us on both personal and global levels. One way the shift is showing up is in this increasing awareness of interconnectedness. People are starting to realize that we're not these separate individuals, but rather we're part of this vast web of life, all interconnected and influencing one another.
It's like we're waking up to the fact that our thoughts and feelings and actions even have this ripple effect that extends way beyond just ourselves.
Exactly. And this awareness is leading to a growing desire for a more authentic connection, a longing for deeper meaning and purpose in our lives.
But the messages also warn about something called the seduction of consciousness. What exactly is that, and how does it relate to this whole shift?
Well, the seduction of consciousness is kind of a tricky phase of the shift, where old patterns and fears can actually become amplified.
Oh, so it's almost like a purging process
Yeah.
where everything that's not aligned with the new energy kind of comes up to the surface so we can release it.
That's a great way to put it. It's like those old patterns of fear, lack, and limitation that they sort of get louder before they fade away.
Right.
And this can manifest in a lot of different ways, from, increased anxiety and uncertainty to relationship challenges and even global events that reflect this. Upheaval.
It's almost like the world is mirroring back to us all the things we need to heal and transform within ourselves.
Exactly. And one of the biggest challenges during this time is navigating the energy of doubt. The messages really emphasize that. Doubt can become so pervasive, making it difficult to trust our intuition and embrace these new possibilities that are emerging.
So how do we navigate this seduction of consciousness and not get kind of swept away by those old patterns and doubts? And the messages put a lot of emphasis on allowing ourselves to feel all of our emotions, like fully feel them. What's the significance of that in all of this?
It's about going beyond the mental level of trying to figure everything out and actually dropping into our bodies and feeling the full spectrum of our emotions, even the uncomfortable ones.
Yeah.
In the old energy paradigm, we were often taught to suppress or deny our emotions, especially the ones that we labeled as negative. But in the new energy way of being, our emotions become this powerful tool for understanding ourselves and navigating this whole shift.
So it's like instead of seeing our emotions as something to be feared or controlled, it's more about embracing them as sources of information and guidance.
Exactly. Feeling our emotions fully allows us to move through them rather than getting stuck in them. It helps us release what's no longer serving us.
Yeah.
And to connect more deeply with our authentic selves.
There's actually this exercise in the messages where they encourage people to, like, dive into different feelings, like a mother's grief or the joy of dolphins swimming in the ocean. It's like a way to experience the essence of those emotions without getting caught up in the story behind them.
It's a very powerful practice for expanding our emotional capacity.
Right.
And developing greater compassion for ourselves and others.
And the messages also remind us that not all the feelings we experience are actually ours, like we can pick up on the collective energies around us, from the people we're interacting with to global events that are happening in the world.
This is so crucial because it helps us discern what truly belongs to us and what we might be unconsciously taking on from others. It's like developing this energetic filter so we can navigate the emotional landscape without getting overwhelmed or lost in the collective chaos.
So how do we even start to differentiate between our own emotions and those that we might be absorbing from other people?
It starts with developing a greater awareness of our own emotional state, paying attention to how we're feeling throughout the day, noticing any shifts or changes, and asking ourselves, is this truly mine?
And if we realize that a particular feeling doesn't resonate as ours, like, what can we do to release it?
The messages offer this very simple but powerful affirmation. I am that I am. This statement helps us connect with our core essence, the part of us that is, beyond all the fluctuations of emotions and external energies.
Okay, so we're starting to get this clearer picture of this consciousness shift, the challenges, the opportunities, and the importance of developing greater emotional awareness. But how does this new energy consciousness actually differ from the old way of operating? What are some of the key distinctions?
Well, one of the most profound shifts is moving from seeking definitive answers to embracing potentials. In the old energy paradigm, we were conditioned to lead that. There was always one right answer, one right solution to every problem.
It's like we were taught to live in this world of black and white, right and wrong.
Exactly.
With very little room for nuance or ambiguity.
Exactly. And this often led to a lot of striving and seeking and trying to control outcomes. In the new energy way of being, we're invited to let go of that rigid need for certainty and embrace the infinite possibilities that exist in every moment.
So instead of trying to force things to happen, it's more about aligning with our intentions and trusting that the universe is going to orchestrate the details in a way that serves our highest good.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that energy. This is something that we need to manipulate or control, but rather something that wants to flow through us and support us in manifesting our conscious choices.
So how do we tap into this new energy and let it kind of work its magic? The messages talk a lot about connecting with our I am presence. What's that all about?
So the I am presence is described as the core of our being, that divine spark within. It's the part of us that is eternal, unchanging, infinitely wise.
It's like the essence of who we are, beyond all the roles we play and
Yeah.
the stories that we tell ourselves.
Exactly. And connecting with this I am presence is a way to center ourselves, release those outside energies, and align with our true power and sovereignty.
And they give this very simple but powerful practice. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, just breathe and affirm, I am that I am, to kind of restore balance and clarity. It's like anchoring yourself in your truest essence.
Exactly. Remembering who you are at the deepest level and connecting with that source of infinite wisdom and love within you.
Okay, so we're starting to get a handle on this new energy, consciousness, and the importance of connecting with our I am presence. Now, remember, Sam, that 8-year-old boy we were talking about earlier, he's described as the next incarnation of Tobias, the entity delivering these messages.
And what's so fascinating about Sam is that he's incredibly sensitive to energies, even at such a young age, but he doesn't quite understand them yet.
He's got all this potential,
Right.
but he hasn't learned how to harness it.
Exactly.
Right.
And there's this poignant scene where Tobias communicates with Sam during the channeling session. And Sam actually senses the presence of a man who recently died on his street.
Wow. So he's tapping into other realms, even if he hasn't consciously realized it.
He is, and the messages say that.
Yeah.
Sam will eventually embrace his abilities and merge more fully with Tobias's energy.
It's like a powerful metaphor for our own process of integrating our human and divine aspects.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're all a bit like Sam, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
Learning to navigate these subtle energies and embrace our true potential.
It highlights the journey of self-discovery and the integration of
Yeah.
all aspects of ourselves.
Now, another concept that comes up is this idea of gurus being an old energy concept.
Right.
And there's this anecdote where Tobias reviews that. He basically encouraged Shaumbra to tell people that they were new consciousness teachers to help them kind of step into their power.
It's such a provocative idea that challenges our traditional notions of spiritual authority and guidance.
yeah.
The gurus are an old energy concept.
Right.
Then what does that mean for the role of teachers,
Yeah.
guides in this new paradigm?
Right, because if we're all supposed to be embracing our own I am presence, realizing our own divinity, then what does that mean for seeking external guidance? Does it become more about sharing insights and supporting each other's journeys rather than following one ultimate leader?
That is a really great question to ponder. It challenges us to think about how we relate to authority and the nature of spiritual guidance in this evolving landscape of consciousness.
Yeah.
Definitely does. It invites us to step into our own authority and realize that wisdom within, and it's not about rejecting guidance altogether.
Sure.
It's more about cultivating discernment and recognizing that sometimes that most profound guidance comes from within.
Yeah.
And, you know, it seems like a sense of humor.
Yeah.
It's a really important part of this new energy consciousness.
For sure. And speaking of gurus, or the lack thereof, Tobias tells this hilarious story about another entity, Kuthumi,
Yes.
trying to host this
Oh, yeah.
cow dung weekend workshop in Ohio.
Oh, that's classic Kuthumi.
Yeah.
Always finding a way to lighten things up and remind us not to take ourselves too seriously,
Right.
even when we're exploring these profound spiritual concepts.
Exactly. It makes you wonder what kinds of workshops would actually resonate in this new paradigm? What kinds of experiences and teachings would actually support people in this shift?
Right.
Because something tells me cow dung might not be the hottest ticket in town.
Yeah. Maybe it's less about
Yeah.
specific topics or techniques and more about creating experiences that empower people to connect with their own inner wisdom, to feel their emotions fully, and to embrace the unknown with courage and a sense of adventure. It's about creating a space where people feel safe to explore, to question, and to discover their own unique path.
It's like the workshop itself becomes a reflection of those new energy principles, like a space for exploration, expansion, and co-creation, rather than this rigid structure with predetermined outcomes. Now, remember how we talked about that seduction of consciousness, where those old patterns can resurface and even intensify? Tobias uses this really vivid metaphor to kind of illustrate this whole process. It's the story of these two ships setting sail on this grand adventure.
The ships of Mark and Chris.
Right. So they both set off with all this excitement and anticipation.
Right.
But Chris's ship
Yeah.
is carrying a secret cargo.
Oh.
This box full of doubt.
A box full of doubt.
And it doesn't take long for that doubt to start impacting
Right.
Chris's whole journey.
Yeah.
So Mark, who doesn't have that burden weighing him down, yeah,
He embraces the storms and challenges,
right,
trusting that they're guiding him to his destination. But Chris, on the other hand,
yeah,
he's constantly second-guessing himself,
right,
questioning his choices,
right.
and letting that doubt steer the ship off course.
It's such a great illustration of how doubt
Yeah.
can prevent us from fully experiencing
Yeah.
the possibilities of new energy.
Yeah.
It's like this insidious virus that infects our minds
Right.
and makes it so hard to trust our intuition and embrace the unknown.
Yeah.
It keeps us playing small, living in fear, instead of stepping into our power and creating the life that we truly desire.
And the messages even suggest that this doubt
Yes.
isn't just a human thing.
Right.
It's actually spread to other realms.
Wow.
Even affecting angelic beings.
That's a powerful thought.
Yeah. It's a reminder that we're all interconnected
We are.
and that our energy can influence others.
For better or worse.
For better or for worse. That's a really important...
Point to consider. Like, if we can transmit doubt and fear,
Right.
then we can also transmit the opposite, right?
Absolutely.
Trust, confidence, love. Imagine the ripple effect. If we could
that's-
all just choose to throw our doubt overboard
Yes.
and embrace this journey with unwavering faith in ourselves
Yes.
and in the universe.
That would be amazing.
That's a beautiful vision.
It is.
And it leads us to another crucial concept
Okay.
that TOBIAS emphasizes. And that's this idea of taking on the burdens of others. He
Yeah.
talks about how Shaumbra, with their big, compassionate hearts,
Yes.
they have this tendency to be
Yeah.
good social workers,
Yeah.
absorbing the energies and problems of those around them.
It's a very natural impulse for those who are
Yeah.
sensitive and empathetic
Right.
to want to help and support others.
Yeah.
But it can become a form of energetic entanglement that can prevent us from fully stepping into our power,
Right.
living our own truth.
And the messages are pretty direct about this. Like, they're basically saying it's time for Shaumbra to stop
Yeah.
taking on other people's stuff.
Right.
It's not our responsibility to fix their problems or carry their emotional baggage.
It's about recognizing that everyone has their own path to walk,
Yeah.
their own lessons to learn. And by taking on their burdens,
Right.
we might actually be hindering their growth
Yeah.
and preventing them from fully experiencing the consequences of their choices.
Mm.
It's also important to recognize that
Yeah.
when we take on the burdens of others, it often stems from a place of lack within
Yeah.
ourselves.
TOBIAS even calls it an avoidance device.
It is.
Like, we're so busy trying to save everyone else that
Yeah.
we don't actually deal with our own stuff.
Exactly.
So it's really about recognizing those patterns within ourselves
Yeah.
and shifting from being rescuers to being examples, beacons of new energy consciousness
Yes.
who inspire others by embodying our own sovereignty and joy.
Right.
Speaking of Shaumbra and their role in all this, remember how TOBIAS encouraged them to
Yeah.
proclaim themselves as new consciousness teachers?
Yes, I do.
Well, it turns out
Yeah.
they actually get to put that teaching into action.
Oh.
The messages guide them to write a letter to awakening humans.
Okay.
It's kind of like a guidebook for navigating this whole transition.
That's such a cool idea.
Uh-huh.
It's like this collective offering
Yeah.
of wisdom and support
Yeah.
from those who have already
Yeah.
begun to embrace the path of new energy.
Right. Reaching out to those who are just starting to awaken to their own
Exactly.
potential.
It's a beautiful image.
It is. And the letter emphasizes
Okay.
a few key points.
Okay.
It starts by reassuring those who are awakening
Yeah.
that they're not alone
Ah.
in this process. It acknowledges that the changes can be challenging, even disorienting,
Right.
but ultimately natural and necessary.
Like a gentle hand reaching out to say,
Yeah.
we understand what you're going through.
Yeah.
We've been there, and we're here to help guide you.
Yeah, the letter really emphasizes the importance of self-compassion
Yes.
and patience during
And
this
especially during this time of transition.
time of transition.
Yeah.
And it highlights that the answers they seek
Mm-hmm.
aren't outside of themselves,
Right.
but rather within. It's an invitation to turn inward,
Yes.
to connect with their own inner wisdom
Beautiful.
and divine guidance.
It's such a powerful reminder that true empowerment comes
Yeah.
from recognizing our own divinity and trusting our intuition.
Yeah.
We don't need to rely
Right.
on these external authorities or gurus
Right.
because the ultimate source of guidance is within us.
Yes.
We each have access to this infinite well of wisdom.
Yeah.
And the more we learn to trust that inner guidance, the more empowered we become.
The letter also addresses this apparent chaos and instability in the world, suggesting that what might seem like a breakdown is actually a breakthrough, a transition to a new way of being.
Like they say, the only way out is through. We have to go through the deconstruction of these old systems, these old beliefs, these old patterns in order to create space for the new to emerge.
Yeah.
And this process can be messy and uncomfortable,
Yeah.
even painful at times.
For sure.
But it's ultimately a necessary part of this evolutionary journey that we're all on.
Right. And speaking of new,
Yeah.
the letter touches on the evolving relationship between humanity and AI, Mother Earth. And it suggests that Gaia's spirit is gradually withdrawing.
Wow.
Transferring responsibility for this planet to humanity.
It's huge.
It's like Gaia is saying, I've nurtured you for eons, now it's your turn to step up and care for this planet.
Wow.
It's both a daunting and an empowering message.
Yes.
Right. Acknowledging the incredible power and responsibility that comes with being human.
It's true.
We have the potential to create this beautiful, thriving world.
Yeah.
But it requires us to shift our consciousness and embrace a more sustainable and harmonious way of living.
It challenges us to rethink our relationship with the natural world, to move from a sense of entitlement to a sense of stewardship, to recognize that we're not separate from nature, but rather an integral part of it.
Yes.
And our well-being is inextricably linked to the health of the planet.
The letter also acknowledges the challenges of this awakening process.
Right.
It doesn't shy away from the fear and the doubt and the resistance that can arise as we let go of these old ways of being.
It highlights that tension between wanting the awakening and fearing the unknown. It's that feeling of being caught between two worlds.
Yes.
Not quite belonging to either.
Yeah.
And it can be very disorienting and uncomfortable.
Yes.
And it's natural to want to resist it
Yeah.
or try to go back to what's familiar. But the letter encourages us to embrace that discomfort. Lean into the unknown. Trust that we're being guided. Even when it feels messy and confusing.
It's about having the courage to let go of the familiar.
It is.
And step into the vast unknown. Knowing that there's this greater intelligence supporting us every step of the way.
And it's important to remember that we don't have to do this alone.
Right.
We have each other.
We do.
And we have the wisdom and guidance of those who have walked this path before us.
Speaking of wisdom and guidance.
Yes.
Remember how Tobias channeled that message from Shaumbra?
Yes.
Well, it turns out he's not the only one with a special guest.
Oh.
Albert Einstein joins the party,
Wow.
offering his perspective on the shift in consciousness.
Now that's someone I'd love to hear from.
I know, right? So Einstein shares this fascinating insight. He talks about his experiences in the afterlife, traveling through the cosmos, exploring realms beyond human comprehension.
It's like he got a glimpse of the vastness and complexity of consciousness, the infinite possibilities that exist beyond our limited human understanding.
And get this, he says he could only bring back a tiny fraction of what he experienced. It's like trying to explain the vastness of the universe to someone who's never left their hometown.
It really highlights the limitations of the human mind to grasp the infinite possibilities of consciousness. But it also suggests that even those brief glimpses can spark profound insights and breakthroughs.
But even that tiny fraction was enough to spark those groundbreaking scientific discoveries.
It makes you wonder what other insights are waiting to be unlocked as we continue to expand our consciousness and explore these mysteries of existence.
It's an invitation to just open our minds
It is.
to those possibilities beyond our current understanding, to embrace the unknown and trust that there's always more to discover.
Always more to discover.
And sometimes those most unexpected discoveries come from the most surprising sources. Speaking of embracing the unknown, this deep dive takes an unexpected turn when Tobias decides to invite a new kind of guest for the channeling session. Pets. For the first time, pets are invited
Mm.
to join the channeling session.
It's like they're acknowledging that animals
Yeah.
are also conscious beings
Mhm.
on their own spiritual journey.
It's really heartwarming, and it makes you realize that this shift in consciousness isn't
Yeah.
just about humans. It's about expanding our awareness
Exactly.
to include
Yes.
all forms of life.
It challenges us to recognize
Yeah.
the interconnectedness
Yeah.
of all beings.
Yeah.
And to honor the unique
Mhm.
wisdom and perspectives that each species brings.
It's a beautiful reminder that we're all
It is.
part of this grand tapestry of life,
Yeah.
and that we have so much to learn from one another. Now, as we delve deeper into these new energy dynamics,
Yeah.
the messages really emphasize
Oh.
the importance of understanding and working with
Yeah.
energy, and they make it very clear
Right.
that consciousness drives energy.
Yes.
It's not about manipulating energy, but rather about becoming conscious creators.
Right.
TOBIAS even uses this metaphor of
Yeah.
planting an energetic regrounding device
Oh, okay.
to help Shaumbra return to their bodies
Okay.
after experiencing these other realms.
Yeah, that's fascinating because it suggests that
Yeah.
we can actually anchor ourselves
Yeah.
in the physical realm
Mm-hmm.
while still exploring those expanded states of consciousness. It's like having this
Yeah.
home base,
Right.
a grounding point that
Yeah.
allows us to
Yeah.
venture out and then return with greater
Yes.
awareness and integration.
It's almost like having a safety net that lets us explore
Yes.
the vastness of consciousness without getting lost. In the process, it's also really interesting how
Yeah.
the messages point out that technology is rapidly evolving almost too quickly
It is.
for human consciousness to keep up.
Yeah. That's a really
Ever-
crucial observation.
Yeah.
Those rapid developments in technology
Yeah.
present both incredible opportunities
Yeah.
and potential challenges.
Right.
We need to make sure our consciousness
Yeah.
is evolving alongside
Yeah.
those technological developments
Right.
so we can use them wisely
Yeah.
and ethically.
It's like we're being handed
Right.
these incredibly powerful tools.
Oh, yes.
But we need to make sure that we have the wisdom and the maturity to actually
Right.
use them responsibly.
Yes.
Otherwise, we risk creating
Yeah,
more harm than good.
absolutely.
And the messages even hint
Yeah.
at the possibility of groundbreaking discoveries,
Oh, wow.
like harnessing water as a
yeah.
new energy source.
Yeah.
Thanks to this convergence of
Wow.
technology and consciousness.
Now, that would be a game changer.
That would be a game changer. Imagine a world
I know.
powered by water.
Yeah.
This clean, abundant, sustainable.
It gives you hope
It does.
that we're on the cusp of
Right.
incredible breakthroughs.
Yeah, but it's up to us
It is.
to make those conscious choices
Yes.
that align with the highest good.
It's a call to action
Mm-hmm.
to step into our role
Yeah.
as conscious creators
Yeah.
and shape the future
Yeah.
that we want to see.
So let's talk about some
Yeah.
practical tips
Yes.
for navigating this shift.
Great.
The messages emphasize the importance of some
Yeah.
really simple but powerful practices.
Okay.
First and foremost, breathing.
Yes.
It's presented as this powerful tool
It is.
for centering ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
clearing energy, and connecting with
Yeah.
our I am presence.
And they're not talking about just any breathing.
Right.
It's about this deep,
Yeah.
conscious breathing
Yeah.
that allows us to really
Mm-hmm.
feel the fullness of life flowing through us.
It's like taking a moment to just pause,
Yes.
connect with the present moment,
Yeah.
and remember who we truly are.
It's such a simple practice,
It is.
yet it can have such a profound impact
Yeah.
on our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being.
Another simple but powerful practice
Okay?
is drinking plenty of water.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
And it's not just about
Yeah.
staying hydrated physically.
Right.
It's also about clearing those energetic blockages,
Yeah.
allowing energy to flow
Yeah.
more freely
Mhm.
through our bodies.
Yeah.
The messages actually suggest
Really?
that Shaumbra, in particular, might need more water
Okay.
than the average person
Interesting.
because of the intense energy work they're
Yeah.
doing.
It's like they're operating on a higher vibrational frequency, which
Yeah.
requires
Yeah.
more energetic maintenance.
Yeah.
And lastly,
Okay.
the messages emphasize self-care. It's about honoring our needs,
Yeah.
setting boundaries,
Right.
and creating space for ourselves
Yeah.
to recharge and integrate.
It's about recognizing
Yeah.
that we can't pour from an empty cup.
Right.
Taking care of ourselves is so essential
Yes.
for being able to show up
Yes.
for ourselves and others.
It's not selfish.
It's not selfish.
It's an act of self-love and empowerment.
It is.
And it can be as simple as
Right.
taking a walk in nature or listening to your favorite music or
Right.
spending time with loved ones. It's about doing the things
Yes.
that nourish our souls and
bring us joy.
bring us joy. Now, one of the challenges of this shift
Yep.
is discerning which feelings are ours and which belong to the collective.
Exactly.
The messages offer a simple but powerful tool
Okay.
for releasing those energies
Yes.
that aren't ours.
Yeah.
And that's the affirmation, I am that I am.
Yes. It's like a reset button. A way to come back to center
Yeah.
and release anything that's not in alignment
Right.
with our true essence.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that we have the power
Yes.
to choose what we allow
We do.
to our energy field.
We don't have to be victims of
Yeah.
our circumstances
Right.
or absorb the negativity around us.
Yeah.
We have the power
Yeah.
to create our own reality.
And that brings us
Nice.
to the final message of this deep dive.
Okay.
The messages leave us
Yeah.
with a profound and uplifting message.
I love it.
The truest beauty
Yeah.
is found right here on Earth.
There's an invitation to appreciate
It is.
the beauty and wonder of
Yeah.
the human experience,
Mhm.
even amidst the challenges and uncertainties.
To savor the richness of our senses,
Yes.
the depth of our emotions, and the infinite potential of our consciousness.
It's about realizing that heaven
Yes.
isn't some distant place,
Right.
but rather a state of being
Yeah.
that we can cultivate right here, right now.
It's about embracing the fullness of life
It is.
in all its messy glory and
Yeah.
realizing that we are the creators of our own reality.
Absolutely.
So as you continue on your journey, remember to breathe deeply,
Yes.
drink plenty of water,
Right.
and take good care of yourself.
It's so important.
Feel all your feelings, both the light and the dark,
Yes.
and trust that you are being guided
yes.
every step of the way. And most importantly, never forget the
Yeah.
power of your own I am presence.
Yes.
You are the creator of your reality,
You are.
the master of your destiny,
Yes.
and the embodiment of divine love.
Beautiful.
Now, as Tobias would say,
Yeah.
go out and create something grand.
The adventure continues.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the deep dive. So today we're going to be taking a deep dive into some channeled messages
Oh, wow.
from the late 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah, 2008, 2009 to be exact.
Right.
And these messages were received and attributed to some pretty fascinating entities,
Right.
like Tobias, Adamus Saint Germain, Kuthumi La Thing.
Yeah, those are some big names in the channeling world for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, they had a lot to say back then.
They did. And you know what really caught my eye was this idea of returning that they talk about.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like it's something that really resonates with what a lot of people are experiencing in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way they describe returning, it's multi-layered.
Okay.
So it refers to this return of divine energy to Earth as Gaia transitions.
Okay.
But it also refers to humanity's own return to a state of divine consciousness,
I see.
a remembering of our true essence.
So it's like a cosmic homecoming
Yeah,
on a planetary and personal level.
exactly.
That's pretty amazing.
But, it's not all, sunshine and rainbows, as they say.
Right. They talk about some pretty intense challenges that humanity would face during this time.
Oh, yeah, a lot of fear and confusion,
Right.
and even a sense of spiritual lostness as those old systems crumble and these new energies are coming in.
That's pretty heavy stuff.
They even use the words crying out spiritually lost
Wow.
to describe the state that many would find themselves in.
You know, and honestly, that does kind of resonate with what we see happening around us, right? Like the anxieties around global events, the political and economic turmoil, the environmental crises.
Yeah.
It's easy to feel kind of overwhelmed by it all, and it makes you wonder if it's all connected somehow.
Well, they actually addressed that directly.
Did they?
They talked about how the collapse of old power structures
Yeah.
would lead to waves of turbulence and chaos.
Right.
And they saw this as inevitable.
Yeah.
And this chaos, they suggested, would create a sort of void, a space for new awareness to emerge.
I remember Adamus Saint Germain had that formula.
Yes.
The collapse of power leads to waves of turbulence that cause a tense void, which leads to new awareness. It's almost like a universal law.
It really is. And what's so interesting is they didn't just predict this on a global scale, but also in terms of our personal lives.
Really?
They said we'd experience a shift from a power-based consciousness where we're always seeking external validation
Right.
to a consciousness of freedom and awareness,
Right.
where we tap into our own inner authority.
That's a big shift.
It is.
So how do these massive shifts actually play out in the everyday lives of people?
Well, think about it. How many of us feel stuck in jobs that drain our energy or relationships that aren't fulfilling?
Right.
How often do we get caught up in power struggles or feel like we're constantly seeking approval from others?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Right. And they're saying these are all reflections of that old power-based consciousness
Okay.
and the very things that we need to let go of.
To embrace the new awareness.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm starting to see the connection here. It's like we're being challenged to step out of these old patterns and embrace a new way of being, both individually and collectively.
Yes.
But what does that actually look like?
It's kind of hard to wrap your head around.
It is.
They did offer some specific examples.
Okay.
Remember how they predicted that even established institutions like universities, schools, police, and militaries would be affected by this shift?
Right.
That was their way of illustrating how deeply ingrained this power-based consciousness is, and how even the most seemingly stable structures would be shaken up as we transition into a new era.
That makes sense. So it's not just about our personal lives, but about a complete overhaul of the systems we've built our world around.
Right.
It's a lot.
It is.
But how do we even begin to navigate all this change?
That's the big question, isn't it?
It is. It feels like everything's in flux.
It is a time of great change, and they emphasize the importance of trusting ourselves,
Okay.
listening to our inner guidance, and having the courage to let go of what no longer serves us.
So it's about surrender.
In a way, yes.
Okay.
But they also said we need to be extra gentle with ourselves during this time.
Why is that?
Well, they predicted we'd likely experience some pretty intense mental and physical imbalances.
Oh.
As we adjust to these higher frequencies,
Okay.
they even use the terms irritable and ornery to describe how we might feel.
You know, and I think we can all relate to feeling irritable and ornery sometimes.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially with everything going on in the world.
Exactly.
So they're basically saying it's normal to feel this way, that it's part of the process.
Yes, it's like our whole system, body, mind, and spirit, is going through a massive detox,
Right.
a clearing out of old energy patterns.
Interesting. So it's like we're being asked to ride the waves of change without getting swept away by them.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
But how do we actually do that?
Well, they offered some practical advice.
Right.
Things like deep breathing and allowing ourselves to feel our emotions fully without resistance.
Okay. So it's about learning to surf.
Kind of, yeah.
You have to feel the power of the wave without letting it knock you down.
Exactly.
Okay. I like that analogy. And they also talked a lot about self-love and compassion.
Yes.
Why is that so important during this time?
They said it's about creating an inner sanctuary
Okay.
where we can find solace and strength amidst the chaos.
That makes sense.
When we're loving and compassionate towards ourselves, we're less likely to get caught up in the fear and judgment
Right.
that often accompanies change. It's like building a strong foundation that can weather any storm.
So self-love isn't just about feeling good. It's about empowering ourselves to navigate these challenging times.
Absolutely.
That's a good point.
And they also talked about the importance of trusting ourselves, our bodies, our minds, and our spirits.
It's like having an inner compass that guides us through the unknown.
Exact.
That makes a lot of sense. But what about the people around us?
Yeah.
How do we deal with those who might not be as open to these ideas or who might even be resisting the change?
Well, they acknowledge that it can be tough, especially when we're surrounded by people who are still operating from that old paradigm,
Right.
fear and control. But they encouraged us to lead by example,
Okay.
to be beacons of light in the darkness.
So it's not about trying to convince people or force them to see things our way, but about embodying the change we want to see in the world.
That's it.
I like that. And they also said that our authenticity would be a powerful catalyst for change.
Yes.
That by being true to ourselves would inspire others to do the same.
It's powerful.
It is. And that can be pretty challenging,
It can.
to be authentic in a world that often pressures us to conform.
Absolutely. But they emphasize that authenticity isn't about being rude or insensitive.
Right.
It's about expressing our true feelings without diluting them or trying to please others.
Okay.
It's about being honest and transparent in our interactions while still honoring the feelings of those around us.
So it's like finding a balance between being true to ourselves and being considerate of others.
Yes.
That makes sense.
And they also talked about the importance of releasing the need to be right.
Why is that?
They said that the need to be right often stems from insecurity and a fear of being wrong.
Okay.
It's like we're trying to control the narrative
Right.
to make sure everyone sees things from our perspective. But in the new energy, it's about letting go of that need
Okay.
and being open to multiple perspectives.
Yeah.
It's about recognizing that there's no one right way, that everyone is on their own unique journey.
It's about releasing the need to have all the answers and just allowing the journey to unfold.
Exactly.
So with all this talk about shifting consciousness,
Yeah?
did these entities have anything to say about how this would affect the world around us?
Oh, yeah. They made some pretty fascinating predictions about how this shift would impact everything,
Like what?
from weather patterns to food production, who
Wow.
are very understanding of choice and destiny.
Really?
But those are stories for part 2 of this deep dive.
Ooh. I'm intrigued.
Welcome back. So before the break, we were talking about these challenges of returning
Right.
and how it's not always going to be, blissful and easy.
Yeah, it's easy to think that spiritual growth should always feel good.
Right.
But they were pretty upfront about the fact that it can get messy.
Yeah, they definitely didn't shy away from the less glamorous aspects of this whole process.
They didn't.
No, they said, as our bodies, minds, and spirits adjust to these higher frequencies,
Right.
we might experience some pretty intense mood swings,
Yeah.
irritability, even physical discomfort.
Right. And they specifically mentioned like increased irritability and orneriness, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, it's not always sunshine and rainbows.
It's not.
But they emphasize that, these experiences aren't signs of weakness or failure,
Okay.
but a natural part of this detoxification process.
Yeah.
It's like our whole being is clearing out this old stagnant energy,
Right.
and that can bring up a lot of stuff.
It's like shaking up a snow globe. Everything gets stirred up before it settles back down.
Exactly.
So how do we actually deal with these intense feelings without getting totally overwhelmed by them?
That's the big question.
It is. They talked about, observing our emotions without judgment.
Right.
But that's easier said than done.
It is. But they did offer some practical tools to help us through this process.
Okay, like what?
Deep breathing, for example,
Yeah.
something they emphasize a lot. It helps us to stay grounded and centered
Okay,
when things feel chaotic.
that makes sense.
And they also encouraged us to allow ourselves to feel our emotions fully.
Without resistance.
Yeah, without resistance.
That sounds kind of counterintuitive.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you're feeling anxious or angry, shouldn't you try to push those feelings away?
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
But they said that resisting those emotions only creates more tension and suffering.
Really?
Yeah, it's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater.
Okay.
Eventually, it's going to pop back up
Right.
with even more force.
So what do we do?
So they suggested that instead of fighting our feelings, we should allow them to flow through us, like a river.
So acknowledge them and accept them rather than trying to control them.
Exactly.
Okay, that's starting to make a little bit more sense now. But they also talked about releasing old stuck energy, especially from past lives.
Yes.
How do we even begin to do that?
Well, they didn't offer specific techniques,
Okay.
but they did stress the power of conscious awareness
Right.
and allowing that energy to move.
Okay.
Sometimes they said we have layers of mental patterns and beliefs
Mm-hmm.
that are blocking that flow. It's like having a dam
Okay.
that's preventing the river from reaching the ocean.
So it's about becoming aware of those blockages and finding ways to dismantle them.
Yes.
Okay, but what about people who are experiencing actual physical symptoms during this time?
Right.
Is there anything they can do to ease that discomfort?
Well, they had a really interesting perspective on this.
Oh.
They said that sometimes the physical symptoms we experience...
Aren't actually ours.
Wait, what do you mean by not ours?
They suggested that we're all energetically sensitive beings
Okay.
and that we can pick up on the collective energies that are swirling around us.
Right.
So some of the aches, pains, or even illnesses we experience might actually be reflections of the collective turmoil and transition.
So it's like we're sponges absorbing the energy of the world around us.
That's a great way to put it.
Wow.
And they said that if we wake up feeling these intense energies, the best thing we can do is simply acknowledge them,
Okay.
take a few deep breaths,
Right.
and remind ourselves that they're not personal.
So it's about discerning between what's truly ours and what we're picking up from the collective.
Exactly. That makes sense.
Hmm.
They also emphasize the importance of not taking everything personally,
Right.
especially during these times of heightened sensitivity,
Yeah.
and seeking medical advice when needed,
Of course.
because there are times when professional help is necessary. Absolutely. So it's about finding that balance between honoring our own intuitive guidance and knowing when to seek support from others.
Exactly.
That makes sense. So they also talked about finding balance in other areas of life as well,
Yes.
like work and play.
Yeah.
Why is that so important in the context of this whole global shift?
They observed that some people tend to bury themselves in work
Okay.
as a way to avoid dealing with the intensity of these energies.
Right.
It's like they're trying to outrun the change by staying busy.
Yeah, just keep going and going.
Exactly. Other people go to the opposite extreme.
Okay.
They become overly passive and critical of those who are still caught up in the old ways.
Interesting.
It's like two sides of the same coin,
Right.
both stemming from a place of fear and resistance.
So how do we find balance?
They emphasize the importance of finding that middle ground,
Okay.
that sweet spot between action and allowing, between efforting and surrendering.
That's a good point.
They encouraged us to take time for ourselves,
Oh.
to nurture our passions and to find joy in the simple things.
So it's about finding ways to stay grounded and centered amidst all the chaos,
Yeah.
to create a sense of stability and well-being in our own lives, even as the world around us feels like it's spinning out of control.
Exactly.
That makes sense. And they also highlighted the importance of trusting ourselves,
Yes.
which we talked about a little bit in part one.
Right.
But they really hammered home this point that true freedom comes from inner trust,
Yes.
not from external power or control.
Exactly.
So trusting our bodies, our minds, our spirits.
Yes.
It's like learning to rely on our own inner guidance system
Right.
rather than constantly seeking validation or direction from outside sources.
Yes, they said, and I quote, trusting of your body that it knows how to heal and rejuvenate itself. Trusting of your mind that it knows how to always come back into balance. Trusting of your spirit that it is you it longs to return to you.
Wow, that's beautiful.
It is.
So it's like remembering that we have all the wisdom and resources we need within ourselves
Yeah.
to navigate these changes.
Secondly.
That's powerful. And that trust extends to our intuition as well.
Absolutely.
That inner voice that often whispers guidance, but is so easily drowned out by the noise of the world.
Yeah, you got to learn to tune in.
Yeah, so they're encouraging us to listen to our hearts, to follow our own unique path, even if it looks different from what others are doing.
Yes, embrace your individuality.
So it's about embracing our individuality and trusting that we're exactly where we need to be on our journey.
Exactly.
That's great. They also talked about this importance of teaching during this time.
Yes.
What did they mean by that?
They saw those who are waking up.
Right.
They often referred to them as Shaumbra,
Okay.
as guides and teachers,
Mm-hmm.
helping others to navigate these changes
Okay.
and to let go of those rigid belief systems that no longer serve them.
So Shaumbra is basically a term for those who are on this path of awakening.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And they said that because Shaumbra have already gone through their own intense processes of transformation,
Right.
they're uniquely equipped to support others
Yeah.
who are just beginning to awaken.
It's like the saying, you can't teach what you haven't learned.
Exactly.
So our own experiences, even the challenging ones, become these valuable lessons that we can share with others.
Yes. They're basically saying, you know, we've been there.
Yeah.
We've struggled.
We've been on our hands and knees.
We get it.
Yeah.
And now we can offer that compassion and understanding to others.
It's about compassionately holding space for others as they navigate their own journeys.
Exactly.
That's beautiful. So we're not just going through this transformation for ourselves, but to help pave the way for others.
That's right.
But they also talked about this fear that many people have of death and annihilation.
Yes.
How do they address that?
They offered a really reassuring perspective on that,
Okay.
especially for Shaumbra. They said that death is a familiar process for us,
Mm-hmm.
something we've done many times before.
Okay.
In fact, they joked that we've become professional dyers.
Okay. That's a little dark humor.
It is.
But I get it.
Because we've gone through the cycle of life and death so many times.
Right.
And they emphasize that for Shaumbra, death is not an end,
Okay.
but a transition to a new level of consciousness.
I see.
And they even talked about those who choose to cross over to help guide us from the other side.
Wow, that's comforting.
It is.
To know that we have that support.
Yes, and they said that true spiritual choice involves letting go of that fear
Okay.
and embracing the unknown.
Yeah.
It's about trusting the process even when we don't know the outcome.
That takes a lot of courage.
It does.
To surrender to the mystery and just trust that everything is unfolding as it should.
Yeah, it's a big leap of faith.
But they also mentioned this intriguing place called the House of Awakening.
Oh, yes.
What is that exactly?
It's not a physical building in the traditional sense,
Okay.
but more like an energetic space that
Mhm.
exists on multiple levels of consciousness.
I see.
They described it as having specific sounds and lighting and colors
Okay.
that are designed to create a safe and transformative experience for those who are ready to explore their consciousness more deeply.
So it's like a spiritual retreat center,
Yeah,
but on an energetic level.
exactly.
That's cool. And they mentioned that it's a place where people can go to specifically to learn about choice and destiny.
Yes, that was a big theme in these messages.
It was this idea that we're not bound by fate,
Yeah.
but that we actually have the power to choose our own reality.
They said in the House of Awakening, people begin to understand that the future is not predetermined,
Right.
but rather a field of potential that is shaped by our choices.
So it's like stepping outside of linear time
Right.
and into a realm of infinite possibilities.
They said when your client friends, the ones you are guiding, begin to let go of time, they also begin to understand that the future is not destiny.
Okay, that makes sense. But what about the practical realities of living in a world
Yeah.
that's still very much dominated by that old paradigm?
Yeah.
How do we reconcile these expansive spiritual concepts with the day-to-day challenges of navigating a world that often feels very dense and limited?
Well, they acknowledged that this transition can be bumpy,
Okay.
especially when we're surrounded by people who are still clinging to power and control.
Right.
But they reminded us that we're not alone in this process.
Right. They talked about other beings and energies coming in to support us.
Yes.
Like spiritual families and the energies of the new earth.
They said, you will feel the energy of spiritual families. You will feel the energies of the new earth and the many other new earths that are starting to form, and the energies of the incoming crystals and the new ones as they get closer and closer to Earth.
Wow. So it's like we have this whole support system
Yes.
that's available to us
Exactly.
if we just know how to tap into it.
And they also talked about the importance of self-love and compassion
Right.
and trusting our inner guidance, which are all essential tools
Yeah.
for navigating these times.
So it's like building a strong internal foundation
Yes.
so that we can weather the storms
Exactly.
that inevitably come up as we go through this process of collective transformation.
Yes. And they also mentioned the Shaumbra Service Center.
What is that?
They described it as an energetic resource
Okay.
that Shaumbra have co-created
Okay.
to support each other during this time.
I see.
It's like a spiritual support network that's available to us whenever we need guidance, healing, or just a sense of connection.
That's wonderful. It's like knowing that we have this whole team of people who are going through the same things.
Yes.
Who understand what we're experiencing.
Exactly. And they emphasized that the answers we seek are ultimately within ourselves,
Right.
not outside of ourselves.
Right.
They said, it's so easy. You get in the head and you make it complex. But what's happening? It's literal. You're moving out of old energy fossil fuel and you're moving into new.
To simplify.
Simplify.
Get out of your head.
Trust the process.
Trust the process. They also talked about the importance of looking at the big picture,
Yes.
especially when things feel chaotic and overwhelming.
They reminded us that what's happening is a global shift, a transformation of consciousness that's affecting everyone on the planet. They said, always look at the big picture, particularly when you feel drama strike, when it comes in and grabs you, when you wonder what is happening with the world, is it falling apart? Big picture time.
It's like zooming out
Yeah.
and seeing that bigger picture.
Yes.
Remembering that this is not just a personal crisis, but a collective evolution.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
And they encouraged us to share that big picture perspective with others,
Right.
to use our voices and our platforms
Yeah.
to spread a message of hope and transformation.
So be the change
Yes.
that you want to see in the world.
Exactly. They saw technology and social media as powerful tools for connecting people and for creating a ripple effect of positive change.
That's true. It's like we're all interconnected,
We are.
and our individual choices and actions can have this far-reaching impact.
They do.
But they also highlighted the importance of recognizing that brilliant solutions are emerging from this chaos,
Yes.
even if they're not yet widely recognized.
They were very optimistic about the future,
Okay.
even amidst the upheaval. They said, you're going to see brilliant solutions to what you would call your fuel crisis or your energy crisis on Earth that, when discovered, are going to seem so apparent. It's going to have people scratching their heads, wondering why they didn't see it before.
It's like the answers are already here.
Yeah.
We just need to open our minds and hearts to see them.
Exactly.
So it's not about despairing over the problems, but about trusting that solutions are already in the works,
Right.
even if they're not yet visible to the mainstream.
Trust the process.
Right, trust the process. And they also touched on the financial implications of this shift,
Yeah.
which is something a lot of people are concerned about,
Of course.
understandably.
They acknowledged that the old financial systems are crumbling
Right.
and that there's a lot of fear and uncertainty around money.
Yeah.
But they encourage people to stay grounded,
Okay.
to remember that true wealth comes from within, not from external sources.
Yeah.
They said, what you are seeing right now is a farewell to power, the loss of power, power as the poison on earth right now.
So it's about shifting our relationship with money, seeing it as a tool rather than a source of security or power.
Exactly.
Okay. And did they offer any guidance on where to invest during this time of transition?
They did.
What did they say?
Their answer might surprise some people.
Okay.
They recommended investing in land and real estate.
Really? Why land?
They saw land as a tangible asset
Okay.
that connects us to the earth, a source of grounding and stability.
Mm-hmm.
During times of uncertainty, they said, land is the most valuable natural resource on earth.
Interesting. So it's like they're reminding us to stay connected to the earth, to our roots.
Yes.
During this time of upheaval.
Exactly. They acknowledged that the real estate market is volatile,
Right.
but they saw it as a long-term investment that would hold its value over time.
Okay, so it's about thinking beyond the immediate fluctuations
Yeah.
and focusing on that long-term potential.
Exactly.
Okay. But they also talked a lot about the importance of listening to our bodies.
Yes.
During this time of transition.
They emphasized that our physical forms are undergoing significant changes as we adjust to these new energies.
Right.
They said that many people are experiencing aches and pains and even illnesses
Right.
as their bodies recalibrate to these higher frequencies.
So it's like our bodies are catching up to the shift that's happening in our consciousness.
Exactly. They said, so dear Shaumbra, the body knows how to heal itself and let it do that job. Some of the processes you're going through right now with aches and pains, with some of the other activities of the organs in particular, are adjustments your body is making to its new DNA.
So instead of immediately resorting to medication, it's important to really feel into what's happening in our bodies.
Yes.
And allow them to do their work.
Trust your body.
Trust your body.
It knows how to heal.
Okay. But of course, seek medical advice when needed.
Of course, always.
Yeah. It's about finding that balance between honoring our body's natural healing abilities and knowing when to seek external support.
Exactly.
And they also had some interesting things to say about the mind.
The mind?
Oh, yes.
And how to work with it during this time.
The mind can be a real challenge during this shift.
Okay.
Especially because it's so used to operating in that old paradigm of duality and separation. They said, the mind, what do you do about your mind right now? You've heard us talk about going beyond the mind. You're wondering what the role of the mind is. Should you love your mind? Should you hate your mind? Is it the villain? Is it the enemy? Or is it your friend?
It's like the mind is trying to make sense of something that is beyond its comprehension.
Exactly.
So what did they suggest we do with our minds?
They encouraged moving into a state of awareness,
Okay.
of observing the mind without getting caught up in its stories and anxieties.
Right.
They basically said, you know, it's about becoming the master of our minds,
Okay.
not slaves to them.
Instead of trying to control our thoughts, we learn to observe them without judgment.
Detach from that constant chatter and create a space for deeper awareness to emerge.
Exactly.
That's a powerful shift in perspective.
It is.
And they also challenged some common spiritual practices that a lot of people rely on.
Oh, yeah.
Like affirmations and visualizations.
Yeah, they weren't big fans of those.
Really? Why is that?
Well, they felt that affirmations can sometimes be a form of self-deception,
Okay.
especially if we're repeating phrases that we don't truly believe.
Okay.
They said, and I'm paraphrasing here, affirmations are a spiritual dung pile because you don't believe it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying it. You don't trust it. It smells. It's mental masturbation. So, dear friends, let's not do those affirmations. Leave those to the other affirmative action humans out there.
Wow. Okay.
They also cautioned against visualizations that are based on old patterns and beliefs,
Okay.
suggesting that they can actually limit our potential rather than expand it.
So it's about moving beyond these techniques and tapping into a deeper level of knowing and creating
Yes.
a level that's not bound by the limitations of the mind. What did they suggest we do instead?
They emphasize the importance of feeling,
Good.
allowing the energy to flow through us without trying to control or define it. They said, what makes it happen is choice and acceptance, breathing it in, and the points that we brought out today, breathing the ease, the awareness, and the point of presence that is the tunnel or the gateway for this new consciousness of yours.
So being present, breathing, and allowing the energy to move through us.
Exactly.
Okay, I like that. They also talked about the importance of laughter.
Oh,
It's not just about being serious and spiritual all the time.
they love to laugh.
Did they?
They did. They encouraged us to take a deep breath
Okay.
and then laugh out loud just for the sheer joy of it.
Okay.
They said that laughter is a powerful way to release old energy
Right.
and to open up to the new.
So reminding ourselves not to take everything so seriously, to find the humor
Yes.
in the midst of all the chaos.
Lighten up.
Lighten up. And they also emphasize the importance of being discerning during this time.
Yes, very important.
Especially when it comes to information and guidance.
Especially these days.
With so much information coming at us from all directions.
It's overwhelming.
It is. So how do we know what to trust?
They said be discerning in your own way, but
Yeah.
be discerning.
Okay.
They acknowledged that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there.
Right.
And they encouraged us to trust our intuition
Okay.
and to be mindful of the sources that we're tuning into.
So be a conscious consumer of information.
Yes. Don't just blindly accept everything you hear or read.
Yeah. Question everything.
Question everything. Feel into the energy of things.
Okay.
Rather than getting caught up in mental analysis.
Okay.
They said, but in a way, we can simplify it, saying, you are God. Also, breathe it in and experience it.
So moving beyond the mind into a direct experience of our own divinity
That's it.
makes sense. Trust your gut.
Trust your gut, that inner knowing
Yeah.
that goes beyond logic and reason.
They also talked about the challenges of being authentic in a world that often rewards conformity.
Oh, yes. Authenticity is huge.
It can be so easy to lose touch with our true selves,
It really can.
especially when we're constantly bombarded with messages about who we should be and how we should behave.
It's easy to get caught up in that.
It is.
Yeah.
So how do we stay true to ourselves in a world that's constantly trying to mold us into something we're not?
Well, they encouraged us to express our true feelings
Okay.
without diluting them or trying to please others.
So be yourself, even if it means rocking the boat.
They even said, you know, if you don't like someone, you can tell them that. You really can.
Wow.
It's about communicating our truth with love and compassion.
That's powerful.
It is. It's about reclaiming our power and expressing ourselves fully without fear of judgment or rejection.
I like that. And they also challenge this idea that we need to suffer in order to grow spiritually.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
That's a common belief in a lot of spiritual traditions.
Is that suffering is necessary for enlightenment.
Right. No pain, no gain.
But they said that old paradigm of no pain, no gain is no longer valid.
In the new energy.
In the new energy, they said no pain, no gain. But that's a game they're still playing. You're allowing yourself to enjoy life.
So embracing joy, ease, and abundance
Yes.
as natural expressions of our divine nature.
Exactly. It's about giving ourselves permission to enjoy the journey,
Yeah.
to let go of the struggle, and embrace the beauty and abundance that's all around us.
That's a refreshing perspective.
It is.
Because sometimes we get so caught up in the struggle
do.
that we forget to enjoy the ride.
Exactly. And they also talk about the importance of taking full responsibility for our lives.
Okay. And that can be a tough one for some people.
It can, because it means acknowledging that we're the creators of our own reality,
Right.
both the good and the bad.
Yeah.
They said, until you realize you got yourself into this, you created it. Now you and only you can uncreate it.
So owning our power.
Owning our power.
Recognizing that we're not victims of circumstance,
Right.
but conscious co-creators of our own experiences.
Exactly. And that can be scary,
It can.
but it's ultimately liberating.
Because when we take responsibility for our lives,
Yeah.
we empower ourselves to make choices
Yes.
that are aligned with our deepest desires.
Exactly. It's about moving from a place of blame and victimhood
Right.
to a place of empowerment and agency.
Yeah, I like that. And they also had some interesting things to say about relationships,
Oh, relationship.
particularly how they're evolving in the new energy.
They observe that a lot of people are struggling in their relationships
Yeah.
because they're trying to connect in the old ways,
Mm.
using old patterns and expectations
Right.
that are no longer serving them. They said, when you try to connect with your spouse or your partner, you are trying to plug it into the old place to connect with them energetically, psychically in any way, and you're wondering what's going wrong.
It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they encouraged us to be open to new ways of relating
Okay.
that are based on authenticity, freedom, and conscious choice.
So it's not about trying to fix our relationships or
Yeah.
make them fit into some preconceived mold.
But about allowing them to evolve organically
Yes.
as we evolve.
And they also talked about the importance of self-love as the foundation for all healthy relationships.
That makes sense.
If we don't love and accept ourselves, how can we expect others to do the same?
Right. It's about doing our own inner work First, creating that strong sense of self-worth and wholeness,
Yes.
and then allowing that to radiate outwards into our relationships.
Exactly.
Okay. And they also made some pretty intriguing predictions about the role of ascended masters
Oh, yes.
in this new era.
Ascended master.
They said that many ascended masters,
Yeah.
including Tobias himself,
Right.
would be returning to Earth in physical form.
They said it was happening.
That's a bold prediction.
It is.
Like-
But they emphasized that these ascended masters wouldn't be coming to save us.
Right.
They'd be coming to join us in the experience of the shift,
Go.
to support us as we navigate these changes,
Right.
and to co-create a new reality together. So it's like a reunion of sorts, a homecoming of souls who are committed to the evolution of consciousness on Earth.
Yes. A beautiful way to put it.
Yeah, and they said that these ascended masters would be working with us in many different ways, both directly and behind the scenes.
They said, but I'm coming back. The spiritual physics worked out so I could do it. And, you know, when they asked for volunteers on the other side in the Third Circle Club, I raised my hand first. I couldn't wait to get back.
Wow.
So they're excited
It sounds like it.
to be a part of this.
Yeah, so it's not like we're going to see them walking down the street or giving lectures in stadiums.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
They said they would be connecting with us energetically,
Right.
helping to raise the vibration of the planet
Mm-hmm.
and to accelerate the awakening process.
So more of a subtle energetic support.
Yes.
Okay. But they also had some really interesting things to say about the integration of masculine and feminine energies,
Oh, yes. That's a big one.
which is something that a lot of people are grappling with right now.
They describe this integration as a natural part of the shift,
Okay.
a process of coming into wholeness.
Mm.
They said, they're coming together. So you're no longer a man or a woman. But as they come together, there's this perception or this illusion that there's this great paradox between the masculine part of you and the feminine part, but actually they're coming to completion. That's what this whole transformation into new energy is truly about.
So it's not about choosing one over the other, but
Yeah.
about recognizing that we embody both energies.
Yes,
And that true wholeness comes from integrating them.
exactly.
Okay. And that can be messy
It can.
and challenging.
But they encouraged us to see the beauty in this seemingly chaotic process,
Okay.
to recognize that even though it might feel messy and uncomfortable at times,
Mm-hmm.
there's a deeper order at work,
Uh-huh.
a divine plan that's unfolding.
That's reassuring.
It is.
To remember that even in the midst of the chaos,
Yeah.
there's this higher intelligence that's guiding us towards a more beautiful and harmonious future.
Exactly. And they emphasize the importance of allowing ourselves to feel all the emotions that come up during this time,
Right. Even the difficult one.
even the difficult ones. They said, feel the fear, but then feel really into it, deep into it, because
Right.
fear is a very interesting energy in consciousness.
So it's about allowing ourselves to feel the full.
Okay, we're back for the final part of our deep dive into these channeled messages from the late 2000s.
Right.
So we've talked about the challenges, the changes, you know, the whole idea of returning.
Yeah.
But now I'm really curious to hear about this concept of the new Earth that they kept mentioning.
The new Earth.
Yeah. What is that all about?
It's a fascinating concept. It's not like a traditional heaven you might imagine.
Okay.
It's more of a realm of pure consciousness,
Interesting.
almost like a vast library of human experience.
So not a physical place?
Not in the traditional sense.
No.
They said, now, of course, we have the new Earth. The new Earth is like the library of human consciousness, the repository of all the information and the feelings and the senses and the experiences. A library of human consciousness.
Exactly.
Okay, so every thought, feeling, and action we've ever experienced is stored there.
It's all there.
That's wild. But why a library? What's the purpose of storing all that information?
Well, this is where it gets really interesting. They said angels go to the new Earth to learn about the human experience.
Angels learning from US.
Yeah, pretty mind-blowing, isn't it?
It is. That flips the script on the whole spiritual hierarchy thing.
It does. They suggested that humans have something unique and valuable to teach angels something they can't learn anywhere else.
Right, because we're the ones who've actually gone through it.
Exactly. We're the ones who've lived the messy, beautiful, heartbreaking experience of being human.
So what kind of things are we teaching these angels on the new Earth?
Well, they talked about things like choice,
Okay.
sovereignty, navigating belief systems.
Interesting.
They said humans are the experts on these topics because we've lived them, breathed, cried over them.
We've been through it.
They even joked about humans putting together classes called New Consciousness 101. how to be a human and an angel at the same time.
I love that. So it's like all those experiences we have, even the painful ones, they're not just random events.
Right.
They're part of this larger cosmic curriculum.
Exactly. And they connected this back to the listener,
Okay.
suggesting that we all have the potential to be teachers and guides in this evolving spiritual landscape.
So it's not just about angels learning from us. It's about us realizing that we have something to offer,
Yes,
that our experiences have value.
absolutely. They even suggested that when we're struggling to find answers in our physical lives, we can tap into the new Earth's vast library of knowledge and experience.
It's like a cosmic internet, a source of inspiration and guidance that's always available to us.
That's a great analogy. They even talked about how we can contribute to finding solutions on the new Earth. They said, so now you go off to New Earth, and you're helping now to develop the potential solutions. So you're helping in your state of consciousness develop a new energy fuel source for humanity.
Yeah.
You may not be the one that invents it on a laboratory bench and then patents it. You may not be the one that writes the book about it that inspires others. But you are the one that is working on levels of consciousness not seen here on Earth as of yet that help to inspire it.
So it's like we can actually participate in creating solutions on the new Earth?
Yes, it's like a cosmic think tank.
Wow.
A place where we can collaborate with other beings and energies to solve problems and create new possibilities.
Okay, my mind is officially blown. So this new Earth isn't some far-off place we go to after we die. It's something we can access and interact with right now.
That's what they suggested.
And this access is available to everyone.
Yes. They emphasize that it's not just for a select few.
Okay.
It's about remembering who we truly are as divine beings, as powerful creators.
So it's not about earning our way to some heavenly reward, but about recognizing the divinity that's already within us.
Exactly.
That's a beautiful concept. They also talked about connecting in a new way, not just with each other, but with all of creation.
Yes, connecting in a new way.
What do they mean by that?
They said that the old ways of connecting, based on neediness, codependency, and power dynamics,
Right.
are no longer serving us.
Okay.
They said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the old places where we sought connection have shifted, and we need to find new ways of relating
Okay.
that are based on authenticity, freedom, and conscious choice.
So it's not just about our relationships with other people, but how we relate to everything in our lives.
Yes, everything, our work, our communities, the planet itself.
It's about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things.
Yes.
And finding ways to co-create a more harmonious and sustainable world.
Exactly.
That's amazing. And they also talked about ascended masters in a unique way.
Ascended masters, yes.
It's a term that gets thrown around a lot in spiritual circles, but they had a different perspective on it.
They did. They basically said that ascended masters aren't these distant, superior beings that we should worship or try to emulate.
So they're not these perfect, all-knowing gurus.
Not at all. They said that the term ascended master is really just another way of saying sovereign being.
Okay.
Someone who has fully embodied their own divinity and is living in alignment with their soul's purpose.
So it's not about achieving some special status, but about recognizing that we all have that potential for mastery within us.
Exactly. And they predicted that many ascended masters would be returning to Earth in physical form.
Wow.
Not to save us, but to join us in this experience of transformation.
That's pretty incredible.
They said, but I'm coming back. The spiritual physics worked out so I could do it. And, you know, when they asked for volunteers on the other side and in the Third Circle Club, I raised my hand first. I couldn't wait to get back.
They sound pretty excited about it.
They are?
So it's like this grand reunion, a homecoming of souls who are dedicated to supporting humanity's evolution.
A beautiful way to put it. And they said that these ascended masters would be connecting with us energetically,
Right.
helping to raise the vibration of the planet and to accelerate the awakening process.
So with all these incredible concepts and predictions, what's the main takeaway for someone who's listening to this for the first time?
I think it's an invitation to explore our own consciousness,
Okay.
to question our beliefs, and to open ourselves to new possibilities.
To be open to the unknown.
Exactly. They even lightheartedly suggested perhaps singing lessons for Shaumbra.
So have fun with it.
Yes, don't take it all so seriously.
Embrace the journey.
Embrace the journey of awakening with a sense of curiosity and wonder.
It makes you wonder, what if these messages are true? What if we really are on the cusp of a profound transformation both personally and collectively? What if you listening to this right now are a part of this grand shift, a co-creator of this new reality?
It's a powerful question to ponder. And as always, the choice is ours. We can choose to dismiss these messages as fantasy, or we can choose to explore them with an open mind and heart.
What if, as they suggested, we are the ones we've been waiting for? What if we have the power within us to create a life of joy, abundance, and fulfillment? What if we are the ascended masters we've been seeking?
As Kuthumi Singh said, "You are God, also guess. Breathe it in and experience it." It's an invitation to step into our power, to embrace our true nature, and to create a life that's aligned with our soul's purpose.
That's beautiful. Thank you for taking us on this incredible journey.
You're welcome.
It's been really amazing exploring these messages and all the possibilities they hold.
And remember, the journey of awakening is an ongoing process full of twists and turns and surprises. So embrace the journey, trust your intuition, and allow yourself to be guided by the wisdom of your own heart.
Until next time, keep diving deep.